So, hi everyone and welcome to the Impact Festival. I'm very happy to see you here at the innovation stage. I'm very excited for the following pitches. Today, in the next few days, we're going to have, this stage is going to be a dynamic hub where many, almost 60 visionaries are going to share their innovations with us. So, get ready. From AI innovations that are reshaping our industries to new innovations in sustainability that are reimagining our relationship with the planet, we're going to have a diverse spectrum of innovations, and they are so interesting. So be here until 6 p.m. We're going to have many pitches for you. The purpose of this stage is to give these startups a platform to showcase their innovations and also to connect with investors and potential customers. But also, it's a possibility for you, the audience, to get to know more about these innovations and how these solutions can help your company with the transformation, with your journey to sustainable transformation. So you're going to be able to decide if these solutions, these innovations are appropriate for your existing and future problems. So you never know what you can find out. For your information, today we're going to concentrate on pitches, and tomorrow from all 6 areas, innovation areas, and then tomorrow we're going to hear from the 2 winners of the Impact Award. They're going to be interviewed, and we're going to find out their origins, what motivates them. So it's also going to be very interesting. After that, we are going to focus on the Climate Tech Bootcamp, Global Climate Tech Bootcamp, where a short list of startups are going to be pitching here and also answering the audience questions. After that, we're going to finalize the program with a very short, 30-minute speed dating session, where everyone is welcome to participate. And before I hand out here to my colleague Stephanie, I'm going to leave you with a very important message, and it is, as we embark in this journey, keep in mind that innovation is not just something for some very brave visionaries. It is a responsibility for us all. So let's get inspired and enjoy the show.
Hello, I'm Steffi. Welcome to the innovation stage. I'm part of the moderation team, and I will lead you to the first part of our program. So our program will have a lot of different pitches, a lot of different startups. They have 3 minutes for their pitch, followed by a 2-minute Q&A lead question round. And we'll have up to 15 startups in our first department of the innovation area. Between each innovation area, we will have a few minutes break, and we'll go today until 18 p.m. And you will probably be wondering when will be time for the lunch break. It will be from 1:15 to 1:40 p.m. So, we'll start with our first innovation area. The first innovation area is services, people, and organization. You will find it in the hall here. What is it about? Sustainability starts with organizations and their capacity to rethink and transform their own processes. Get insight into the solutions that enable in turn sustainable transformations and effective CSR, such as sustainability consulting, impact measurement tools, SaaS, and AI solutions. In our first round, we also have Q&A leads. One of them will be Dennis Eberlein and Eva Probsen, and they will be there for the 2-minute question round. Our first startup that we are more than excited to welcome here will be Phont. They say they create subtitles that support immersion and inclusion by making emotions and other speech characteristics visible through empirically developed fonts. They support inclusion of hearing disability. So, welcome to the stage, Phont. Klicker für
das Mikro? Ist es an? Ah ja, super. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here this morning and be the first startup to present. It's not working, Stephanie. I guess that's what happens when you're first. Ah, yeah, perfect. So, my name is Paul, I'm from Phont, and we do something with subtitles. So we have this nice quote from a famous director, and he said, once you overcome the 1-inch tall barrier of subtitles, you will be introduced to so many amazing films. And this is exactly what we're trying to do. Today, a lot of people already use subtitles, 50%. And this includes like US native speakers. So subtitles are like the new standard. And we want to create subtitles that are as diverse as language itself. So you might ask yourself now, why subtitles work? But in speech, there's so many characteristics. So imagine you would see everything subtitled right now, what I'm saying. You would obviously get the text, but you would miss something. You would miss that how I speak. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm also happy to be presenting here. So these are all characteristics that are part of speech, and this is exactly what we want to bring in subtitles itself. And what we want to do, this helps obviously, especially people who are hearing impaired. So if you cannot hear as well, then you need the subtitles, and you will be dependent on actually seeing what kind of speech characteristics we all have in our speech. And yeah, this is why we support these 3 SDGs. And I already said it, subtitles are the new standard, especially obviously for hearing impaired people, which are 2 billion people right now. So it's a huge opportunity and a huge market to improve subtitles for a huge amount of the society. And yeah, I already said it, there's different kind of speech characteristics. Right now we are focusing on emotions. So the goal is that you can immediately see an emotion in the subtitle itself through empirically designed fonts. So imagine you're seeing a font and then you feel already that it's, let's say, like an angry font or a happy font, because the speaker in the movie, for example, has this emotion in the scene. And we do this through an AI algorithm, so we detect emotions in speech itself, and then we display it, obviously, in the subtitle through the font. Yeah, and this is how it works. So behind the scenes is the AI, basically. And then you can choose the speech characteristics which you want to see. So it could be emotion, but also language. And we also want to be very open with the design part. So if you say you want to see the fonts, but also colors, size. So we don't want to have one solution for everybody, but we want that everyone can choose how they want to be seeing the speech characteristics displayed in the movie or social media they're watching. And this is us. And yeah, I welcome you very much to come to our stand, which is at N16. There we can show you more about, because probably you all want to see how it actually looks. So I invite you to come and visit us. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much, Phont, for this interesting pitch. And now we will have our Q&A leads for the following questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul, for presenting. Quite interesting. So my first question would actually be, is this a purely new idea, or how is the competitive landscape in that sector?
So obviously we have closed captions, which are trying to do a bit the same, but it's not really intuitive. So I guess you all know, like it's these in parentheses behind who says in an angry voice or something, but this is obviously not really intuitive. And also there have been some solutions that have been trying to do the same, but the design aspect was really underdeveloped. So what we're trying to do is to actually develop fonts that are really intuitive and that are actually a pleasure to watch a movie with, where you can really feel the emotions and the first time.
Yeah, thanks for your pitch, Paul. Just one question. Do you already have customers who use Phont, or is it just in a development stage?
So we started 2 months ago. We are in a really early development stage, but we are looking right now. We have first, obviously, talks for a POC, proof of concept, that we want to start in the next months. And yeah, if anyone here is interested in Phont, please get to know me and we can talk about it, because we are trying to develop, or we're developing the product, and we would like to do it obviously through with a customer.
Is it just an additional question? How hard is it for Netflix, Join, all these platforms to copy what you are doing? Is it trivial, or is it?
Yeah, probably for Netflix it's quite trivial, obviously.
Yeah.
We have a patent, so yeah, we secured the right, obviously, behind the technology. But yeah, obviously there's always ways, but we hope that the patent gives us a USP that secures us from other people copying it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Positive impact by.
Danke dir. So, thank you very much, Phont. The next startup that we'll be presenting is EEX. They engage change makers in cooperation and startups to work together to make bold, transformative decisions that impact the world. So, welcome to the stage, EEX.
Thank you. Greetings from Helsinki. I'm Tapio. We are helping sustainable startups, but more uniquely, we're trying to save the big companies from themselves. Sustainability is not done by regulation or advocacy. It's done by entrepreneurial leaders in all kinds of organizations. Startups are obvious, but what we really need is we need to get the big companies on board as well. We need entrepreneurial leaders for all organizations, and this is what we do. It's not training, it's not coaching, we're not mentoring anybody. It's a real case of a startup. So our large partners, huge companies, they give us their best upcoming leaders, the key talents, the guys and girls who make the future of those companies. And we put them to serve sustainable startups as advisors for 1 year. There's one example, a German startup, one Finn, the others are actually Germans in this advisory board. Picture is from Helsinki. So if you're an entrepreneur, especially if you're a sustainable entrepreneur, B2B entrepreneur, you might get a dedicated, impartial, independent advisory board for 1 year. Talk to me or my colleagues 50 meters that way. If you're corporate, good luck. We can help to make you more entrepreneurial so that you can transform. There's some of the companies we've worked with. So, from our program for corporates, we get decision-making skills, get away from that bureaucracy, and for startup entrepreneurs, you get really, really cool people to work with you for 1 year. That's us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your pitch, Tapio. Could you please explain the revenue model behind it? How are you making money? Who is paying?
Okay, interesting. We charge money from the big companies.
So? Yeah, okay. So for every startup participating, it's for free?
Yes, for startups it's free.
How many people do you already have in your program? So from a startup perspective and also from a corporate perspective?
We've had over 50 startup teams through the program over the years, and over 300 corporate executives.
Okay, and then also the question from a corporate perspective. So we are sending in people for the advisory board. Do we also have the opportunity to then scout the startups to make sure that we have a
Yes.
knowledge transfer, or?
Yes and no. We always put your people into a different industry startup. That's very tough. So if you have a vice president who's been 25 years with your company, is going for the management team next, he or she needs to experience something completely different. They need to be challenged to grow.
Okay, but then the idea is more to train the people in-house rather than really push for a knowledge transfer.
Yes.
To the industry. Okay, understood.
Collaboration between startups and corporations is different, although, of course, after our work, there will be people in the big company in decision-making positions who actually understands entrepreneurs.
Thank you.
We're done. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
VEX. You will also find them in the hall here. The next startup that we will get to know is ContactMe Solutions. They offer digital business cards that are made out of steel, which transfer contact data via QR code or NFC chip. So they say it's the networking with the wow effect, ecologically and economically sustainable, as you only need one ContactMe card. So, welcome to the stage, ContactMe Solutions.
Danke.
Gerne hier.
There we go.
Hey, auftreten. Auftreten.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Well, as already said, ContactMe Solution is about digital ContactMe cards. And we realized over the time that 100 billion paper cards printed every year are just a bit too much. Now, and I'm just realizing the presentation behind me is an old version, so nevertheless, let's forget the presentation. So what we do is, we created digital business cards which can not only take your name and your address, but in addition they can carry all your social network accounts, but also they can carry a curated amount of web links. So what we say in terms of sustainability is not always only about the footprint. Is if you decided to use a footprint to fly somewhere, to join a conference or a festival like today, it's about making an impact and using all your opportunities in the best way. So the best thing to start a cooperation or a relationship is to show what matters to you and also to show your best version. So you have your business card. It is out of steel because we do believe making an impact means also being a bit extraordinary. And the other person reads the QR code or reads the NFC chip. And with that, the other person can see all your profile information, of course with your picture, can save your profile information. And then immediately you can just start. Of course, everything can change within a minute. You can change. We are the only ones in the world who are offering automatically more than one profile, for instance, different languages or a private and a business profile. And then we're doing what customers want. We're doing tailor-made editions. We're doing ready-made editions. We're working with companies. We're working with institutions. But we're also doing like fancy stuff like limited art editions. So it's about networking, but it's also about pleasure, taking out the card and just being happy that you own one. And in the end, it's also about like being precise. Typing information from a paper card for us seems to be really, really outdated. That's what it is. It's ContactMeCard made in Germany.
Thank you. First question would be about data protection, because this is something that we often hear whenever we have those cards or also QR codes. Who's the owner of the data and where is it saved?
Well, everything we do is made in Germany and hosted also in Germany. We are not there for like collecting data. We have to collect the data in order to provide them. So they are on German servers on an encrypted basis. Because as it works is some of you may have a paper card with a QR code on. Some of you might already have a pure digital code, but all the information which you're accessing have to be somewhere. So we have to store the information. But the firm and our data secrecy is not meant for selling onwards to third parties your private data. It's purely that we're hosting them in order that you can access them if you use your card. And that's maybe your question brings me to another point. All our cards have the QR code on the card, but also you have the QR code also on your mobile phone in case you don't want to take the card with you.
One second question. How expensive is one of those cards?
It's once 99 euros, including tax. That's the starting price. It depends a bit on the material and on the complexity. But then if you're a corporation ordering hundreds and hundreds of cards, of course, you know, then it gets smaller.
Thank you. You just mentioned something that I was wondering, because looking at many banks or many new neobanks, they are not handing out physical cards anymore, only virtual cards. Why are you still handing out physical cards and not only virtual cards? What's the advantage of still having a physical card for you?
That's one of the major questions we actually thought quite a while. What we purely think is what I mentioned before. It's about an impact. It's a bit like if you look around, some of you still have a watch which is not a digital watch, but a mechanical watch. Nobody of us needs this watch because time is over, we have a mobile phone. We do believe it's about an impact. It's about like being the one visible out of the crowd. And we do believe that with that steel card, which holds for, if you don't lose it, for ages, it's useful to have it with you to just make a bigger impact. And it's fun, you know, it's like not only taking a QR code on your phone, which is something, we have that with the ticket coming into the festival. We love to have that physical piece as a hybrid also for transferring the people from paper to pure digital in the future.
What happens if I lose it? Because you just mentioned it.
If you lose it, you just go to your phone and you reset your card. We are also the only card on the whole world which allows people to reset the card and get it down to zero again. So then somebody else finds it and can use it. Okay. But you can also think in terms of sustainability, you can also transfer it from one person to the other within a company if somebody leaves.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you. And, all right. Thank you very much. So let's welcome our next startup, AdaptiveOrg. AdaptiveOrg is a meta framework for self-management and an adaptive mindset, helping organizations maximizing their positive impact by establishing a collective leadership system. Welcome, Johan.
Yeah, well, welcome from my side. First pitch ever, so I hope for your support. In a striving world for positive impact and purpose-driven change, it is important that many well-established impact and purpose organizations still contribute to the challenges we face today due to the way they are traditionally organized. This isn't intentional, but it's time to explore alternative approaches to sustainable leadership. Allow me to introduce ourselves, Tine, Ninja, and myself, Johan. Together we are the driving force behind the AdaptiveOrg. What many founders may not be aware of is that the hierarchical power structures they have adopted can be the root cause of many of the issues we see in our world today. These systems tend to be aggressive, rigid, competitive, and unequal. When you combine these attributes, you often end up with what we witness daily: organizations that struggle to navigate dynamic and complex environments, often failing to balance profit, people, and the planet. It's crucial to understand that the founders of impact-focused organizations don't intend to perpetuate these hierarchical structures. And believe me, flat hierarchies aren't any better in that respect. What we are facing is a need for alternatives. Some attempt to address this with agile practices, while others explore frameworks like holacracy, sociocracy, or the collegial leadership model. However, many of these alternatives, despite their good intentions, still rely on formal power patterns when it comes to strategic and structural decisions. This is where the AdaptiveOrg steps in to provide a solution. We aim to help organizations overcome these challenges by establishing a cultural foundation, developing the mindset and capabilities necessary to move beyond traditional hierarchical models, offering an operational dynamic approach to address cross-organizational issues without falling back to power structures, and providing a method framework that supports business in crafting their own unique organizational model based on self-management. All of this leads to a collective leadership system, replacing traditional hierarchical solutions step by step. Our customers prove that it is possible to thrive as a business based on the idea of consistent collaboration. They achieve economic success while navigating the complexities of our ever-changing world. Simultaneously, they embrace diversity, equality, and creativity. If you're
Okay. First of all, great first pitch, so well prepared.
I'm so nervous.
Great idea. Coming from an organization who already had their agile transformation, I truly believe that new models, tools need to be established also throughout industries. But my first question would be, are you then function as a coach to the companies? Are you going in and providing them with a toolbox? Or how do you make sure that the way you want to transform the organization with your new model then at the end also works out?
Yeah, first of all, it is important that we don't have a tool set like you know it from other approaches like holacracy or sociocracy or something like that. So what we do is we really work on a kind of mindset. So we set the foundation that practices like holacracy or agile practices, that those practices can flourish. This is the idea. So we really set the foundation in the organization in terms of mindset. And therefore we are using stuff like what we call mental models and mental tools. Those kind of things don't deliver a solution. They help you to reflect and to come up with your own ideas and at the end of the day with your own unique organization model.
Thank you for your pitch, Johan. More or less two questions. So what is the ideal company for you in terms of employees? And if you have a company, how long does it take for you from going in there? Because I guess you have to watch something and then see, okay, we have to change it, to the finishing of the project. So main companies you're looking for and time it takes for you.
Yeah, well, our superhero customer looks like from 15 employees upwards, up to 500, 1,000, doesn't make a difference. For us, it is more important that we have a kind of consistent ownership in the organization when it comes to equity. Means that we prefer companies where we have to talk to just 2 or 3 persons. And these persons, they have to be kind of security for the transformation itself. So that's why we prefer privately owned companies. And yeah, question number 2, it takes, we have a customer in record time, the transformation took 12 months for 70 employees. Yeah, I think that's a good number.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Our next startup, MedStore Africa, is an online platform that enables pharmacies to easily access quality and affordable NCD medicines. Welcome, Patrick. Hi.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. Good morning. as we wait for the slides, my name is Patrick Esiama, coming from Ghana, Accra. I'm the co-founder of MedStore Africa. All right. The medicine supply chain in Africa is broken. Why is it broken? We have too many intermediaries within the chain. Sometimes you can have about 6 different levels of intermediaries. So by the time the drug or medicine will reach the patient or final consumer, the price has gone so up, thereby making it very expensive, unaccessible, and unaffordable. This is why MedStore Africa exists. Retail pharmacies are able to have this at their fingertip when they sign up, or they are able to download our app and then sign up and join us. A patient, actually my father died 5 years ago due to prostate cancer. At the time, he needed his cancer medication, but it was very expensive and he couldn't afford it. By the time we were able to put money together, unfortunately, he had passed away. This is what drove us to build the MedStore application. Pharmacies, patients, manufacturers, and distributors can benefit from our platform. How do we make this happen? We have broken our solution in 2 phases. Phase 1 is focusing on the B2C aspect, where a patient or a customer like you can download the app onto his Android or iOS phone, and then you place an order for the medication, and this will be delivered to you via a motorbike or any forms of delivery. Phase 2, we make the medicine available to pharmacies whenever they want to restock in their pharmacies. How do we make money? We make commissions from transactions that are done on the platform. Currently, we are charging 7.5% of every transaction that happens on the platform. We are also making money from the advertisement that distributors would do on the platform. However, the other revenue models are yet to be done. We are now gathering data, and when we've been able to gather enough data, in future we can monetize it as well. The market size is really huge. The market size is really huge. In fact, a research done by the Research Business Group projects that by 2027, the e-commerce healthcare platform in Africa would reach over 700 billion US dollars. This is a huge market with an average growth rate of 18.9%. So the opportunities is really huge, and we are playing.
Unfortunately, the time is up, so we will follow with the Q&A lead questions. But if you have any further questions, the stall's up here.
Yeah, we have a store up there. If you have questions, you can come there. But we are seeking to raise 500,000 euros, and this can make the dream bigger for us to scale. Thank you. Medasi.
Thank you very much for your pitch. Such an important topic. Access to medicine is so important for us today. My first question would actually be, is this the first platform in Africa that actually does a match between the medicine access and then at the end to the pharma industry?
In terms of connecting the B2B and then the B2C, we are the platform, the first one. Think of it this way, like having an Amazon and Alibaba on the same platform. What exists currently is either an Alibaba or an Amazon. So they have a singular phase where it is just the patient placing the order via a platform. But we connect both the customer to the pharmacy and connect the pharmacy to the distributor so that the chain can be fixed. Remember, that is the solution of the problem we are solving. So we are the first in this space. But there are many that exist, either in phase 1 of our project or in phase 2. But we are bringing or integrating the two on one platform.
Okay, understood. And second question, from a customer perspective, whenever I'm online and trying to find the medicine, I already need to know what kind of medicine I need, right? So there's no advice or something that supports me in finding the correct medicine. on your
Yes,
platform?
there are two ways. Either you already know what you want. If you need support, per regulations, you are supposed to speak to a pharmacist. We offer such support if you have our contact. You can call them, and then they would offer you that support. Or if you have prescription, you can upload it on the platform, then they will get back to you through a call.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. What an important topic.
Yeah.
So thank you very, very much. Our next startup will be AdConterra. They are comparable to an external data protection officer. Your external sustainability manager, they promise. Their service is supported by an AR-based ESG management platform for data collection and report generation. Welcome to the stage. You're welcome.
That's not us. All right. Here we go. My name is Rainer, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you AdConterra. But before I talk about AdConterra, let me introduce Jörg to you. Jörg is a typical CEO of a mid-sized company in the German-speaking area. First time now he heard about sustainability and all this stuff that his customer ask about, his employees ask about. But for him, it doesn't make sense. Is that something that my front office can do, my assistant can do? Why should we do it? It's only costs. There is no benefit for me. So what we as AdConterra provide is a combination of software as a backbone with AI-based data selection, which is in most companies the biggest fear, the biggest effort. So we take that away. And we have the human side. We have a team of sustainability experts that help companies to get better, to help them in specific questions. So the combination is unique. And this unique combination delivers benefits and not only costs in sustainability. So for Jörg, he's happy now because he has AdConterra as one big expert in his house. He has know-how that he can use. He doesn't need to buy it by himself. He doesn't need to buy expensive software where he needs to maintain it. He doesn't need to hire people and put them on training. He has us. AdConterra is his solution to have answers to the report requests he gets from customers, and he can put himself and his company on a sustainability vision. So instead of hiring a sustainability manager, which is currently approximately between minimum 40K and up to, if you include all costs, 80,000, the solution of AdConterra is a little bit slightly less, as you can see. And you have the proven feedback that it's always on time, it's always up to date. No one needs to go on any training or needs to update any software, because that is what we are doing. So, in total, we are a startup, but we are already in the market. We have some good combinations and good corporations already running with mid-sized companies that are really happy.
Time is up, unfortunately, but we will follow with the Q&A leads questions.
Yeah, thank you for your pitch. I actually got a pretty simple question. Why are you that much cheaper than your competitors?
So the typical answer would be because we're using AI. AI is much faster and cheaper in data collections. To have the data and put it into the report, that takes a human a long time. Instead of that, the AI works 24/7, is very fast. So that is one of the reasons. And the other one is that we are doing that for several clients and customers. So we don't need the time to get the know-how, to take not effective time. So that is the reason why we are so much cheaper than the internal solution.
One question with regards to the increasing regulation for SMEs. I mean, there's a lot of shifting going on. How do you make sure that your software then at the end really supports the SMEs and not providing wrong data and then at the end have a greenwashing risk?
Great question. The software itself is proven by different legal counsels to say it's always up to date. Okay, it's tough to get that audit currently for CSRD or stuff like that. But for Lieferkettengesetz, for example, it's already proven.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adcontera. So, next up will be Green Software Community. They are a corporate initiative with the goal of supporting other IT and software companies in their sustainable transformation. Welcome on stage.
Test. All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Felix Zirpel, the CEO and founder of DVC Ventures in Frankfurt. I'm here today to represent the Green Software Community, which we have founded together with a few amazing companies and partners 2 years back. We, as the Green Software Community, we basically want to drive the sustainability transformation in Germany, especially within the IT sector, especially with software development. We basically created a platform to discuss ideas and share knowledge and have a really open discussion about the good and the bads of this transformation. There's a lot of hope and there's a lot of fears when we discuss these topics, and this is basically what we are doing together with a few partners here. 2 years back, as mentioned, we founded this community together with Blue Hands, Ingenio, Green Coding, DVC and Envite. And I will invite you to visit our booth, number 7 here in Hall 2, to basically discuss more about software development, to learn about it. And we are also very open for new members in this community. How do we work? We want to integrate businesses, leaderships, IT management, and also engineers to discuss ideas, to share knowledge in a safe and in a trusted environment, where we can discuss really all the goods and the bads. Together we meet digitally and in person. We created a couple of events like meetups in different cities like Stuttgart and Frankfurt. And by collaborating together, we want to give everybody a stage and basically give everybody visibility in the community and beyond. And finally, we want to educate people. We educated our own people as a software development company, and we educate our clients and our partners' software development teams and the IT leaderships. And why is this important? I mean, our industry is responsible for 4% of the carbon emissions worldwide. And I mean, everything's digital, and the whole digital transformation is not coming to an end, and we really have to take care that this industry is not taking over or taking too much of this carbon emissions. And we are basically also forced to do it, right? There's ESG reportings coming up. This is also a part where we have to take responsibility and provide our part to the sustainability reportings and to the measures taken in the next years. Besides that, it's a huge chance for us, for all companies, to lower their costs by actually reducing their electricity needed by software and then needed on their service in their data centers. And I guess everybody knows it. We all look for talent, right? And we really want to emphasize this. A conscious company, conscious about sustainability in software, will also attract good talent and also will maintain talent in the company. And finally, we also strive to really lower the risk for all our partners of getting accused for the greenwashing. So basically, we want to take action, we want to take actual measures to improve this situation, to lower electricity needs in software, and also then lower the risk of greenwashing. Last but not least, I mentioned it already, this is legally binding after next year. We all
Thank you, Felix, for your pitch. One question with regards to the business model behind. So who's paying for what? Or is this just a community everyone could basically join, either as a corporate or as a private person?
Right. So we are more on a business platform. Obviously, we're all private persons with interests, but we are open for everybody. There is no business model behind that. We are a foundation, so we are really here to educate and share knowledge and build this platform for exchange.
I would have actually asked the same question, but where does the money come from for your events and all of that stuff? Because you said that you are hosting events.
Right. So initially it came from the founding members, but meanwhile we're also talking to the Software Foundation, the International Foundation for Green Software Development, which is now also supporting us.
And maybe one last question with regards to the industries. So understood that your focus is more on IT, obviously, but I'm still curious to hear if every industry could actually join you.
If I understood it correctly, we're open for every kind of industry. Obviously, service industry is, I think, has to really look at software development as a key driver for their emissions, but also production companies as well.
Perfect, thank you.
So, thank you very much. Thank you. Our next startup, Lodomo, is the senior app for elderly care and local community. Seniors remain self-determined and can use content from the provider and the environment. Welcome.
My name is Jonas and one of the co-founders of Lodomo, the senior app for service living and elderly care. 18 million seniors living currently in Germany. And this group is aging and this group needs care. And together with the demographic change, this results in our increasing care crisis. But if you ask them directly, how do you want to get older? How do you want to receive care? They say they want to live as long as possible independently in their own flat. And this solution provides service living. With service living, seniors living independently, but receive help and services from their local care provider. But there's one problem. Because of this group is not digitalized at all, these processes are very ineffective. And the processes where the senior takes part are partly analog and thus too long. For example, one of the processes, damage reporting, we need 90 minutes per case, and this we can do better. And we developed Lodomo. With Lodomo, we integrate the senior in the service processes, and now, for example, damage reporting only takes 30 minutes. And with this process alone, we can save the industry 500,000 hours of work. So, how does it work in detail? We developed an intuitive interface together with the senior. We added gamification, so it's fun to use, and we have our digital assistant Otto, who provides help if needed. So now, we have the service process, and every stakeholder of the process is integrated via his own interface. Our tablet app for the seniors, the smartphone app for employees and relatives, and the dashboard for the administrations. With this, we can really digitalize the whole process, but without leaving the seniors behind. And with this, we also are doing our part to achieving the SDGs, good health. We can also integrate health applications directly to the senior through Lodomo. We're reducing the inequalities, in fact, of digital participation and sustainable cities, because we integrate the local services, the local care providers, and making the cities sustainable. So, if you want to learn more about Lodomo, try it out, join us at our booth N25, I think, just across this hall. Or if you are an investor, we are currently fundraising. So, join us revolutionizing service living. Thanks.
Thank you for your pitch, Jonas. Do I need Wi-Fi for your app?
Of course.
Okay, because that's actually my question. Because thinking of my grandma, she doesn't have Wi-Fi. Actually, both don't have Wi-Fi. So how do you get the older people online? Because I know the benefits of the app seem obvious, but for me the big challenge is to get the elderly online.
So we start in service living, and for example in Nordrhein-Westfalen there's a law since 4 or 5 years that every institution has to provide a Wi-Fi for the seniors. So now everybody is like billing the Wi-Fi, but we also can provide mobile internet for the tablets, and this also works.
But what about the hardware? Because they still have smartphones, tablets and all of that stuff in most cases.
Excuse me, could you repeat it?
Thinking of my grandma again, she doesn't have any smartphone, any tablet and stuff like that, so they need Wi-Fi and the hardware. What about the hardware?
In case of service living, a lot of seniors have already a tablet, but if not, the service living provider can provide the tablet as a service. So she can just lease it, and it's part of the service contract.
Do you already have some customers onboarded, and have you tested it?
We developed it together with seniors, more than 50 usability tests with different groups of seniors, and we started this year. We have our first customers, and seniors are using it in real life.
Thank you.
I don't know the English term, so it's for betreutes Wohnen and for Pflegeheime.
Service living and local communities, so everywhere where providers need to reach the seniors digitally directly with content and systems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So our next startup, recarb, Our next startup, recarb, is developing a new asset class with an inner stored CO2 value, the carbon share. Welcome.
So what do you think? How much money do we need annually until 2050 to restore nature, climate and biodiversity? An idea? Some million, some billion, how many? How much money? So we need more than 500 billion annually until 2050 to restore nature, biodiversity and climate. So where's this money coming from? Hello everybody, I'm Daniel. I'm the co-founder of recarb. And what we do is we are making carbon removal a great investment for companies and for investors. So capital and finance for climate also means finance for carbon removal. Because the IPCC said that we need to remove gigatons, around 6 to 10 gigatons annually out of the atmosphere to reach 1.5 degree goal. And as Johan Rockström said this year, 1.5 degree is not a political target, it's a physical limit. So again, the question, where does that money come from? So the IPCC says that we need to remove it. So that means that investments need to happen within this decade to achieve this goal. Carbon removal already plays a role in regulations, at governments. Think about EU Commission. And that's a good sign. So we need regulation for that. And we also believe that the future valuation of companies depend heavily on what they do also to restore nature and to invest in our climate. But yeah, the problem is, again, third time, where does that money come from? So carbon removal projects need access to capital, and investors and companies need a way to provide that with instruments they know, right? They know and understand. And so we are solving this by introducing a new asset class. It's called carbon shares. With carbon shares, we are able to list climate projects and restoration projects on a stock exchange. So what we do is we provide a detailed due diligence process. If you will, you could maybe compare us a little bit with a kind of JP Morgan for climate projects. So if you want to do a stock listing with your company, you need to call a bank. They do a due diligence process and they can be listed on a stock exchange, right? Ideally. And that's what we do. So
Time is up. You can finish the last sentence and then we can continue with our Q&A leads.
So, yeah, that's what we do. We provide an instrument for that for companies and investors. And that's a couple of climate enthusiasts, team people now working on that new asset class. Your questions?
First of all, thank you. Carbon removal also an important topic, but I still hear a lot of voices that are still unsure about if this is really a good investment class. So could you discuss a bit more, how do you make sure that this is also from an economic perspective good for an investor to actually put money into it?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of risk in it, but we know scientifically, that's scientifically proven, we know what to do to remove carbon with nature-based carbon removals and what to do to measure it. The big problem with it in the last couple of years was no accurate measurement, intransparency at the market, and so on. No investor, no analyst, and no company can do that due diligence process, right? That don't have the time, the capacity, the money, and so on. So we believe that it is because it's scientifically proven. So we need nature to do this, and we provide this due diligence process to do it and to make it able to invest.
For me as an investor, where does the return on invest come for me if I buy a credit?
So the return on invest comes, you're getting a dividend. So you're holding a carbon share. Let's say you buy one on a stock exchange, you're holding a carbon share, and then you're getting a cash dividend back by we are selling high quality carbon removal credits.
But it's not a fluid market, so I have a fixed time while owning it, or is it a fluid market?
That's like, when you own shares of a company, you get a yearly dividend, right? So that's a little bit different than in this case, when carbon removal credits will be issued, or there is carbon being removed from the atmosphere, so you're getting the dividend.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe one last question. How big is the market?
Well, so we speak about total markets more than 100 billion. More than 100 billion, I would say. In the forestry market itself, that's now around 10 to 12 billion.
Short question with a quick answer. Do you need BaFin license, or are you BaFin regulated for that?
We're working on that right now.
Okay.
So, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up will be Ahdus Innovation Technology. They build around climate technology innovation products. Through this, they are contributing towards a more sustainable and greener world. Welcome to the stage.
Hello everyone. So the idea is very simple. We want you to run climate sustainability campaigns to boost your employment engagement activity through our K2 platform. K2 is climate campaign application which actually built for companies for all size to run sustainable campaigns in organized manner. So we are Ahdus Innovation Technology from Heilbronn, and we built K2 to reach highest level of sustainability, but in organized manner. That's the main idea. So far, we didn't see any application, any digital platform which is taking care of organized sustainable campaigns within any company. So this is a chance we could do it with K2. This is the time to act. Of course, everyone here is creating an impact, and we want to also do so, and even more. At the moment, we found out that in Germany alone, there is no B2B company which is actually organizing any campaigns through an organized platform. That means often companies lag behind the user engagements, the analytics, and tracking of their campaigns, which actually they do a lot for sustainability. This shows there is no level or very minimum level of transparency, and of course there is no data insights. And this is what we want to provide through K2. Any company of any size could actually run climate campaigns within their employees, motivate employees, engage them more and more, and through leaderboards, through KPI dashboards, business leaders can make informed decisions how their sustainability campaigns are going on within a year, within 5 years, and they can make informed decisions. We have a big data platform integrated where we have 360 insights of all KPI analytics, how many campaigns have run in your company, things like that. So K2 is for leaders who really care about organized campaigns, more and more employees, and boosting the engagement level, and informed decisions through analytics and KPI dashboards. We have also included the AI algorithms to predict the large amount of data and predictions. For example, we can create campaigns. This is the MVP version we have right now, which is available also on stores.
The time is up. We're really strict. And we will follow with the Q&A lead questions.
First question would be about the price model. So how expensive is it as a corporate to actually use these campaigns then at the end? And is it just a fixed fee for the app, or is it also differentiating between different measures that you're providing the company then with?
Yeah, we want to make it on the pay-per-user model. So the 5 users are completely free, but any of above the 5 users, we will add a small subscription fee per month.
Since you mentioned AI, what kind of data are you using? Where does the data come from? Does every employee hand them in manually at the beginning, or do you take it from the companies? How does it work?
So the idea of bringing AI is for the data which is going to be big on one day, when there are, let's imagine, 100 campaigns running in a company, and many employees will run the campaigns. There will be a huge amount of data, and we will implement a prediction algorithm to predict the data analytics for leaders.
And right now you have their campaign. do you choose the campaigns together with the company, or are they chosen by the companies?
So we have admin dashboard and we have the user dashboard, employees dashboard. So what we do, we provide the application to the companies and they can create their own campaigns of whatever nature it could be. So everything stays within the premises or the data servers of a company, and they create campaigns of whatever they want, and then it can be immediately live for their employees. So there is a concept of making the private and public teams also.
Okay, but there's nobody who is measuring the effectiveness or the greenwashing of the campaigns, because nowadays there are so many campaigns that promise to plant trees, but then the trees are chopped and made into wood. So there's no mechanism that controls the credibility of the campaigns.
So we have also the live tracking system integrated. Whoever is joining the campaign can actually input their campaign data, for example pictures, or they can log their activities, and this can be then easily trackable. So for example, this is one example of this.
Thank you for your pitch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, next up is SIM. SIM supports the development of regional business landscape based on ecological, regional and social principles. ÖAS Audit is a tool for assessing the sustainability of SMEs and their transformation. So, welcome on the stage, SIM. Mikro und Pipa sind da. Mikro und dann Pupsa.
Hi. My presentation. I'm just going to wait a minute for my presentation. Hi, sorry for the hiccup. Hello again, I'm Mehtap. I'm a SIM worker, and I'm going to introduce you the SIM working ecosystem today. So, SIM comes from symbiosis, and we believe that this is how the future of economy will work. We are building the future of economy with the values, ecological, regional, and social values. Because we need each other with all of our differences. We need to build regional and diverse ecosystems that are resilient to crisis and can actively disrupt the status quo for the better. We are not just any kind of business network. We are a revolutionary collaboration, a community of people and companies that firmly believe that change is possible and are already doing so. Our vision is clear. We are shaping the economy of the future we are doing it so in line with the ecological, regional, and social values. Our approach is based on 3 strong pillars. The first one is the value economy. A responsible way of doing business is the foundation of our work. That's why in our network, we frequently talk about values, and we try to let them shape our work. The second one is data economy. In a community, is data way more powerful. We share knowledge and information to empower our members. We collect data, we digitize, we help companies digitize and mitigate risk. And through interconnectedness and intelligent matchmaking, we help them save resources, time, and money. And lastly, platform economy. We create platforms where our members can collaborate on innovation solutions. We connect companies, for example, to produce sustainable electronics, to optimize supply chains, and to develop new products for our brand new marketplace, digital marketplace that we are launching next year. As all of you in this festival, I think, like I'm saying that again, we are firmly believing and we are committed to the prosperity of people and nature. And for us, ethics and sustainability are driver forces for the economy of the future. And our sim working ecosystem is the way to shape it and bring about change. Earth audit, ecological, regional, social audit. Well, our efforts are measurable, but most importantly, manageable with the Earth audit. The Earth audit provides knowledge that is necessary to create incremental value for the environment, the region, and society. We built on known concepts like the Sustainable Development Goals, the German Sustainability Code, and the upcoming standards of the European Union. But we and it
Ja, aber die Zeit. Ja.
Okay, I'm going to just finish it pretty quickly. So, yeah, you can be a part of it. We especially focus on small and medium-sized companies, and you can build the ecosystem together with us. Come join us at our stand, tree, and we're looking for some digital solutions for our marketplace, network, and all the rest. Do I still have time for questions?
Ja, normally sollten Fragen gehen, ja. Probieren wir kurz. Fragen gehen noch, oder? Von der Zeit.
Okay, then we're jumping in. So unfortunately, I did not purely understand what you were saying at the end, but if I understood correctly, then you're trying to form a network, correct? How many members do you already have in your network?
We already have 160 members. We started actively looking for members end of last year, and we already have 160 members. Yes.
Okay, and the members are paying a membership fee then monthly. How much is it?
It is different. We are giving like Größenordnung. Like a framework that they can actually find themselves in between there. It depends on the size of the company, because we also have private people, but it can go from zero, for example, for startups or social entrepreneurs, to 5,000 euro or more. Like it depends on the size of the company.
Okay, and I understood that you also want to shape the economy into a new way. How do you make sure that you can actually do this? Like, what is the differentiating factor that you have instead of any other network that is out there?
Our value base. Have got, for example, we've got different measures in our network. We bring our members together to different clusters where we talk about future of mobility, values, sustainable supply chains, etc. We have got workshops about culture and values. We've got Earth audit measuring system for how sustainable are we in ecological and social standards, and how much value do we bring in the region. So this is how we're actually like aligning ourselves with our values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Our next startup, Wazima, is an online platform that connects healthcare facilities to provide continuous healthcare for NCD prevention. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth. I'm the founder of Wazima Health. I would like to do a quick poll, please. If by show of hands, you could just let me know if you or someone you know has ever been or is affected by a non-communicable disease like diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and so on. Can I just see show of hands? Please look around. So it would give you an idea of the scale of the challenge that we are solving at Wazima Health. Up to 60% of those in sub-Saharan Africa that need care are either completely undiagnosed or poorly managed. Additionally, there is really limited access to early screening and diagnosis. When you marry these together, it sets the scene as to why non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, are set to become the leading cause of death in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030. The size and scale of the challenge that we're addressing is valued at about $430 million per year. What Wazima offers is a connected, integrated, remote screening, telemedicine, and health management solution. We provide access to early diagnosis, medical providers, medicine, support for continuous care. So in real time, patients are able to share their diagnostic reports and data with their healthcare provider, who is then in turn able to triage them or provide the necessary care. We are revenue generating already and EBITDA positive since 2021. We have served over 308,000 patients. We've had over 310,000 consultations. We have screened over 150,000 people. And of those we have served, we have 64% plus are women. So that in turn informs why we're not only sort of focusing on NCDs, but also women's health conditions. We have a number of partnerships. Our revenues to date have been generated through clients, over 110 clients actually. Our model for business is B2B2C, and we generate revenues through commissions, through subscriptions, and the sales of our screening devices.
Unfortunately, time is up, so we will follow with our question.
Thank you for your pitch. Really important topic. Can you jump back for 2 slides? Because in the B2C model, you said there's written sales of devices. Which kind of devices are you selling?
Right. Our devices are able to screen for sugar in diabetes, hypertension, ECG, temperature, and oxygen saturation. So what we would call sort of vital signs, the basic checks that you will have done at a hospital or clinic. But you can do this remotely, by the way, using our system.
Okay. I'm by no means an expert in the African market, so I'm just curious, how do you reach people that are living in rural areas? Because I think, how do they get to know you?
Yes. Sub-Saharan Africa has a lot of peculiar challenges. So we put our devices in the hands of locally trained healthcare nurses or healthcare practitioners. So they are able to serve their local communities because our devices connect by Bluetooth, which the nurses have access to and can provide the service.
But as I said, I'm no expert in the African market, but isn't there a big problem in Africa that people have to commute long distances to the local nurses and doctors? Are you already...
It is. Africa has, in terms of ratio of medical doctors to patients, it's something like 1 to about 4,000 or 5,000. So the medical practitioners are really stretched. So having access to remote care is a massive need over there.
I think it's quite impressive what you have already built up. My question would be, how have you built up the network around doctors and hospitals in Africa, and then at the end built the connection between B2B and B2C?
Right, okay, we started our model, when we started some 5-6 years ago, it was B2C. So we had a collection of doctors we'd formed relationships with. But over the years, we've continued to grow partnerships, not just with doctors, but with nurses, pharmacists, the entire healthcare ecosystem, actually, including health insurance providers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next startup, petite, planete, an NGO that promotes a 3-week environmental team building. Welcome.
Sorry for that. Okay. Yes. Should we get started? Hi. So in 2019, we got very harshly hit by the heat wave in Paris. I guess it already happened in other countries, but this is when people started to realize climate change was really happening here, and we could not avoid talking about it. And among our friends and family, we were using very rational arguments to try to make them take action, but it wouldn't work. So we were thinking, how can we make people actually change their habits? And digging into this topic, we realized that 3 weeks is the time that you need to actually change your habits and take new action in your daily life. So we decided to create a 3-week challenge to address climate change and try to make as many people as possible to act for the planet. And so we try to make it a new experience. I'm talking about an experience because I am very convinced that raising awareness on climate change has to go together. At least it's much more powerful when it comes together with taking action. So for 3 weeks, people who participate to the challenge that we propose have to take as many challenges as possible. So for example, go to work by bike or try to do a fill the bottle challenge, and they get points for the team. And through this experience, we try also to fight what people feel towards ecology. I guess among all of you, some people feel anxious when we talk to them about ecology, some other are angry, some might feel bored, some other might feel guilty, and for us it's very important that we make it a positive and fun experience. So that's why we try to take all the gamification tools to make it more impactful, fun, and try to make people want to address these issues. So now we offer this challenge for companies who want to involve their employees in the ESG strategy, and not only to involve them, but also we are convinced that it's something you have to address now, that it should be part of the strategy. Because for very rational arguments, like employees want their company to get involved in these topics, and I think it's something you cannot avoid anymore. And I think also they can have very good ideas because they work in the field, they know how their business works, so they might also give you some very nice idea about how to make your company shift towards something more sustainable. So that's how we make this. I only have 20 seconds left, so we'll just show you quickly what we did so far. So we translated the app in English, German, Spanish, and so on, Italian as well, and we had more than 200 people participating. So if you want to participate to the next edition, feel free to contact me. It will start on September 25th, and we have a corner right there. Ew. Any question?
Thank you for your pitch. Maybe first question with regards to the employees. So what we have experienced in the past is that at the beginning everyone is excited and everyone is signing up and participating on the challenge, but then after a month it's getting less and less involvement on the app. So how do you make sure that this is also something that can be used long term, and have you already had some experiences with that challenges?
Yes, so that's why this challenge lasts for 3 weeks, because if it's only for a few days that you experience it, nothing really changed. So in 3 weeks, you have the time to think about it, to discuss it with your colleagues, and make it more like an experience rather than just a one-shot thing. And also the gamification, like for example, it will make you proud, it will make you feel some joy, and all these feelings make it more personal. And so that's how you can shift people's perception toward these things. And once you manage to make this switch, then it's difficult for one person to go backward and not to take these issues into consideration. And then we propose this challenge 3 times a year. And so you can, it's like an event, a big event. Actually, we want to make it like the ecological World Cup. And so you can participate on a like yearly basis to make people like as a reminder. And also, one other thing is that we are super convinced that we are not the only one solution to address this. So during the challenge, there is one challenge that you have to take is to participate to another event or to another, like the climate risk or this kind of thing. So you have to discover other actors who are doing the same thing as us, because we are convinced that our solution can make a difference for many people, but it's not the only one.
Can I? Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, a warm applause for ma petite planète. The next startup will be Score for More. They unleash transformational forces in companies and ecosystems by providing comprehensive industry-specific metrics, benchmarks, and actionable measures using software and AI. Welcome to the stage, Score for More.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Yeah. I just learned I have only 3 minutes, so I try to do it in 3 minutes. Before the slides come up front, Score for More is a cooperation with the German Sustainability Award, which is Europe's largest award on sustainability. So my name, Matthias Kannegis, I was co-founding the award from the early days. And this year we managed to bring 1,000 companies into the award as nominees, and we did it via our platform. So I will show you in a minute how we do that. And how we try to bring sustainability at scale in all industries. Hello, the slides, please. My fault. So our mission is to empower companies to champion sustainability as we partner with the award, so everybody should be a champion on sustainability. Why do we do that? So if you look at 2030, which is very soon, we have to bring 300 million companies on the planet towards sustainability, on climate, but also on the other topics. If you see at the problems companies right now have, problem is super complex. We have lack of data. There's no really good transformation data out there. Lack of collaboration, and specifically small and medium companies having the innovation are not covered. It's mostly a discussion on larger companies. So what we try to build is a platform that tries to solve these issues and combining best of breeds, which we see in other platforms, from Facebook, from Crunchbase, from LinkedIn, to bring in the best of breed platform for B2B sustainability data. This is how it looks like. That's our first beautiful platform design. So you have company profiles. The company profiles should summarize the highlight of sustainability of companies pretty fast. We have an own scoring system to score where a company is already. We have a passport certifying what the company is doing, and we benchmark the stuff across companies. There's more things on it, so you find all sustainable solutions which are available so that you can easily find what you can do next. You find the people who are driving it, and in the back there is AI powering the data. We have an industry model in the background. We have 100 industries in 20 sectors. So the thing is industry specific. The profiles you have highlights for each industry, and it's classified according to the new EU regulation, the ESRS. Our sustainability model in the background is covering all topics of sustainability along the ESRS, and we have developed an own pragmatic scoring system to score that. We use AI already, not talking about it, but we have it in. So we process sustainability reports, and AI helps us to extract data, to consolidate data, and to fill the platform. And these are our companies, which we have generated in 2 months. So we have 700 companies on the platform, which have a profile, which have an industry-specific profile, and it's currently the who is who in the German sustainability scene. And they're talking heavily about it, what we're doing. So we're very happy that they share their news, they share also their successes with the award. And yeah, with this user base, we try to bring the platform forward with additional features and try to support impact. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you for your pitch. First question would be about rating agency in the sustainability field versus ESG platform data. So from a corporate perspective, there's already a lot of efforts that need to be put into collecting the data, providing the right data to the right agencies, for example, putting them into your reports. How do you make sure that this is really a benefit and not something that is on top to something that corporates anyhow need to report, for example, to rating agencies?
Yeah, we think there's a lot on risk and compliance side for financial markets. We are on the other side. We are on the opportunity and transformation side. That's why the data we are looking at are really the innovation and transformation data, the solution, how we can transform. And this is what we score. So we go less into risk and nitty-gritty fighting where the bad details, but we go more where the good stuff, which we now need to leverage to become faster, to transform. And this is what we score.
So as a company, can I see the optimal score for my company that I would achieve if I did every measure you suppose?
Yeah, it's 5 stars. So we're at the 5-star rating, and the scoring should also trigger CEOs to say, I don't want to be a 2-star company in sustainability. I don't go to 2-star hotels. So we want to trigger them to go for a 5-star.
Is it the same across all sectors, or is it different if you're in a different sector, what 5-star means?
No, it's criteria specific. So we look at single criteria.
Yeah.
But 5 stars means in general that you're sustainable internally, but you have also high impact solutions to help others becoming sustainable. So you need to do more than just your own internal homework.
Okay, thank you very much. So a warm applause for Score for More. Thank you. So the next startup pitching on our stage will be Baumlink. They're a specialist ECG sustainability headhunter for the DACH region. They supply their clients with pre-qualified and motivated specialists across the world's spectrum of sustainability in the region. Welcome to the stage.
Hi everyone. I think we are all aware of how the situation about careers and in the sustainability sector has changed in the recent years. Everyone is talking about the missing workforce and the specialists missing in that field. Here are just a few headlines that are currently circulating in the media. So for example, the Financial Times is saying, a war for climate talent is hotting up. Researchers have shown that 3 out of LinkedIn's 10 fastest growing roles in 2018 were related to ESG and sustainability. We did a quick job search this morning on LinkedIn, and we could see that only in Germany there are over 14,000 open roles. So that's 700% more than actually 3 years ago. According to the World Economic Forum, there will be a 2% gap between demand and supply for talents in ESG and sustainability by 2026. Some of the challenges we are facing are, for example, unfilled roles, non-matching salary expectations, and increasing workload for the current team. So I think it's safe to say that the war will get even more heated in the coming years.
Fortunately, we at Baumlink are offering our clients to get rid of this hiring pain. So we are specialized recruiters focusing purely on ESG and sustainability for the past few years. We are present at many key sustainability events, such as the Impact Festival now. We focus on long-term relationships with our candidates and working a lot through recommendations and active sourcing. So through this, we have been able to build up a strong talent pool, which is very relevant. we believe for successful hire, it's key to really understand the motivation of the candidates and doing a proper qualification. So we are not only working very closely with our clients, but also with our candidates throughout the whole process. Our overall knowledge of the sustainability field and our deep understanding of the market is our USP. We focus on the whole spectrum of ESG and sustainability, as you can see. So our service is literally relevant to everyone in this room here. Maybe you are hiring and have struggles to fill a role, or you are looking for a new opportunity to grow your career. Then please do and connect with us online or come to our booth at N06 and have a conversation with us. We would very much like to meet you.
Thank you for your pitch. The first question that came to my mind was that it sounds pretty tough to scale your business because it seems like a lot of personal, you're much involved personally with the candidates. How do you plan to scale it easy in the future?
I couldn't understand.
How do you plan to scale the business in the future? Because as you pitched it, it sounded like you have a lot of involvement to get in touch with the candidates and to get them to the companies, which in my opinion makes it tough to scale the business without having more and more employees on your side. And yeah.
I think it's safe to say, as Sarah started, that with all the regulations that are coming up, CSRD or SRC or the LKSG since this year that companies are facing huge problems. And yeah, it's a market where it only grows, I guess. It's not going less.
Second question would be with regards to how do you find the talents? So as you presented it, it sounds like you're more or less like a headhunter for sustainability roles. Are you then at the end also using LinkedIn to find the talents, or do you have a secret here that any other headhunter doesn't have?
Yeah, obviously LinkedIn is a huge tool and huge platform, but yeah, as mentioned, we are also on all the key sustainability events in the DACH region, for example, such as the Impact Festival now. We're working a lot through recommendations. And this is kind of where we work a little bit different. It's not only LinkedIn, because especially the talents the companies want to hire sometimes are not on LinkedIn or not active looking. So apart from headhunting, it's very important to work through recommendations and being present at events such as this Impact Festival now.
And once you found the talents, are you then asking a lot of different questions than any other headhunter would ask, for example, in an application process? So from a percentage, like how many questions are really sustainability related and how many are about motivation and also, you know, figures that also at the end count whenever you're choosing a job, right?
So we are always having a qualification call or a qualification talk with our candidates, and then we really get to the bottom of their motivation, but then also obviously talk about the whole ESG and sustainability and also bring our knowledge so they can to understand their knowledge in this spectrum. So
thank you very much. A warm applause for Baumlink. So, Baumlink was the last pitch of our innovation area services, people and organization. You find all the startups in their booth over there in this hall. We will now continue with our next innovation area. The next innovation area is circular economy and resources. Are you interested in rethinking our approach to resource management? Discover the circular economy and its focus on waste management, recycling and regenerative economy. Learn about waste collection, digitalization of the construction industry and emerging innovations driving the shift towards a more sustainable and regenerative future. Also, for this innovation area, we will have a new Q&A leads. Welcome with us Valentin Schmidt from Better Ventures, Sarah Röhm from T Capital, and Maximilian Ege von Kapakura. A warm applause for our Q&A leads. So each of them will introduce himself with a short sentence. Oops.
Test. Yeah, great being here today. Looking forward to the pitches. I'm Sarah from T Capital. We are the strategic venture arm of Deutsche Telekom and invest between 1 and 5 million, typically 6 investments per year across the globe. And one of our key focus areas is also sustainability, circularity, and yeah, great being here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, also great being here. My name is Max. I work for Kapakura. I'm Startup Scout and Investment Analyst. We're an impact investor investing in companies, early stage companies from sustainability, health tech, and education. And yeah, looking forward to the pitches.
Hi, my name is Valentin from Better Ventures, pre-seed seed investor from Munich. And we're not a fund, but we're an angel club with 70 business angels investing in topics in impact in people and planet.
Thank you very much. Welcome to our innovation area. So, our first startup presenting in this area will be eeden. They develop an efficient chemical upcycling technology to reuse end-of-life textiles. They enable fashion companies to offer circular apparel with a as good as new quality. Welcome to the stage, eeden.
Yeah, hi everybody. It's great to be here with you today, and I would love to start by asking you a couple of questions. So, who of you likes the outfit that you are wearing today? Okay, interesting. Who of you has seen pictures of places like this? Oh, a lot. I'm surprised. Very good. So that's the Atacama Desert, where some of the outfits that we are wearing here today might be dumped in the future. But honestly, who would want their outfit to end up here? Exactly. Nobody wants this. But now, people, we have to face reality. An EU citizen on average, so all of us on average, throw away this 15-kilogram pile of textile waste every year. Less than 1% of that pile will be recycled back into clothing. Globally, most of it will either get dumped or burned after use, and that leads to a catastrophic impact and also to a material loss of over 80 billion euros every year. But the good thing is, there is a solution for this. A patented chemical upcycling technology for textiles. And with our technology, we can tackle up to 73% of EU textile waste. We can recover both dominant fiber types, so cotton and polyester, which is a huge competitive advantage. We can deliver a product as new, but with a better footprint, and that product serves as a drop-in solution for the existing textile value chain. Speaking of the value chain, the textile industry is confronted with regulations like extended producer responsibility, waste collection obligation, restriction of waste export, recycling quotas, just to name a few that are even accelerating the demand for recycled products in the industry. And McKinsey had calculated that and came up with a 60% supply gap by 2030, even if all competitive solutions are scaled as planned. By using a technology like ours, you can obviously pretend textile waste by using 100% waste as a feedstock. Compared to cotton, you can also save 99% of arable land and 90% of water. Compared to polyester, we can even save 60 to 70% of the CO2 emissions. So to prevent all of our outfits ending up here, to unleash our impact potential, to save the value within those materials, we at eeden, we are enabling circular textiles. We are currently in the engineering stage of a multi-thousand-ton pilot plant, therefore onboarding suppliers as well as R&D partners and major fashion players, and therefore also kicking off our Series A in a couple of months. So very happy to talk about that afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the pitch. Maybe the first question about unit economics compared from new to recycled. What's the price point?
Very interesting. Yeah, we see already in our data that the technology itself has the chance to be price competitive at scale. Obviously, in the earlier stages, you have a little bit of extra price that you need, but also we see there's huge demand, very few supply, so there's more FOMO of getting the material and willingness to pay more, especially in the first, let's say, decade or two. And that obviously is a huge chance for us to even scale faster because we can utilize our product better.
So it would need around more than 10 years to be price competitive, or?
No, but that's the range where I don't expect anybody pushing down our prices because demand is like this and supply is like that.
Very interesting pitch. I would be curious to hear more about your traction so far and also maybe some insights on the round you're now planning to raise.
Yeah, traction is suppliers ranging from the global leader in textile sorting and collection, especially in Germany. And in Europe we have an infrastructure, so there's players that are already collecting and sorting more than 500,000 tons of textiles every year. And then it goes down to smaller players, more B2B industrial partners when it comes to textile waste. So the range is quite diverse on the supply side. R&D partnerships are institutions and also big chemical companies that are very interested in the polyester, obviously. And talking lots to those who already work together on purification and stuff like that during the piloting stage. And then it's companies from the further processing in the downstream value chain up to fashion brands that want to secure their product. So fashion brands, again, from mid-sized companies, over 100 million revenue is usually the point where we start because they need to have a certain scale, otherwise we can't give them enough, or they don't take enough product, right? And the next round will be in between 10 to 15 million euros. We'll kick that off around January, I'm expecting. We get positive feedbacks from funding programs at the moment, so we can push it a little bit further.
Great, yeah, use the momentum.
Exactly.
And just to make sure I understood correctly, so at the moment you're mainly focused on the European market, or?
Supply-wise, yes, because there's an infrastructure existing already. In other parts of the world, it's not at all.
Sure.
Germany and Europe is very unique in that regard. But then when it comes to fashion brands and downstream value chain, it's international. We're talking to companies from Asia to US, everywhere.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please have a warm
Thank you very
applause for Eden. A very, very important topic. Okay. The next startup presenting will be Florel. Their planted flowers are transforming floristry, offering a sustainable alternative to CO2 heavy cut flowers. Welcome to the stage, Florel.
Hi, my name is Kata. I founded Florel, and we want to turn the flower industry upside down. So first, let me take you on a floral journey. You see, flowers are everywhere. They play a really big part in our lives. They stand as a symbol for love, compassion, and joy. When you buy your flowers, you are not thinking about where they come from before they end up on your table. Or are you? I think many of you are not. And actually, a lot of them come from Africa by plane. This can't be too good for the environment. I think you can see that. But actually, there's a twist. Because the flowers locally sourced, for example, from the Netherlands, could be even worse. What this means is, after this long journey, they also have a lot of waste. So the Netherlands flowers have a really bad carbon footprint. It is about 20 steaks, the carbon footprint of a bunch of roses. And after that is the next question: do you know the sad feeling of throwing your flowers away after only 3 days in your living room or 3 days at your event? Many of us know, because we have about 400,000 tons of waste each year in Germany. We at Florel looked at this and thought, we can do better. And this is where we start switching up the game. Our flowers are unique. They are not cut off from their roots, but instead they stay planted. This means after you're done admiring them at your living room, they return back to nature, because we think that every flower has a right to return back to nature. So they get replanted. But they not only get replanted, they also get donated. This means they get to kindergartens, schools, social organizations, so that our flowers are not only having an environmental impact, but a social impact as well. Our goal is to transform those 400,000 flowers of waste into 400,000 planted flowers each year. So Florel isn't just about flowers, it's about a revolution where flowers are not only a fleeting moment of beauty, but a lasting symbol for life and positive change. And with every flower you buy from Florel, you become part of this wonderful journey, and I would really love to welcome you there. Thank you very much.
All right, first question. How do you ensure that the flowers are not breaking, while transporting in between people and back, as you mentioned, for example, the kindergarten and the whole transport process?
Yes. Actually, we are doing a lot of B2B events and B2B subscriptions. So we have an online shop where we have those logistics. But if we're doing the B2B events, we have like a really big amount of flowers so that the logistic is not too much because we have just a lot of flowers. But actually, of course, it is there. We need to transport them, and it's always better to not consume. But if you want to, we try to have a good alternative.
And your customers are mainly B2B?
Excuse me?
Your customers are mainly B2B?
Yes. Yes.
Maybe just from my understanding, can you give me a quick overview? What's the whole offering? Like, do you sell them and then you replant them, or
Yes.
what's kind of the service? And how much is it more than just normal buying flowers?
Yes. If we do the B2B stuff, we get them back to us. So if we have events or subscription models, the flowers come back to us, and often this is just after 1 or 2 days. And then we get them back to those social organizations. So we transport them to there and they plant them.
And how much is the service in total?
Actually, the price of those growing bouquets is the same as cut flowers. They are not more expensive because actually they are less expensive, and we just include the price for those logistics. So at the end, the consumer doesn't pay more than for cut flowers.
So pretty competitive.
Yes.
To normal. Nice.
I think B2B, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, true. And you mentioned the subscription model, of course. So as a B2B customer, how often do I get or receive new flowers per month or per year, maybe?
Yes, right. Yes. They are coming per week, actually. So Birkenstock and Captain and Son are getting every week those growing bouquets, and we get them back. But often, and sometimes we don't get them back. We only get the pot back because the employees get them for their garden. Good
also
as well.
not bad. Great.
Great. Thank you very much. Big applause. Our next startup, Protegg, believes that circularity is the key to real bioeconomy. Welcome.
Hello everyone. My name is Markus Janing. I'm the co-founder and managing director of Protegg. We are a small biotech startup from Munich, and we're going to start our journey with 2 numbers today. On the one hand, we have 1.2 billion, and on the other hand, we have 12,000 tons. And these figures were the starting point for our journey at Protegg. Why? Every day on this planet, 3.8 billion eggs are produced, and 1.2 billion eggs are being processed industrially into convenience products, into products for huge bakeries, into products for huge kitchens you can imagine. And this accumulates a lot of residual waste. Exactly 12,000 tons per day. And in times where Earth overshoot day is in June, in times where we have resource scarcity, we're looking for new resources, the prices are rising, and in general everybody's pretty unhappy about the status quo, we have to find new ways. And that's what we're doing at Protegg now. And what are we doing? We developed a Protegg separation technology that can separate the eggshell membrane from the eggshell into a very basic and very energy efficient way, and can generate 2 new resources. On the one hand, eggshell powder, and on the other hand, eggshell membrane. Interesting so far, but what do we do with that? So the actual powder is a very basic product. It's eventually calcium carbonate, but our calcium carbonate doesn't have to be excavated from the earth. It has the same properties as the classical lime that you know of, and it's the same price. So eventually we can offer something that's the green alternative to all the lime that's being used all around the world. For building materials, as a filler, as a plasticizer, lime is everywhere, and we offer a green alternative. What about the Protegg ESM? The actual membrane can be used to produce a Protegg bioplastic. And apart from just being able to substitute classical plastics, we have a technical material here. We can introduce biomolecules, we can introduce all kinds of indicators, water-soluble, non-soluble, and we can create nice technical devices with that. For example, Protegg is the first company in the world that managed to functionally integrate DNA as a storage capacitor into a material. What do we use this for? Supply chain verification, brand protection, and other possibilities in the regard of verification of sensitive goods. What are we here for? We're looking for people who are interested in going on us with our journey, in pilot partnerships, pilot corporations, for the brand protection, for the lime, for everything that you're interested in. We have everything you need. It's a fully circular mission, and we want you to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for this great pitch. I would be interested to hear more about a specific use case. Maybe you can share one of your existing clients or pilots. That would be great.
Absolutely. So currently we're talking to industry leaders in the shoe and brand handbag field, let's put it like that. There's a lot of issues with counterfeits on this planet. If you want to buy a fake Rolex for 1,000 euro in China, a Swiss watchmaker won't be able to distinguish it from a real Rolex at this point. So the brand damage is immense. But also we have issues with people faking mats, faking seats, so basic things that people have to consume every day and that actually affect our health. So eventually we need new ways of 100% verification for goods, and sensitive goods especially, and that's what we want to provide.
I see.
How do you receive the residual waste, the eggshells?
We're working with partners from the industry. So as I said, 3.8 billion eggs a day, 1.2 are being processed directly. We have big corporations in Germany, in southern Germany especially, where we just put our pilot plant right at the production line. So it's in-house, and eventually we just get the powder, the lime powder and the ESM powder, which is being produced at the production rate. So we can just directly use it. Why is it interesting? Currently the industry has to pay between 30 and 80 euro per ton to hygienize their material because of salmonella. We're very kind people, so we take it for free and hygienize it ourselves and transform it into resources.
Maybe coming back to Sarah's question, if there are so many markets, what's the best go-to market for you at the moment?
So it's two markets eventually. I think we can create very interesting DNA seals for huge supply chains. Like, for example, we are currently talking to a customer who is transporting bananas and other fruits from Southern America to Germany. They're having issues with unwanted load on their goods particularly, and they need someone to be able to verify that their seals have not been broken. And since DNA is the only way of 100% verification right now, this is a very nice use case. On the other hand, we're talking to a very big shoe manufacturer who needs to make sure that their shoes are not being faked, and the RFID technology is not good enough these days because it's breaking under a lot of heat. We are very heat resilient, and we can offer a solution for verification of shoes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Big applause. Okay. Our next startup is Plastic Fischer. Plastic Fischer is the first company to stop ocean plastic already in rivers. Welcome.
Thank you. Good summarization. Are we already? Yeah. Okay. Hello, I'm Carsten, CEO and co-founder of Plastic Fischer. We stop plastic in rivers to prevent ocean plastic and protect biodiversity. 10 million tons of plastic enter the oceans every year, most of it coming from rivers. This is why I found with two friends the first company in the world to stop it right there with very simple and efficient technology. And with clean rivers, eventually achieve clean oceans. We follow a 3L philosophy. That means we operate locally, we create local jobs, we produce our technology locally, We use low tech, the opposite of high tech, so we keep it very simple, and this results eventually in low cost, which is the basis to scale these waste management operations in emerging markets. So we invented a very simple technology. It's a swimming barrier. It's a modular system that you can build anywhere in the world. We put together as many elements as we need to cover an entire river and put it across it. This is how it is working in one of the most polluted rivers in the world, the Citarum in Indonesia, where we invented the technology and are operating until today. But we not only do technology, we provide end-to-end waste management operations. So we make sure that the material that we collect is also not ending up in the environment again. And therefore we create local jobs. So we hire local project managers that create a local team, and these guys and women are solving the problem on the ground end to end. So we manufacture the technology, we empty it on a daily basis and collect it from the systems. We set up our own sorting facilities and manage the material ourselves. We segregate recyclable from non-recyclable material. Everything that can be recycled is locally sold to off-takers and reintroduced into the supply chain. The non-recyclable material, which is unfortunately the vast majority of the plastic, and also the reason why it ends up there, has to go to co-processing because it has no value, it cannot be recycled. So we use it as an energy source, which is the best alternative to landfilling or to the oceans, of course. Every step that we're doing is tracked and verified since April 2021, because we believe this transparency is key in the field of impact. We are operating mainly in India and Indonesia. We are a bootstrapped small startup which is growing, have a very high collection rate, and we focus on these countries that suffer from plastic pollution. So far, I mean, this is from August, so we're now at 38 rivers that we have tackled so far. We collected nearly 900 tons of plastic since we started tracking in April 2021. And we created 87 local full-time jobs for people that otherwise would not have a full-time job. We're funded by organizations that want to create real and verified impact, social and environmentally, and every euro finances the collection of 1 kilogram of plastic. But we need to scale it. Thank you very much. This is the Ganges.
Thank you, Carsten. Maybe according to the last slide, you can give us a quick insight about the business model. Who's paying? Who's the perfect customer for you?
Yeah, the market is not really clear, so it's a bit random who's financing us. We have the big plastic companies like Covestro and Ahdus that are financing us. They are also helping us on the ground to help us upcycle or find solutions to recycle material that we currently send to incineration. But we also have, for example, Allianz. We know them as an insurance company. They have, a lot of employees in India working in the IT sector. They do that more as part of their sustainability and goodwill strategy. So it's based on CSR or marketing funding, which is actually spent and invested more and more into credible impact. So these are the budgets that we're tackling, and have a small B2C revenue stream as well.
Yeah, the solution that you showed us, the nets, actually, where are you producing them and how do you get them where they are needed?
We produce them right in place of operation. That's the benefit of using these locally built and low-tech solutions. So everyone can build it, everyone can repair it, and you can find the ingredients that you need to build it anywhere in the world. So no import, no shipping. That saves time, money, and carbon. And you don't have to wait months to get some repair part from abroad.
Listening to your pitch, I was asking myself if you also plan to link this to carbon credits or to the VCM in some point in time, or do you decide to disregard this at this point and really focus on your core product?
We are working with one of the leading companies on exactly figuring out how we can generate carbon credits as a side benefit for supporting, for financing the plastic collection, job creation, but also influencing, I'm done, the ESG topics, EU taxonomy, sustainability ratings, and their carbon credits will also play a role.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much to Plastic Fischer. You can give me the microphone. Thank you. Okay, our next startup will be Circable. They have a digital platform that makes sustainable IT disposal and reuse easily accessible and attractive to SMEs. Welcome to the stage, Circable. Is this the right one?
It's not our presentation. Hi, my name is Fabian. I'm the co-founder of Circable, and what we want to do is to make the circular economy for IT devices accessible for every company out there. The question is why? The reason for that is that every year over 50 million tons of e-waste is produced globally, and the global amount produced is responsible for over 600 million tons of CO2 emissions. The next aspect of the problem is that as of right now, only 17% of it can be recycled properly. So we have a huge problem, we need a solution, and the thing is, we already have the solution at hand. We know that we need to make the transition to a circular economy work, and for IT hardware space, we already have the technological competence to do so. So the question remains, what do we do? The thing is, most of the companies still don't use circular solutions because everything around an IT device, as of right now, can be done online. You can buy it, you can use it, you can manage it, but as soon as you come to disposing hardware, it gets back to the analog way and to a very time-consuming process within the companies. So that's where we come, and we want to change something. We built a digital platform that is seamlessly integrated into the most known asset management systems, and lets the company do what they do best, do their business, and we take care of the rest. So we have a simple order process that is fully digital. We take care of the logistical handling. We provide them with a certified data erasure process and the professional refurbishment and or recycling together with our partners. In the end, we do the whole documentation and payout for the remaining value of the devices over our platform. So the company, basically, they don't have any arguments left against the circular way. And we create a real-world impact by refurbishing the devices. As you can see, the average resource savings for a notebook, they are enormous. And in the end, we are here for one reason, to create impact, and we can create it now and not in 10 or 20 years. Thank you.
On which markets are you currently focusing?
Sorry again?
The markets that you're focusing on right now. Can you tell me a little bit about which markets are you starting in and where you're developing towards?
Yeah, we started around 6 months ago, and right now we're only active in the German market, but for the next few years we want to expand to the whole European market, basically.
I think last year on the same stage there was a pretty similar idea. So the question would be, what is your USP? Why should I use you instead of any competitor?
The thing is, the companies already existing, they provide you with the refurbishing or recycling service itself. We do something different because we are like the digital thing in between, and the companies already existing use our software to get a better overview of the devices incoming. So we're not exactly a competition, but more of an addition to existing solutions.
So you're managing all the electrical inventory going out and in?
Basically.
And what is kind of the next step? Is it, for example, if you're managing the inventory going in and out, could you just manage the inventory staying in the company as well, to give them an overview?
Basically we could, and the thing what we're also trying to do is to give them an overview of the best point in time to put the devices back into the market. So also from an ecological, but also from an economic standpoint, when it's the best time to give the device a second life stage.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a bit more about your team?
Yeah, as of right now, we're 3 founding members, and yeah, I do most of the marketing sales stuff. Dave is doing all of the operations, and the third member of our team is focused on the software development.
Maybe one last one. So I understood right now it's solely B2B, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, it's. Do you plan a B2B2C approach or indirect sales, some kind of white label, or?
Not for now, because the process we designed is yeah, specifically designed for B2B, because for a private customer you don't need to do all the effort with data erasure and stuff, because it's just not necessary, and there are already existing platforms for B2C solutions.
And it's like electronic agnostic. It's not just specific laptops or, I don't know, mobile phones. You really do like
it's every hardware category that is used within companies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Good. Thank you very much. Have a warm applause for circable. Next up will be Ravioli. They fight 847 kilotons of cardboard waste by offering premium, more sustainable packaging solutions for e-commerce merchants, as convenient and affordable as single-use cardboard packaging. Welcome to the stage.
Thanks very much for these precise numbers as well. I'm Fabian, one of the co-founders of Ravioli, and I give you a brief insight on our journey to replace single-use cardboard packages in e-commerce. This is a familiar picture to most of you, I guess. 99% of our shipments end exactly here. They are single-used. You open the boxes once and you put them into trash or recycling, which after all is a very resource-intensive process. So that's where Ravioli comes into place, and we break a linear logic with our circular solution. So instead of recycling, we are reusing packaging after all. As you can imagine, every shipment starts with an order, so that's where we start our circle here. We traditionally integrate with web shops during their checkout processes, so they can add an easy option for their customers to pick a reusable packaging instead of a single-use cardboard box for their order. In the next step, it's pretty similar to today. They ship with existing providers and supply chains, and where it gets more interesting again is obviously in the return side of our business model. So when you receive a Ravioli box, as you see one here, you scan the QR code. We're not only able to display the closest drop-off points, but we can also show environmental impact data related to the packaging, as we are working with unique identifiers on all our packaging. So you can see CO2 emissions saved, amount of cycles already performed, and so on. Then you easily walk to the next drop-off point, take your folded ravioli and just drop it off without any hassle. No need to print anything. You can go to any DHL location in Germany to simply drop it. After that drop-off collection, all ravioli packagings are centrally refurbished in our facilities in Hamburg before they are redistributed to our merchants across the nation. We're today partnering with a handful or a couple of brands already. Some of them you might know, Armed Angels, Lemonade, and so on. And we see a strong customer demand for our service, with up to 30% of clients actually actively choosing reusable packaging instead of cardboard packaging, even by ask to offer to pay a little extra for the service itself. After that, during the lifetime of a ravioli package, we can save up to 90% of packaging waste, up to 60 to 80% CO2 emissions, depending on the substitute we replace. And we obviously create many more happier and loyal customers, and make it very, very easy for shops to use our service. They simply have to integrate the plug-and-play solution there. Last but not least, 3 key facts about us. 3 co-founders on the picture. You find Dorena and myself at our stand in the innovation space. John is not here, but he's the tech guru behind all this. So happy to talk to you guys, and thanks very much for your attention.
Thanks for the pitch, Fabian. One question, I mean, there's high demand on the market for such new innovative solutions, right? At the same time, we see a lot of players arising that come up with new packaging. So how would you describe your differentiating factor, your USP? Why do I choose as a company to work with you and not with another provider?
Well, first of all, I would say we are ahead of the curve when it comes to technology. So our web shop integrations make it very easy. We offer it for well, almost every shop system you have available. Secondly, we don't rely on the mailbox as a return channel or drop-off point, which has some positive benefits in terms of formats. So we are able to offer all sizes you may wish. And as last but not least, we are the first player to actually build this return infrastructure beyond DHL or mailboxes by working with traditional retail stores as drop-up locations where the scanning takes place at POS, where collection is taking place there, and we simply collect it with emission-free or low on emission transportation mode like bike couriers and so on.
How do you make sure that people are returning the boxes after they receive their order?
Very good question. That's the critical one to our business case, obviously, because reusable packaging only makes sense when it's actually returned. So we have two measures there. First of all, we buy on purpose chose a very light mode of packaging, so we want to be as light as possible in order to reach ecological break-even as soon as possible when comparing with single-use packaging. And then secondly, now I forgot the question, sorry. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
To bring back the boxes, how do you ensure it?
Sorry. So there are different incentives. We work with a couponing system, for instance, so that customers get a cashback or a coupon on their next order, or with classic or traditional deposit schemes. We're still figuring out what the best option actually is and how it's designed right.
Great. Thank you very much. Big applause, guys. Thank you. Thank you. As our next startup, we have Bintel. Bintel delivers a full vertical waste management solution, providing its customers with actionable data. Welcome and applause again. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael. I'm the chairman of Bintel. Bintel is a Swedish green tech company. We're active where smart data, IoT meets waste management industry. And our solution makes this industry much more sustainable, much more circular. Our solution is an open, scalable platform. We have our sensors in the bottom producing data. We combine that with data from third-party platforms, push that into our Bintel brain, and this is where the magic happens. We structure the data, we make it smart, and we produce actionable insights. We can address any kind of waste installation, from the smallest bin in the toilet to the largest industrial installations. Typically, we find our customers within recycling, of course, but also municipal administrations, Protegg, property owners, real estate owners. What we do is that we work with database insights. We start by measuring. We get a view of the current situation, we get a baseline. We push the data into our system and we identify gaps. Gaps between how this waste installation works and how it should work. Our system then makes recommendations on actions, on changes. We perform those and we follow up by continuous measuring. And what we end up is a true customer value. And we like to address three main areas at a waste installation. We look at the capacity. Does the capacity of the waste installation match the demand of the people using it? We look at the sorting rate. How good are the people using the waste installation at sorting, and how can we increase it? And of course, we look at the total amount of waste and ways to decrease that. Our customer experience a high impact on several KPIs, 50% increase in recycling, 40% reduction cost, that's bottom line, and that big impact on CO2 reduction. And we are growing very rapidly due to, we're growing very rapidly due to our value proposition, we are business as a subscription. Our customer pays us a yearly fee up front. We deliver the whole package, hardware, software, data, insights, you name it. And we're growing very strong. We have a very strong value proposition. Our customers is focusing on decreasing their operating costs due to the current economy. The price of emission rights are pushing the cost of incinerating residual waste crazy. We have a new legislation in EU that is actually turning this industry upside down, and the need for quality data is enormous. As I said, we're growing. We're in 5 countries now, and we want to continue to grow, and we actually have a capital round active right now. Thanks for having me. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much for the pitch. Maybe I did not get it right, but what kind of data do you collect, and how do you use the data? And how do you generate the data?
Yeah, we collect 3 types of data, really. We measure the level of waste within the bin. So we see the fill level in real time. We see how fast it fills, and also we track and see when it's emptied. So that's the data we produce. And then we combine that with data. That could be weather data, with social economic data. We collect from several external third-party platforms. And we use all that data to time it so that when you are at a waste installation, you can always sort right. They're never overfull. There's never any littering. So we optimize it so that we collect and recycle all the packaging that could be recycled.
One question on a potential interface you might have between your platform and not only your clients, but also on recycling partners. So do you also offer the option for your clients to directly match their waste with their recycling partners?
Yeah, so our customers, either they work in our platform or we push the data into their platforms and into their systems. So I mean, it's always at least 3 parties in like a setup, in a waste installation setup. If that answered your question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You mentioned several times that you're trying to grow. Where to? What are the next steps?
We're not trying to. We are growing 400% order intake up since last year, mainly in the Nordics. We have active installations in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Germany, and Belgium. And we plan to grow in the Nordics the coming 12-18 months. And then, yeah, we're here for a reason. We want to grow into Germany, continue down Austria, Switzerland.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. So our next startup is ecoLocked. ecoLocked is developing a climate-friendly concrete by integrating biocarbon. Applause, guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to tell you how we turn buildings into carbon sinks today. There you go. All right. So today we face 2 key problems. First, it's absolutely important to remove carbon from atmosphere in order to reach our net zero goals. Second, we have a lot of industries that are struggling to decarbonize successfully. And a prime example is cement and concrete industry. The built environment contributed to about 40% of annual global emissions, and cement and concrete was 8%. Let's take a look at the other side of the spectrum. We have an interesting technology like biochar, which has potential to scale up quickly, but lacks the scalable and solution that can be paid by the customers. And that is exactly where ecoLocked comes in. We take biochar and we convert that biochar into concrete admixes so that it can be added into concrete and made carbon neutral. A meter cube of concrete using ecoLocked materials can store up to 300 kilograms of CO2. And on top of it, it reduces the need of cement by up to 20%, which is a key ingredient in emissions. Lastly, our concrete gives enormous functional benefits, such as better insulation, lighter weight, and higher durability. In a nutshell, what we are doing is we are creating a new value chain where we understand concrete customers' needs, take those needs to create tailor-made solutions for them, and in doing so, we ensure that every player in the value chain benefits. So the biochar producers will be able to monetize their solution, concrete industry will be able to decarbonize, and ecoLocked will be able to create this hyper-local system through which we make the world more sustainable. Over the last 2 years, we have grown rapidly. And we have now 15 full-time employees with a functioning lab and about to develop our own plant. And of course, to sustain that, we need funding. So we are about to kick off our next funding round. So I'll be happy to talk about that later on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe a question onto this slide here. When will be the product in the market? When do we have this benefit?
That's a great question. So concrete is typically divided in precast and ready-mix concrete. Precast applications typically don't need certifications, which means our product is ready to be launched right now for precast applications. Of course, it requires a tailoring, which means we need partners and have to be trusting on us. And the great news is we already have secured customers who have given us the offtake agreements to do so. So, yeah.
And maybe a follow-on question, what's the price point compared to normal cement or concrete?
Yeah, that's always the key question, right? So typically, it's the green premium, so to speak, is 5 to 25%. But there are 3 factors to be considered. So first, our functional benefit more than compensate for that green premium. The second is that there are new systems like ETS and regulations that will force concrete to be more sustainable whether they want it or not. And lastly, the price of concrete itself is going up, whether it's sustainable or not, right? So the premium is not as severe as one might think.
Do you have any strategic corporations or partnerships, companies that are helping you along your journey? Because I guess it's quite a complex scenario.
It is, and I'm actually very happy to say that one of our investors is a concrete manufacturer, so we get a lot of technical support from them. We are also talking to associations like GCCA, for example, which is Global Consortium of Cement and Concrete Manufacturers, and we are in later stages of forming a consortium with multiple players there. So we'll get a lot of technical support through that. And the third thing is that because our end product is concrete, not cement, inherently it's a desegregated market. So it's a segregated market. So basically you have a lot of small players to actually work with and try. So we can almost learning by doing in this industry.
Maybe one last question on the use of funds. You just mentioned you're now raising a new round to tackle your next milestone. So what do you plan with doing?
So yeah, we have a fairly ambitious plan. We intend to be scale-up ready by end of the funding round. So we'll use funding rounds for essentially 3 key things. So first, we'll set up a demo plant, so a bigger pilot plant essentially to really perfect our processing needs. We'll scale up to about $1 million in revenue. And lastly, we'll finish the certification process, which is not as funds driven, but it's just time consuming, and just getting that support is super helpful usually.
Okay, thank you very much to ecoLocked. Have a warm applause. Thank you. So next up will be Lam'on. They are a startup company that disrupts the printing and packaging markets by offering bio-based and biodegradable paper laminating films and clear packaging foils. Welcome on stage, Lam'on. I just click through.
And I have the clicker. Okay, I think this is the wrong presentation, but however, laminating film is the thin layer of see-through plastic that's used to seal and preserve paper and cardboard packaging. Unfortunately, once applied on paper, it makes the whole product impossible to recycle. Not only that we are losing paper as a material, but we're generating more and more plastic pollution. Slowly but surely, this is why we came up with the idea to make a sustainable laminating film with the same features as the current solutions, but very, well, innovative, of course. What makes it stand out is in the innovation lays in the production method. Instead of applying the glue layer after the foil is being produced, we developed a way to extrude the adhesive layer in the foil in one step, which is saving us, well, time and money. At the end of the day, we want this product not to be some boutique line, but something for mass use. Slowly, we figured out that the same goes for the packaging foil. It rarely gets recycled because the packaging is usually very thin, so it's not made for the recycling machines. This is how Pecon came to be. Mimicking the recipe of Lam'on, we decided to develop a packaging foil with strong barrier properties, and because there are already quite a lot of actually competitors on the market for the packaging especially, we wanted to make it stand out. This is why we are aiming to make it not only biodegradable, compostable, but antibacterial as well. And we are already testing how it actually prolongs the freshness of the fresh produce that has been packaged with our product. We are developing Pecon Ocean, which will completely biodegrade in cold salt water because we want to tackle this, well, issue that is our ocean pollution with plastic. Gladly, with the help of EIC grant, we are currently setting up our factory in Sofia, Bulgaria, and we will start launching our first products in a couple of months. We are benefiting a lot from our angel investors and, of course, from our advisory board that pushed us to dream even bigger and actually starting this journey for the past 3 years. We are people of expertise. I've been going through the printing and packaging sector from quite a while, and our other co-founders are experts in biopolymers and polymer extrusion. We are aiming to make this a sustainable business, but most of everything, we are impact-driven. And this is why we will certify not only our production, but not only our products, but our production offering healthy work environment for everybody that joins our cause. And I'm really thankful to be here. Let's make an impact together. Thank you. Sorry.
You said that your solution is biodegradable. What exactly does that mean? How long does it take to decompose?
Yes, well, there goes this different, not so right actually, knowledge about polylactic acid that it is not compostable and biodegradable. We have a recipe with different additives. It actually decomposes from up to 4 months, tops 6 months, depending, of course, on the soil. Depends either it has microorganisms, worms, or etc. Of course, if it goes blown by the wind throughout the streets, it will take longer. But at the end of the day, up until 5 years, it will disappear completely. Not to mention that if it goes into incinerators, it doesn't emit any volatile organic compounds.
And that goes for soil as well as water?
In water, it will be about 2 to 3 years. This is why we are developing our ocean innovation, but it is currently in about TRL 4, so it will take a little more time.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe you could give us a quick overview about the use cases you will start on, because I think we saw a lot of food.
Yes. You can either use it for packaging food, cosmetics, or other goods, whatever you feel like. The lamination goes for packaging paper or cardboard. So we do have already pilot customers that are laminating their cardboard for packaging food. So it overlaps, actually. All of the industries, and our 2 and upcoming 3rd product overlaps in different industries, in the packaging or in the printing.
And maybe a follow-on question, what is the material made out of?
It's based on polylactic acid.
Okay.
But not only. We have a lot of other additives, and not to mention that we're currently certified with industrial and home compost from the TÜV Institute, because people like to see notable marks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lam'on. Warm applause. Next up will be IS, Autonome Energiesysteme. From waste to oil, they promise. They transform mixed plastic oil to available oil that can be sold to refineries. So, welcome to stage.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming. So, my name is Jonas Dicke. I'm standing in for my colleague Marco Kaba, and I will present IS, Autonome Energiesysteme. So, you already seen our motto. We are taking industrial plastic waste and transforming them into a valuable oil. And this is a resource everyone knows, everyone needs. So, let me take you through the process. So, this is the question that actually drives us. What if we could recycle all plastics? What if we could use this valuable resource and instead of burning it, like a lot of plastic waste is unfortunately, what if we could use it again? Because as you know, most plastics, they are made from oil, and we can actually bring them back to their original state. And this will give us the opportunity to, instead of downcycling, instead of burning, instead of just wasting this material, have a valuable resource. So what are we doing? We have a platform that can be right next to our industrial plant, to the industrial plant of a customer. And this will reduce all the logistics. This will reduce the costs on their side. And instead, they will gain money from the oil we sell to a refinery for them. The whole plant is very small, so it will fit into a 20 to 40 foot container, and therefore there's plenty of space in a typical industrial application. So here's a small sample of how it works. We take one waste, for example, a shredded adhesive foil, where we can do nothing but burn them, and then we'll turn them into an oil. We have a conversion rate of about 80%, so it's a process with a very high yield, and we also have some additional products that can be used for other use cases. And this, for example, is our last plant. We have a newly developed plant that built upon this prototype. So here are some numbers for you of how much we can actually reduce and how much we can save. We will save a lot of CO2 because it will be reused. We will save money for the company, and therefore it's both economically viable and also a green technology. So this is our small team. We currently are a growing company. We started with basically 5 engineers, and we are now expanding in the chemical field. So this small team, we have built the plant for the last 2 years or so, and we are continuing to sell this plant to industrial customers beginning next year. Our testing plant is at our facility near Aachen, and it's open to visit. So if you're interested to see this technology hands-on, you're very welcome. Thank you for your interest. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Can you give us some insights about the business case? Do you sell the container, or do you license the container, or how do you earn money?
So our business case for starting right now is selling the container to the customer. So he has it on site, but we will provide all necessary services, for example, maintenance, and we'll also remotely track everything the plant does. So for the customer, it's more or less a black box. He throws his material in, oil comes out, and we do everything around the plant. But he is the owner of the plant itself. Long term, we are thinking about renting the plant or even having plants on site so we can process customer materials. But for now, it's all about getting the plant as near as possible to the customer.
And what are the unique economics of the container and of the oil?
Sorry?
What are the unit economics of the container on the one hand and the oil on the other hand?
So the question is regarding economic viability.
How much does the container cost right now, and how much will it be in 5 years? And how much is the oil compared to normal oil?
Okay, yes, so the oil price is very depending on the oil quality, so very technical questions, but the simple answer is baseline is crude oil price, so that's the lowest price we'll get from a refinery, and it only goes up from there, depending on input materials, setup of the plant, and so on. So it can be very valuable. We can get up to double the price of crude oil if the oil quality is very good. The price of the container, so this is also very dependent on the use case. We are an engineering company focusing on getting specific use cases for our customers. So we look at all possible factors and then optimize the plant. I would say amortization rate is somewhere around 2 to 4 years, depending on materials and external factors. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Warm applause. So, our last startup today from this innovation area will be GreenLoop. They bring PET plastic to circularity by collecting it and turning it into high-quality raw material. Welcome to the stage, GreenLoop.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And when you are visiting Thailand's rivers or coastlines, you immediately identify that there is a need for waste management in Thailand. And we are asking ourselves, how can we handle that? Because 2/3 of the waste in Thailand is going to landfill or even to the environment. And in the end, this is the question how to motivate collectors, how to motivate people, and this is possible by bringing value to the waste. And for that, we are transforming supply chains to supply or value circles. And doing so, we are now keen to close the gap between the end of life and the production. So to have a complete circle, we have to close the value from collection to recycling. And so the joint venture of collection and recycling is crucial to reach that goal. And by motivating collectors, we add additional income to them, and recycling of plastic waste to virgin-like raw material gives local producers the ability to produce new virgin-like PET for food-safe quality or food-safe packaging. In Thailand, almost 28 million tons of waste are generated each year. Of that, 550 kilotons are PET waste, packaging waste, which is a value of almost $80 million per year, which is lost. We are targeting about 1/4 of it, so 125 kilotons in 4 provinces, which have a total potential value of almost $18 million, which can be raised. The business model we are creating is an integrated model, so to bring collection and recycling together. GreenLoop is a joint venture of the Thai company Go Greens, who is responsible for the collection, and the German company Protegg, which brings in the recycling technology. We will award collectors for the collection of the waste, and brands will license GreenLoop's EPR and EPR solution and certified circularity branding. And the recyclers, the PET producers themselves, will buy the high-value recycled raw material to produce virgin PET again. We have established a collection system in Thailand by Go Greens, so we have first customers, more than 2,000 subscribers and 4 brand partners. And Protegg brings in the Revival PET recycling technology, which will start with an industrial size by Q1 in 2025. We are looking for an investment of $15 million, which will go into mostly technology for the collection and for the recycling, but we also will invest into marketing and partnership growth and have to cover the operations for the first 24 months to become profitable. You can meet our team at the booth of GIZ and the Lab of Tomorrow in N24, and we are open and welcome to any questions, and looking for support for this great project. Thank you very much.
Can you give me some insights on the scalability of this project?
Sure, I will. As it is a continuous project, a continuous recycling technology, we are producing the constituent basic chemicals for the new PET production with a 50% less carbon footprint than from virgin production of the fossil route. And for the economics, this is also part of the sustainability. We are comparing prices with virgin material.
One follow-up question to your traction. You talked about your brand partners. Maybe you can share some more insights about this. So since when are you on the market, and what do you define as a brand partner? And that would be great.
The brand partners are in two areas. One is in the collection. So these are brands in Thailand, big companies, which are subscribing with Go Green's take-back and collection system, and they motivate their employees to separate collection for the waste. And the second part of brand partners are those who are cooperating with Treeo for the recyclability of their products. For example, textiles or even packaging or food partners, large OEMs.
Okay. Thanks. I think we're out of time, right?
Unfortunately, we are.
Okay.
But thank you so much.
We are not running away, so we have 1.5 days to meet us.
Definitely.
But we will find GreenLoop in hall number 1, right? And this hall. This hall.
T4, which is just opposite in the other corner.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have a warm applause. Okay. So our second innovation area is done, and we'll come to our well-earned lunch break. Thank you so much for staying here, and have a good lunch.
Hello, hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the innovation stage. I'm happy to see you here, and I'm happy to see the judges here as well. Well, now we start with the topic agriculture, biodiversity, and food. Are you curious about the role of agriculture in ensuring food security and biodiversity preservation on our planet? Explore the sustainable methods of regenerative agriculture and tree plantation, offering solutions to the challenges of conventional agriculture and promoting a more sustainable future. First of all, before starting, I want to give a round of applause to our jury. Today with us, we have Sarah Böcking, VC investor in food tech industry at Centinus. Please give a round of applause to Sarah. Thank you. Then we have Christian Frerichs, Senior Manager Sustainability at Saxovent. And Benjamin Wochner, Senior Investment Manager at Copa Ventures. For those of you who doesn't know Copa Venture, it was We Ventures till last week, you said. They had a rebranding, therefore now Copa Venture. Welcome. So, and that's I want to avoid it. Then they tell me, you're Italian, you always waste time, you're not on time. Then let's start directly with the first startup. I'm happy to have here on stage Carbonsate. Carbonsate stores biomass to sequester the terrain contain carbon permanently, offering high-quality carbon dioxide removal credits, which guarantee the permanent removal of 1 ton of CO2. Please enjoy.
$10 billion tons of carbon dioxide removal. That is what's needed every year by 2050, according to IPCC, to avoid a catastrophic climate emergency. And we are Carbonsate. We deliver carbon dioxide removal.
During our years of research, we noticed two distinct sets of problems. Companies want to offset their emissions, but current offers are of low impact, impose the risk of greenwashing, or are delivered late. On the other hand, 30% of all harvested wood in Germany is currently burned, emitting over 20 million tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every single year. This is a problem, and it's also a huge missed opportunity, because the CO2 is already captured by our forests. We just need to make sure it stays that way. So here is the solution we came up with. We take this wood, work our magic, and turn it into a high-value carbon credit. This is called woody biomass storage. How does it work? Well, we dig a huge hole, put the woody biomass in, install our sensors, and seed it with our unique seeding technology. That way, the carbon contained in the wood is stored away for centuries. We are currently applying for a patent for our sensor system, for our storage design, and a patent for our sensor system will follow. On top of our sites, we install solar panels and plant a flower meadow. Puro.earth, the leading carbon dioxide removal crediting platform, is certifying this exact method of carbon storage already, enabling us to sell our customers. So we are, of course, like all CDR credits, permanent, measurable, additional, and we are certified by Puro. But our process is over 20 times more efficient, more energy efficient than direct air capture.
There is no doubt among experts, the carbon dioxide removal market is the trillion-dollar market of the future. There will be massive market growth within the next years, providing our venture with an unprecedented opportunity for business. Our beachhead customers will be large corporations with low emissions but ambitious science-based targets. We have 3 types of customers. First, we have direct customers. Second, large buyers clubs such as Frontier, who recently purchased credits from our direct competitor in the US. And third, CDR brokers. We are in the process of getting listed with the 3 leading ones.
As a team, we have a diverse skill set to make this ambitious goal a reality. We are here to get our hands dirty because someone needs to get that carbon back underground. We strive to become the Climeworks of woody biomass storage, becoming the technology leaders of this innovative new CDR method. If you want to find out more, come to A19.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the pitch. Super, super interesting. My first question was, of course, when I hear biomass, I think biochar. How is this different, and how is it more efficient, more cost-efficient energy, or whatever?
It's much simpler than biochar because we are not charring this biomass. We're doing it just the way nature has designed it. So you have to imagine originally coal was created in exactly the same way. We're just recreating this process. So we don't have this charring process in between, which makes us, of course, more energy efficient, and we can capture more carbon with the same biomass.
Maybe also related to that question, the biochar, I mean, has also a function as fertilizer. Well, as I understood it, you basically just put the carbon away in the ground, and then it doesn't have any additional function. So how is this solution more beneficial also to the environment than using biochar, for example, or also maybe using the wood as construction material?
So they're all different kinds of biomass. Biochar will use biomass that will decompose very quickly. That's why they're charring it, so it doesn't decompose, and it has all the nutrients still inside to give them back to the fields. But we use woody biomass, which doesn't have a lot of nutrients, and stores the carbon already very efficiently and doesn't decompose quickly. And we're only using the woody biomass that can't be used for buildings, so either waste wood that was in buildings or furniture once, or woody biomass that can't be used at all for any kind of building, is currently just burned. So this is,
Yeah, thanks so much from my side too. And thanks for going more into the details on the timber construction side. My question is, what would the biomass been used for if you wouldn't dig it into the hole and put it into the ground?
For burning. This is 30% of all wood is currently burned.
This is what you use then?
Yes.
Okay.
And hopefully this burning will stop soon and be replaced by heat pumps. So there will be a lot of wood available, and we can give forest owners a financial incentive to continue manage the forest in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we continue with Green Account. They offer investments in local, transparent, and high-quality nature projects. The stage is yours. Here we go.
Hi. Can I start? Okay, please don't get confused. I won't stick to my slides, so I just keep at this slide. In Germany, we got a law that says that you have to compensate for the nature you destroy within construction projects. This is a law that is in power since over 30 years, and this law brings along a currency and a system to value biodiversity and nature in total. Because if you have a construction project, you destroy nature in a system that says every biotope has a certain value. Totally sealed land is 0 points. And the highest score are very biodiverse wetlands, for example, with 24 points. So it's quite easy to calculate the destruction of your construction project, because you can simply count the eco points, we call them, per square meter, and then you have a calculation how many eco points you destroy and how many eco points you can compensate by, for example, turning farmland with 4 points to a woodland with 10 points, and you gain 6 eco dots. And this system is the only running system that we know in, worldwide for or to value biodiversity and to trade biodiversity already. Everybody is talking about biodiversity as the next big thing. What kind of currency is going to shape the market? And what we say is that in Germany we have a running system. We have, for example, Deutsche Bahn investing over 100 million euros every year into those compensation projects. So we have a running market for biodiversity with the running currency that we simply provide a platform for landowners on the one hand and the big construction companies on the other hand, and charge a commission. So now we try to bring this system and this currency with this existing market into the upcoming voluntary market. We have so many topics and so many regulations coming into power over the next years, and everybody is looking how biodiversity and natural capital is going to be traded. And we say we have a running system, we have the projects, we have the supply, so we want to carry our supply and bring our system into the market for the upcoming voluntary market as well. So backbone of our business is what we call the mandatory market, and now we're facing the voluntary market. This comes along in the next few years and it's getting shaped more and more. And that pretty much is it. Thanks a lot.
In Germany, I think the regulation is even on a state level, and when you construct something, also the compensation measure has to be more or less locally. How do you ensure that you have this regional match of construction and compensation?
Yeah, this is exactly what our platform is for. So we have landowners all over Germany, and we have landowners in every, we call it in Germany, compensation area, so that we can easily match every construction program, no matter where it's located in Germany. And this is a very big improvement for the construction company, because before they had to find an agency or a company or a farmer in every compensation area and have to do bilateral business, and now they have one place and one marketplace where they can go and find compensation projects all over Germany in one place. Yes.
So do you have an estimation on the market size in monetary terms? So what's in there?
Yeah, actually it's a very fragmented market, so it's really hard to get precise numbers, but we know that in Germany 50 or 20,000 hectares per year get sealed or used for construction projects, and you can estimate that per hectare you have at least 20,000 euros up to 50, sometimes 100,000 euros of investment for compensation projects. So then you can easily calculate the market size around $1 billion euros.
And you said before there was only bilateral development. What gave you an advantage in the market? So, and with the marketplace, my question is always, how can you defend it?
We managed to get a very huge amount of supply in a very short time, because we had a very good network in farmers, in the farm business and in the forest business. And actually we were quite surprised that nobody before tried to tackle this market with sort of a transparency and marketplace concept. Yeah, so that's basically it.
And what kind of volume revenue is already going through the platform now, since you managed to get supplies this fast?
Yeah, the downside of this market is that we have very long sales cycles, because the construction projects have very long planning periods. We are in the market for 9 months now, and we made revenue around 50,000 euros, so we are quite happy with that. But we have over 160 million investment volume worth under management at the moment in construction projects that hopefully turn into revenue on our side within the next 12 months.
Maybe one more question. The compensation usually is not a huge transaction, because buying farmland as a compensation is quite cheap. So how big is your average transaction for compensation? How do your unit economics look like?
Actually, it's not that easy to buy farmland because the farmland and the land market itself is one of the most regulated markets in Germany. And what we experience that farmers do not want to sell their land. So in our concept, they keep the land. They only sell the natural capital, the eco-dots on the farmland. And what we experience that on the one hand, it's not in the interest of the Deutsche Bahn, for example, to buy this farmland, because then they have to do all this planting and all this. I'm sorry, am I allowed to talk? Okay. Then they have to do all the monitoring and all the planting, and so they would have like 5 acres over here, 10 hectares over there, and they have like no big running forestry or whatever to take care of all those lands. So they let the land in the ownership of the landowner. He takes care of everything, and they only have to provide the money.
Thank you very much to Green Account. And then we can already go further with the next startup on stage, Truesday. Truesday delivers coffee at true price. External costs such as climate change, soil pollution, water pollution, and the underpayment of farmers are avoided, reduced, and compensated. Samuel was already at your stand, already tried the coffee. He said it's really nice. Therefore, the stage is yours, and then we'll try it out later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I would actually like to ask you a personal question, if that's okay for you. When was the last time that you've bought a product that was free of hidden costs? I mean, hidden costs such as climate change, water pollution, soil pollution, or the underpayment of farmers. You will recognize, and if you, think of your shoes, your chocolate, or even coffee, you will recognize that those products are really hard to find in the current way we do business. But those costs are paid by others, by the farmers in the global south or by the next generations. So we currently have a market failure because those products that can harm the environment the most can actually be sold for the cheapest price. And we want to change that. The question is just, do we all as a society want to keep doing business this way? Or if we want to have an alternative? And there is an alternative for us, which is the true price concept. And we as Truesday, we've put the first coffee with the true price on the market. It looks like this. So we don't only show the market price of a product, but also the social and environmental costs. The major idea of it is that you as a coffee consumer pay the true price so that coffee farmers can receive a living income and social and environmental projects can be supported. The quality becomes much better. Already it is specialty coffee, which belongs to the top 5% of world trade. And we as Truesday, we do not only detect, together with NGOs, the social and ecological costs, but we also want to reduce them on our end of the value chain by, for example, using refundable packaging. And we've already actually achieved a lot, so we're selling those coffees to B2B clients like hotels, gastronomy, but also offices, and also to end consumers. And there are actually 2 major reasons why we're doing this successfully, I guess. The first one is that we can provide a lot of data. So on the positive side, we can make sustainability measurable. We can show you if you have an office, we can show you impact reports for free and tell you what the effects on climate change and soil pollution were and what positive effects there are. The second reason is that it is not that expensive for coffee. If you just think of a regular organic supermarket coffee, it's just the same price that we have. So what can you do if you're a consumer and you have an office, and you have at least one coffee machine in your office? Please come to our booth and let us make you an offer. If you're an investor, it doesn't matter if it's a family office or a business angel, please also approach us because we are looking for strong financial partners that can support our growth. Thank you very much. And this is actually our booth number 831.
Thank you very much. So my question would be, how do you, how is your coffee and the environmental footprint better than any other fair trade coffee, for example? Are you compensating more, or is it actually also within the farming process that the coffee is more sustainable?
Yeah, so we tried already. So one thing is that transparency is one part, but actually, you could also have a true price coffee that is really bad for the environment, and you can still say it's a true price. Fair enough. So we are an organically labeled enterprise, and so there are already no chemical fertilizers or pesticides used. Second, we try to reduce those CO2 emissions already on the farm level by using regenerative agriculture, but on the other hand also on our part of the value chain by using a circular system of those bottles. I don't know if you could see it, but we actually really fill coffee beans in those milk bottles, and they can be reused as milk bottles and going back to dairy productions, and they on average have an average lifetime of 50, they've got 50 lives on average. So we also want to reduce those externalities, those ecological costs. And I mean, we're not the only company that fills coffee beans in bottles, but all of this together combined makes it already a very environmentally friendly and socially friendly product. Yeah.
And the product you said is not substantially more expensive than normal coffee. How big do you actually estimate the market to be for that? And then next question, will you kind of expand outside of coffee at some point and apply this concept to something else? Or will you fully focus on this niche?
That's interesting. It's a good investor question, yeah. So on the one hand, it's funny because we just recently realized that we quite successfully also sell T-shirts, for example. Unfortunately, we don't. It's just a merchandise. We don't have a true price for the T-shirt because we're missing data. But we were thinking, this could be something to go into. But on the other hand, it would be good to focus on coffee as well. And the coffee market, it's a red ocean. It's very competitive, but I think we've got quite a good spot, quite a good niche, and we would really like to focus on it. Our major goal on the short term is to increase the number of subscriptions. We also want to grow in the gastronomy, in offices. That's why we're here especially. So B2B clients are very important for us. Right now, we are also very strong with D2C clients. They're making up for 50 to 60% of our turnover right now.
How many people in Germany you said you already bought from them. I think I'll order too.
Sorry, I don't understand.
He said he already ordered from you. I think I want to try.
Okay,
I think you convinced me to try it too sometime. But my question is, I have a hard time estimating what amount of consumers in Germany are willing to pay this extra for fair trade, true price coffee.
Yeah. we're... Oh God, I don't have the figure right now, but we're talking about the LOHAs, those customers who live the lifestyle of health and sustainability, which are about the age of 25 to 45, roughly. It's a huge group who want to make an impact with their consumption. So it's a huge group. The number of coffee drinkers is also huge. What I didn't know before is that we in Germany consume more coffee than beer, actually. And so it's a huge market. On the other hand, still sustainability is quite a niche, and it's quite a new sustainability standard, but from my perspective, it's the strongest sustainability standards. It's very holistic. It's something that we need to educate people with, although it might sound a bit arrogant to educate people, but we need to tell people that there is a true price, because right now nobody's really searching for it, because nearly nobody really knows that there are such things as true prices. Very few people, actually.
Do you have time for a last question? I make it very short. I'm just interested in how do you make sure that the sustainability along your supply chain holds, and how do you gather data? With a short answer, please.
Okay, we work together with NGOs, which I think is quite an advantage, because they can serve as a neutral institution to help us get the data. The ideas and the future in the next few years that we together with them can do more true price analysis, and then the externalities go down more and more. Yeah, does it answer? Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
A warm applause. Thank you. So next up we have Seqana, a EU and venture-backed startup based in Berlin. They build a machine learning platform for quantifying where and how much CO2 can be sequestered in soils around the world. So, Seqana, the stage is yours. Have fun.
All right, great being here. My name is Stefan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Seqana, and we measure soil carbon from space. We really decided at one point that we want to join the effort to fight climate change and found that we want to embark on this mission to really accelerate soil carbon sequestration, to really untap the potential behind the potential carbon sink in soils. And because we found that soil is the largest terrestrial carbon sink and has the potential to sequester 5 billion tons of CO2 every year, which is around 13% of what we emit every year. So it has a huge potential. And you can use regenerative agriculture to really untap that potential and grant farmers a new revenue stream or provide impact measurements for governments, for large agri-food corporates. So there's really a big potential, but you can't really improve what you can't measure. So we need to be able to measure that change. And at the moment, this doesn't really work. You have to go on the field, you have to dig out soil samples, and in the end, the people make mistakes, and it's just really not a scalable solution. You pay 15 euros per hectare, it's cost prohibitive. The market can't really exist, it can't take off. And we're changing this by using satellite imagery to quantify the changes in the soil. And how do we do it? It's by using different sources of satellite imagery. Think climate data, precipitation, or the greenness of a certain pixel, certain crop at the end of May. And all that then explains the difference in soil carbon by combining it with proprietary ground truth data and machine learning algorithms. And this is the results. So you get an average analysis of the soil carbon in the fields, and if you subtract those two time steps from each other, you get a change in the soil carbon. And this is really what we're using. So by taking advantage of this highly scalable satellite technology, we can do it instead of 15 euros for only 70 cents. And this is really what helps the market take off. And we're targeting at the moment mainly the grassland ecosystem, just because it's a perfect fit between problem and solution, although we want to scale towards other cash crops. And actually, we want to be an MRV, a monitoring, reporting, verification company for any sustainability metric in this world. So we'll go way beyond carbon towards biodiversity and other important aspects. We're working together with different corporates in this world, working together with project developers like South Pole, and also starting to dip our toes into the B2G government business. We are already an acknowledged thought leader in the industry, writing the literal user manual how to do MRV in the space at the moment. And our team consists of 3 founders. We've known each other for quite some time and worked at, among others, Planet, a large satellite operator, have colleagues from Google, and are now looking for a 3.5 million investment round. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks very much. What kind of hardware do you use? Do you plan to launch own satellites, or you use hardware from other partners?
Yes, so although it's in the scope of possibilities, at the moment we're laser focusing on an already hard problem, creating the machine learning to decode, machine learning algorithm to decode soil carbon. So we don't launch any payload into space. We take advantage of the Sentinel Landsat, so public satellite imagery, but we're especially experts in the commercial satellite sector. Our CTO worked at Planet, the largest commercial satellite data provider. So we're using the hardware and this imagery sensors and the data from other providers here.
You mentioned the scalability of your solution, but when it comes to carbon credits, I think quality and reliability is more of an issue right now. So how can you ensure that even through your satellite imagery solution, which is lacking some advantages of on the ground, like data from the ground, how do you ensure the high quality of your credits?
So at the moment we are using a bit of a hybrid model. We're using the algorithm and the accuracy of the algorithm to decrease the necessity to sample invasively. Although in 5 years' time we'll consecutively phase out this necessity to at some point be able to purely remotely detect soil carbon change. But at the moment we need this so-called true up for the soil carbon to be measured again invasively.
It's not my usual investment focus, but back in my old job I did look at quite a few companies in that. I have to admit I never came across any that do grassland, but I've seen many companies kind of trying to do this credit analysis for agriculture, etc. How are you really different and can differentiate your machine learning model from others if you don't have your proprietary hardware, etc.?
By having the proprietary data. That's especially what I just, what I touched upon briefly. We basically have a data acquisition flywheel go-to-market strategy. We're using this not so perfect algorithm that we have right now to inform the soil sampling campaigns from other providers, like potentially a Nestle or potentially a Bayer, factually South Pole. And they then have to send us their data in order to calibrate our algorithm further until at some point we're good enough that we don't need invasive sampling anymore. And then we also don't need to have that, these sampling campaigns together with our customers. So at the moment, we have a product in the market that encourages our customer to sample invasively, send us the data, calibrate the algorithm up until the point where we don't need it anymore. So proprietary training data is the moat, is the USP.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So now we do a short technical break. We just take the other mic. And in the meanwhile, I can present the next startup on stage. It's Treeo. Via the Treeo single tree monitoring app, they provide companies on their path to net zero with traceable and reliable data about high quality CDR, while giving free growers access to the CO2 market. So this startup is again in the field of agriculture, food tech, like suitable to the panel we have now and to the pitches we have now. Please come on stage, get a round of applause for her, and good luck.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria Breuner, and I'm happy to tell you today how we at Treeo are cooling down the planet. Currently, there are over 900 million hectares of degraded land worldwide, and we want to tap into the potential of this land to cool down the planet, mainly through afforestation projects, working directly with the farmers that have access to this land, and through the Treeo technology, give them access to the voluntary carbon market. Together, we will be able to sell 10 million tons of carbon dioxide removals by the end of 2030. So you might be wondering why trees in this age of technological innovation, but we see trees as nature's time-tested technology. They're very efficient to remove CO2 from the atmosphere, and they are ready now. And a big problem in the current market that you're probably aware of is that we have lost some credibility in the credits because we have a lot of inaccuracy. Several methods are not as accurate as they should be, so we know exactly how much CO2 we are selling and not overestimating this. So we have come up with our approach by tracking every single tree every single year. So we call it our single tree monitoring app. And through the Treeo app and through the partnerships we have established with the farmers and tree planting partners that we call them in Indonesia and Uganda, we can know exactly in about 20 seconds with our app exactly how many tons of CO2 this tree at this particular size and age has stored. Treeo as a startup is relatively young, but we came out as a spin-off from an NGO. And with this NGO, we have been planting trees in Indonesia and Uganda for over 10 years. So we have this know-how of the project development on the ground in these two countries, which is where also the other two Treeo offices are. So we have in Germany, Uganda, and Indonesia. We have already validated our initial concept. We have by now 9 customers. We have sold this year more than 13,000 tons of CO2. We have now 100,000 tons available to sell until the end of the year. And we have put together an amazing international team with many different skill sets, from forestry policy to foresters in the field, technology. Our development team is entirely in Uganda. And now we're looking for Series A investors and to sell our next 100,000 tons of CO2. Now I would like to invite you to ask some questions. And if there's not enough time, I would like to invite you to our booth later on.
Yeah, thank you very much. How do you ensure that the reforestation, for example, happens also in a sustainable way, considering biodiversity and local plants instead of, for example, just planting fast-growing trees that are maybe more efficient in terms of creating carbon credits?
Yeah, so that's part of our project development. We have a list of criteria of where we would plant and what we plant, like, for example, only native species. This set of criteria is part of our methodology that we have developed also together with Carbon Standards International, which is where our credits will come for at the end of this year. So, yeah, it's all this set of criteria, and also related to that, for example, we do some satellite imagery analysis before it to see that the land, it's indeed this land and not something that we are promoting people to chop down forests, to plant trees and make money out of it, but that at least the land has not been forested for the past 10 years. So all of this set of criteria we have as part of our project development and how we filter with whom we partner to plant trees.
Which share of the revenue from the certificate sales goes to the tree growers? Is there a certain percentage which they own? Or?
Yeah, so up to 60%. We keep 20%, and then we have a 20% risk buffer, because geopolitical issues or natural causes. But one of our main goals is to connect the farmers to the global market, so we want them to keep the fair share of what they do. So it's up to 60%.
How scalable is your solution? Because it looks like a lot of manual labor if you have to walk through a forest and take a picture of every single tree with that card, and that, I don't know, once a year, once a month. So.
Yeah, absolutely. In the end, it's like 1 or 2 days of work once a year, and they're fairly compensated for the monitoring. So it's not just, that they know that this is once a year thing with Treeo, and in the meantime, they can use the land for agroforestry or other practices so they can have additional incentives to keep these projects. That's on the one side. What was the first part of your question, sorry?
I mean, that was the main point, like how scalable is it? Because like, what size of forest are we talking about when you say 1 or 2 days a year? Because I mean, it probably heavily depends how many trees you have to monitor and also maybe how accessible the forest is.
So we do have a minimum number of hectares for each project, and we scale through our tree planting partners. So we are not doing this ourselves. We have some customer success people from our team in Indonesia and Uganda, and they train the trainers from these organizations that we partner with. So that's one of the ways in which we scale is through our tree planting partners, and they have the access and the direct contact, and especially the language barriers with the local farmers. And on the other side, our technology, you can have this per tree in under 14 seconds right now. And it is time consuming, yes, but that's the accuracy we promise, and that's the accuracy we feel is missing in this market. So this also justifies our pricing at the moment. And like you said before, it's more important about the quality, and with our current 9 customers, in all of these discussions, we realize they don't care so much about the price as long as they can be sure that they can prove with data that this is the exact CO2, that they can safeguard their corporate reputation this way.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have GreenTech Solutions. They offer a composting system that produces high-quality compost and includes soil and compost testing options. So I think that sounds pretty interesting. The stage is yours. Have fun.
When sustainability meets innovation, good things happen. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aimable Rwanzunga. I am from Rwanda. I am a co-founder at GreenTech Solutions, a startup that is solving the organic waste problem. Organic waste, when not properly managed, can produce methane gas, which is 25 times more harmful than CO2 in the long term, but in the short term, it can be even 100 times. Rwanda, where I am from, we experience 40% food loss every year. Kigali city, our capital city itself, produces around 420 tons of organic waste per day, and all those, 90% of it is disposed at landfills. We surveyed farmers, and 70% told us that they have a gap in supply of good compost. Back in 2017, we brought in experts to train us on composting using windrow technique. We implemented the lessons, we put in the effort, it worked, but we still had problems. It took longer, 6 months or 4 months to get compost. The space required is much more, and the cost was higher than the effort we are putting in. And sometimes having situations like this. So that's why we developed Uruzika Composter, a game-changing solution for organic waste. Our solution can compost in 10 to 15 days. It can serve up to 200 households, a community village of 200 households. It produces high-quality compost. It takes much less space if you need, and it can even be a hybrid, so if you want to make it hybrid. So our impact is to serve around 500 community villages like this in 5 years, and 200 in 2 years. And we want to make sure that from those community villages, we have no longer need to collect waste and organic waste and go dump it. And again, we want to make sure that all that compost that is produced goes to agriculture. So our opportunity, we have around 14,000 villages in Rwanda. Among those, 4,000 are potential users of our solution. So we have hotels, restaurants, institutions, and we can even go for the international market. Our business model is we sell the technology. So by selling at 9 million Rwandan francs, we can make around 50% gross margin. We sell Wazima compost, which is the product coming from that solution, and that also we can make 50%. But our solution also can be eligible for carbon credits, which can be another source of income that can help us to reduce the cost of the solution for the users. Our traction, we have a working prototype. We have been listed among the good solutions for our smart cities in a hub, and we have customers looking for our solution already. 3 have expressed their interest to buy our solution. So we have a diverse team of professionals, but we have also a manufacturing company that handles the production of those machines. So
thank you very much. So how long is the average amortization time of your product for like, for example, a hotel?
I didn't get, sorry, I didn't get.
Like how long is the amortization? So how long, I don't know, like how big the investment is in the local currency, so.
Yes, like for a hotel, to understand the importance of the solution, for a hotel using this solution, it can reduce their waste management costs by half or even a third.
And how is that in relation to the cost of your solution?
Yeah, because the cost of the solution is around 9 million, let's say maybe 8,000 euros. So a large hotel like Marriott Hotel in Kigali, they spend around, let's say, 1,000 euro per month for waste collection. So if you cut that cost by half or a third, it will be a very good solution for them. Yes.
So currently that means even though it ends up in a landfill, the Marriott Hotel would have to pay for it to be disposed.
Of course.
And even though they pay for it, it just ends up in landfill. So it's not some kind of illegal way to just put it there, it's the official way.
Yes. Now you have to pay for it to be collected and transported to the landfill. But with our solution, the collection cost goes down, and then even the production of methane gas is avoided.
And follow up, so they would have the machine on their side to do it, and does it smell or does it have any other bad effects?
No, it doesn't produce any smell. Actually, it avoids all the smells that we can imagine. Yes.
It would have actually been one of my questions too, if there's any smell. And another question, you mentioned it is low on energy consumption, but to get it right, you have to plug it in, or that it works. It needs some external energy, right, to start the process?
It's low energy because it's not running all the time. It runs and stops and then runs. It's automatically it's programmed to run and then stop and then reverse and then run like that.
It needs a bit of heating every once in a while.
Yes, we have a solution like people providing solar solution that we can make it hybrid. But we realize that if a customer wants it, they can pay for that one. But putting the solar is much higher cost than running it on electricity now. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much to GreenTech Solutions. And then we can go further with the next startup, Beeodiversity. Beeodiversity supports companies and cities to enhance biodiversity and reduce pollution with monitoring tools, advice, and nature-based solution. Please give a round of applause for the next founder. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. So indeed, my name is Loïc. I work for Beeodiversity, and we help companies and cities to maximize their impacts on biodiversity. Now, why is this important? We all depend on nature. Economy depends on nature. Over 50% of our GDP depends on nature services. Many economic sectors are affected. This leads to different risks, regulatory risk. There is upcoming regulation coming now with the CSRD and others. Reputational risk, physical risks, and risk of losing resilience in your supply chain in your business due to ecosystem degradation, and market risks as investors are increasingly aware of nature risks on one hand. But it also leads to business opportunities, developing new business models compatible with nature, nature-based solutions and other. Now, the big issue in this field is there's a lack of data. And if you can't measure it, it's hard to manage it. That's where we come in. And we have different solutions. One of them is the so-called biomonitoring, where we work with bees as natural drones. So bees visit billions of flowers on a rather large surface to feed themselves. They bring back pollen and nectar to the beehive. We work with beekeepers all over the world who simply send us small samples of the pollen. We analyze the pollen, and pollen is really cool because it contains the DNA of all the plants that were visited, and it fixes industrial and agricultural pollutants, so pesticides, heavy metal. So there's a lot of info in pollen. We analyze that, we interpret it, and we sell back to our clients metrics and insights related to biodiversity so that they can steer decisions, allocate resources effectively, monitor the impact of their activities, and report. This also, of course, goes with specific recommendations on how to regenerate biodiversity or how to reduce pollution. Right, so the use cases are diverse. We work a lot with water producers, for instance, who have large water catchment areas, which are large surfaces of land, and they, of course, need to make sure these catchment areas are pure in terms of pesticides and biodiversity. They could send someone, an ecologist, to look at the plants, but the bees do the work much better every day and over a large scale. So we work a lot with water producers, wine producers, agriculture. We have projects in Europe and in Africa where we help monitor the impact of regenerative agriculture and compare different practices. And also, we work in the energy recycling and other sectors who do pollute, or at least are perceived as polluting, and also need scientific-based data to assess their impact, improve, and communicate on what they're doing. As well as cities and landscapes. We're active in over 20 countries today, with over 100 clients, many beekeepers, billions of bees. And we're currently scaling by using technology and AI with support from the European Commission. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. How big is how dense is the system of bees? So is that the one source for your biodiversity measurement, or do you potentially also have others, also, for example, when it comes to maybe water quality or soil health?
Sorry, yeah. So indeed, the bee solution is one of them. It has benefits. It's non-intrusive. It covers a large surface, gathers lots of data, and it's sympathetic. With those data, you can go to stakeholders and say, the bees are saying this, let's act. But we also do soil DNA analysis, so underground analysis to correlate the data with the bee data. We have other solutions which cover smaller surfaces with wild bees, and we've developed several AI and digital platforms to help our clients assess the risks and receive recommendation for actions that they should be taking. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Do you sell your service on a project basis, or do you collect data and then sell all the data you collected to several customers? How does it work?
Yeah, so it's bee as a service or software as a service, and it's indeed often most often project-based. So a specific client has a specific need on a specific landscape or site. We come in, do the monitoring over several years, and provide them the data for that.
What is usually the driver for a project? Is it regulation? I mean, the new CSDR is upcoming, and I think that will create a higher need, but what other triggers are there for a project?
Yeah, the main trigger is really to monitor the efficiency or the impact of whatever they're doing. So regenerative agriculture, for instance, if you know, they want to make sure that the new initiatives they are taking are effectively improving the quality and the health of soil and the ecosystem around it. So it's impact measurement mainly, and efficiency, allocate resources effectively. For instance, what should I be planting based on this data to make sure that it really delivers benefits for the ecosystem, the health, etc.
And what exactly is the motivation for measuring this impact? So, for example, the farmer, like, is that pure interest, or is it driven by the investors, or where's the need coming from?
Yeah, there are different drivers. We would not usually work with the farmers, but more with the retailers. I mean, the Nestle, AB, InBev, those big ones. Again, for them, it's to monitor and make sure that what they're doing is effective. Otherwise, they're losing resources. And there's investor pressure. There's indeed regulatory pressure. There's customer demands evolving. So they're all trying to act positively for nature, get data to prove that it's effective, and use this also to engage stakeholders. When we find a lot of pesticides, and we always do, they can go with this data to the neighboring farmers and to the municipalities and just go in dialogue and explore options to reduce and mitigate those risks.
Thank you very much. Time's up. Thank you. Yeah, please have a big applause. Maybe a little addition to Beeodiversity. They are also finalists in this year's Impact Award in the category Growth. So if you want to know if they can manage to take it home, you should come by to the Impact stage at 6 p.m. Where we will award this year's Impact Award. So we'll continue now with Good Food Collective, a B2B network of impact-only brands which shares know-how for a more efficient business development. And in addition, they are also a B2B communication platform which pushes the social ecologic change in society. So, stage is yours. Here you go.
Thank you. Yeah, we're the Good Food Collective, and we're hungry for change. My name is Julian, and I'm really happy to be here and talk a little bit about the collective today. As you all know, it's supposed to work, but it's not. It's the economy, stupid. You might know that quote from 30 years ago. And we say it's still the economy, because if you look at politics, science, society, and the economy has brought us to where we are, to the crisis where we're at, but it can also solve the crisis and take us out there. So I'd love to show you the animations because they're awesome, but they don't seem to work. So this is supposed to change from B2B to B2C. We're B2B focused and B2C focused, and we have two pillars the collective stands from. So one would be to create cooperative impact. We try to close the ranks in changing market environments. So we have a lot of greenwashing out there. We have a lot of group companies that try to own the market shares that sustainability markets actually develop. But the actual impact bubble, the ones that were leading it and driving the change, are actually not benefiting from the market growth as they should. So we bring together these change makers, we share know-how and try to make best practice of one, common practice of all that are sharing the same attitude and the same idea. We give access to benefits by acting as a whole, by acting as one, and to offer benefits that are actually not accessible for one company, but accessible for the whole. This is actually not working. The other pillar that we have would be a B2C communication. So we need a modern, loud, solution-oriented communication to shift sustainability out of the bubble into the mainstream. And this requires a modern, loud, eye-candy communication. Different to this presentation, though, but well, it's supposed to have animations, and they're not working, apparently. We think we have the blueprint for the socio-ecological change that we need. And usually you would see a large picture here of the 3 dimensions of sustainability, ecological, social, and economical. And for every subject that we have, being it organic or fair trade or economy for the common goods and stuff like that, we have companies that actually address this subject, and they stand as the best practice. So we try to share all these different specialists to each other and make them share their know-how with others. Awesome, right? So eye-candy communication, we add up all this individual sustainability efforts to a collective selling point that we bring together as we act as individuals and we act as one. So we bring it together, the sum of the individual sustainability effort. We've done so much in the last 1.5 years, so we built up social media, we did campaigns, we did events, and we did masterclasses and everything, set up a Slack channel to make it easy for the ones to connect and to get it out there. We've been to OMR twice. We did a masterclass for sustainability businesses, and we had Unilever, we had Nestle there. It sold out twice, so we had 500 registrations, and it only took 200 people. So we did the B2B side on OMR, and in the evening, we went on stage and did a quiz show with Burning Brands, which is just like a hot sauce quiz to take, again, sustainability out of the bubble and bring it easily into the society. So we think that being a network, we have the potential to grow and to bring
Thank you very much. So from your perspective, what is right now the biggest challenge to overcome to make our food system more sustainable? Is it rather on the regulation side, or is it to truly make companies like Nestle sustainable and not just greenwashing? What is the one biggest challenge that you would like to solve?
Well, we need to shift the mainstream market. So we need to make the group companies be more sustainable. This is where most of the impact lies, I think. But the actual impact brands, the little bubble, is always leading the way, and they always have to be the best practice that is actually copied by larger companies.
My question is a bit on the consumer side, because I have this theory that those 10% that are vegetarian, flexitarian, pescatarian, they adapt those products. Then there are maybe some health fanatics which do it for the stats because it's better. What do you see as the way to reach the other 80%, and what you do together with those friends to get there?
Well, it's always, you have to have a good product in the first place. If it's just an eco-tasting product, to say so, it will never succeed. So you have to have good products that taste good. You have to have a good communication. You have to have a good branding to actually reach people out there. So otherwise, you would get stuck in all these organic stores. But you need to get out there and play with the masses. Well, by assisting with branding, assisting with modern communications, and assisting with product development as well.
Yeah, my question goes in the same similar direction. How can we get faster in this? How can we overcome this that slowness that goes so slow? What can we do? I mean, as a lot of brands who take it very seriously.
I think the only thing that we can do is encourage people and make sustainability more of a lifestyle. Make it more sexy. Make it more easy to achieve. Make it more accessible, and make it the better choice, because it's just better to have. It's a good product. It tastes good. It tastes the same as the one that I always had. But this does actually make a change. And if you don't have to go far, because it's placed in the supermarkets where you actually go shopping, it's really easy to just make the change. But it's still, I mean, closing the attitude-behavior gap is probably one of the biggest challenges that we have. Because we all say, okay, sustainability is great, but as we act differently, this is actually our goal. So we want to show how easy it is to become part of the change by just grabbing another product from the shelf.
Thank you very much, and that's a good end for the presentation. Thank you. Thanks to Good Food Collective. And now we can go further with Miyonga Wheeling Fruits. I hope I spell it right. They develop a software-as-a-service platform powered by satellite data to assess nature-based solutions more efficiently and transparently, and build up trust in nature-based carbon credits. Please give a round of applause to the next founder.
My name is Yvonne Otieno. I'm from Miyonga Wheeling Fruits. Miyonga is a company that works with smallholder farmers in Kenya to help them transform the surplus fruits that they have to something that has high-value markets in Europe. And we are here today to try and raise €1 million. And this is going to help expand our capacity to dry the fruits and work with more farmers. Now, this is why this is important. There's a lot of fruits that are going to waste in Kenya, and a lot of the waste happens at farm gate level. That waste actually means loss of opportunities of income for future generations and the loss of resources that were actually used to grow the crops. So while there's a huge market of dried fruits in Europe, it's worth about 10.3 billion. In Kenya, we have about 7 million farmers, and about those 7 million farmers, I'm not even working with 10% of that. I'm only working with 3,600. They're experiencing waste. So my job is to connect those farmers to the high demand of fruits in Europe. And the challenges in the agro industry are common. Either a fruit is in season, it's in plenty, or if it's available, it's in very far places, and that makes the logistical costs just uncompetitive. Our innovation, a mobile fruit factory that actually processes the fruits at the farm gate level. Now, this is why this is interesting. Instead of making 215 trips just to get the fruits, we only have to make 20 trips. And why? I would have been carrying about a sack of fruits, but now that sack is just translated into 100 grams of fruits after drying. What's more interesting right now is our immediate need, and these are customers that we have actually in Europe, Germany being one of our biggest customers, Switzerland and Slovakia, who need 60 containers. I repeat, 60. We can only do 15. For us to be able to meet that gap, we are looking for that investment. And this is how we plan to use the investment, increase our drying capacity, get the farmers organic certified, and in a few years, we plan to expand to across East Africa to actually invest in more of the drying facilities. Why should you invest in us? In the past, we have done investments from grants, but with the current growth opportunity, we now need commercial investors. And this is what your investment will do. The money will go into buying the facility, but the impact it will have in terms of what it does to farmers is increase their income, as well as help reduce the impact in terms of the carbon, the green gas emissions, as well as double the amount of farmers that you are working with. We're a team of women. It's a women-led company. With the growth, we expect to hire more from the technical team. And of course, the reason we are here, we are looking for investments, like I said, and partners willing to work with us. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Maybe you can explain me quickly why the fruit is wasted if you don't dry it. Is it because the production is so high during season that it's not consumed locally, or why would it go to waste otherwise?
Okay, it goes to waste for two reasons. I will just give you as an example. When you go to buy fruits in the market, what do? You pick up and try to get what looks perfect, what looks good. That process of selection of what looks good starts at the farm gate level, at farmers. And so you only pick what looks pretty, that's good enough for export. What looks ugly is not actually picked. And what we learned is the ugly fruit and the perfect fruit still has the same nutritional content. And the second advantage of actually drying at the farm gate level is the fruit is not actually harvested before it's ripe. It's harvested when it's as close to ripe as possible, making it much sweeter because you dry it with the national taste of the fruit. And the farmers we work with are in the most rural parts of Kenya. So most people go to the farmers that are actually closer to urban centers for getting the supplies that are quite far and actually much sweeter. So these farmers might not even sell their fruits at all because of the distance. Why should they suffer? Let's do something about it.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any regulation in terms of food, health, and stuff you have to take into consideration when processing the food for the European market in this way? And have you already covered that?
Absolutely. There are very huge requirements, especially food safety requirements. So our biggest win was actually being able to get certified, being able to attract the European market. And when we we met the food quality standards, that's when the market opened for us, and it's bigger than we can handle alone. And that's why we're looking for partners to help us bridge the gap that we currently can't meet because we don't have enough processing capacity.
So one follow-up. Regarding this, would you look more for a strategic investor who has experience in the food market? Would that be beneficial for you?
Absolutely. That would definitely be a plus. A strategic investor with at least experience in the food market, it just means he'll bring more than money. He'll bring his expertise, and we could do with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now on stage, agricultural gurus. They make balanced feed mixed produce from waste, like for example crop residues, and sold at affordable price. Please welcome on stage agricultural gurus.
Thank you. I'm Tiones presenting agricultural gurus. You can ask why agricultural gurus. In Rwanda, more than 7% of livestock farmers, they don't last in this profession. You can ask why. There is this problem of unavailability of balanced feed mix, and also that are not affordable for them. That's why they don't last in the field. And also, there is this carbon dioxide emission from decayings of agricultural waste. And from that, we generated Guru's products that are animal feeds produced from agricultural waste mixed with industrial generated waste with maize corn cobs as the main ingredient for this product. And from that, we are generating this impact economically. The affordability of this balanced mix, 21% of the current price, it is reduced, and also it will, for the small and medium farmers, they will earn 25% from selling the waste to us and then produce this. Environmentally, we will use the waste to produce the market, and also socially, we want to reduce 15% of poverty by this year. From this, this is our traction, what made the research business model of bringing this new product to market, and also So far, we are on the market. We started producing, and also we are increasing our production capacity so that we can serve those livestock farmers who are facing that problem. And this is our business model. This is what we say for pigs farmers and also for chicken farmers. And this is the team, and also this is our ask. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation, super interesting. You showed the price for your solution. How much lower than the traditional feed cost is that?
Yes, this is 21.5% lower than the existing cost. And this is on our competitors. This is, where is this? On the annex, from the competition, from this competition analysis, this is where it is lower, 21.5% compared to the existing. Like ours, for pigs, we sell it on 0.7 USD. Others, they are 0.78 compared to us. So you see they are higher than us.
Maybe I just didn't get it, but where exactly is your core know-how? Did you develop a different way of processing this residues to create the food, or how? Like, what is your addition in the value creation?
Yes, this is a new product on the market. We are the one producing animal feeds from agricultural waste. So we developed the formula by using maize corn cobs, the waste from the maize, and then we mix it with the blend generated from beverages industries, the waste they produce, and then you mix it with the vitamins, and then you produce 100% qualified nutrients for those pigs and chicken to eat.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Next up on stage is ecotree. ecotree is European leader in nature-based solution. They allow individuals and companies to commit to the environment by supporting protection, sustainable management, and ecosystem restoration in the EU. Please give a round of applause to ecotree.
Thank you very much. So, hi everyone, my name is Chris from ecotree, and we're revolutionizing European forestry. Before I start, does anyone here hate nature? Right, obviously, we all depend on it, whether it's for personal pleasures or obviously economic activities. So if that's the case, and I think here we all agree on the very clarity of this, how do we explain this? The fact that we keep destroying nature at a very alarming rate, not just on the other side of the world, but in Europe as well. Well, what we think is that we've created a model, a worldwide business model for nature to be destroyed at no cost, right? It's a collateral damage. So the only way to stop this nonsense is to flip the coin and create a business case for nature to be restored, to be preserved, and to be actually valued. That's what we do with ecotree. We restore European biodiversity and ecosystems, and do this with a business case. Basically, using capitalism to repair what capitalism has destroyed. We're not alone in this. It looks like in the last years, everyone wants to get involved, wants to join the game, be it through intrinsic motivation of a motivated CSR leader, or through obviously adaptation to regulations. That's the good news. Now, the bad news, what we observe is no one really seems to know how to do the right thing, right? I mean, compensation is more and more becoming a black word. How do you set proper reduction targets before even compensating, right? I mean, in terms of reduction. Trust and transparency are not at the highest level with the current models. If you want to invest, where do you do it? Do you do it on the other side of the world or locally, seeing that, again, we have the common Waldsterben in Germany and biodiversity loss everywhere as well? Do you do nature or tech-based removal, avoidance? And how do you have a model which includes your stakeholders, be it employees, customers, and investors? And obviously, last but not least, how do you find a model which you can actually sell to your CEO? Well, our proposal is the following. What about saving biodiversity, capturing CO2 in your own European permanent forest? That's right, your own permanent forest. What we do is we buy land. We look for degraded land, so monocultures, agricultural land, etc. Our team of 100 experts looks at the additional carbon, at the additional biodiversity gains, and we actually let you own parts of this forest so that instead of just having an offset on an accounting line, you actually have a growing financial asset which you can visit, to which you can bring your employees, your stakeholders, etc., and to actually get a financial return as well as very high qualitative carbon credits. 79% of German forests are currently sick or ill. We're not just active in Germany, as you see. If you also think that the second best time to be active now and to restore European biodiversity is now, join us. I will be here and at stand number 30. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you maybe explain a little bit more in detail again what you're actually doing with the forest? Is it basically just that, like, if it's monoculture, you cut it down and you like reforest it in a more sustainable way, and then you let the forest be as it is, or do you actually then like continuously basically cut the wood and use it as a commercial forest?
Yeah, thanks a lot. So obviously it depends on the countries and what's needed, right? So we started in Denmark and France, where we buy depleted land, so agricultural lands, former monocultures right after they're dead, and we look at, as I said, the potential in terms of biodiversity and forest. We therefore look at the future meteorologic conditions, at the rains, and therefore plant the species which make most sense and are most resilient and adapted to climate change, because as we know, it's happening. So it's mixed forest, not just in terms of species, but also in terms of different age classes, so as to make sure that it's a permanent ecosystem. We then do close to nature forestry management, which includes selective thinnings every now and then, which is being used for sustainable timber, and the revenue from that timber goes back to the initially financing companies. And this is where you actually have an asset and a revenue per ton of CO2 and not just a cost.
Maybe one follow-up to that. Can you show the economics of that model? So, like, what is the return for the forest? What is actually the share that is basically carbon credits, and what is maybe just CSR measure from the investor?
Yeah, so on a purely financial point of view, the growth is 2% per year. It's very easy. That's basically what the mass of the timber grows. So obviously, with the growing wood price, that would actually continue to increase. And then we finance basically 50% is made from carbon credits, without which such a sustainable forestry management would not make economic sense. Obviously, if it was a positive project, everyone would do it, but then you wouldn't need carbon credits. But unfortunately, that's not the problem.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you for the presentation. And by the way, ecotree is also a partner of our NFT collection that we made. Go check it out at the Neosphere stand later. So this was like advertising spot. And now we go further with micro farming. They offer an implementation accelerator for community fields where citizens can grow their own vegetables. This is an offer for city governments as well. Please give a round of applause to Mikro Landwirtschaft.
Hello, hello. My name is Bertram Fischer, and I'm from Mikro Landwirtschaft, or micro farming. With micro farming, we are experienced in community fields. In Mannheim and Heidelberg, this region, we have 7 community fields where more than 1,000 citizens grow their own food with our help. With Mikro Landwirtschaft service, our we start now to scale up this good idea to all Germany, so that in every city and in every village will be a community field. Because now every major of the city would like to have a community field, and so we help them with our implementation accelerator to get it. So why community fields are so great? They have they combine multiple benefits on this arable land. They are spaces for local food production, for biodiversity, for nature conservation, for environmental and food education. They are climate friendly by humus creation, and they promote the health and well-being of the citizens. Also, they are a social meeting place where the people learn to know their neighbors, and they build a bridge between the citizens and the agriculture. In addition, they create skills in self-sufficiency and can be important for social food security. So it's a really multiple benefit solution. So micro farming support or delivers its experience now to create new community fields with planning assistance and support with strategic decisions, and startup support for the community fields, templates on legal, contractual issues, and a full system software with combined with consulting and knowledge and resources. For example, this handbook for gardening handbook for the participants, so that the community fields can create happiness in growing own food. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. How is your community organized at the moment, and what are your plans to grow it to other cities, as you told? So how do you want to bring it to other cities? So 2 questions.
Yep. I could not 100% understand, but I hope it's right that you asked how is our community organized now. So these 1,000 people are on 7 community fields, and each community field has its own social media tool where all this gardening knowledge is inside, and all this social interaction is happening. And now we have this implementation accelerator that combines several software systems with consulting and the basic knowledge checklists and all this stuff that is with workshops and stuff that is needed to start and to manage community fields.
And my question would be, where do those fields come from? So in very urban areas, how do people come up with those fields?
Yeah, so these fields are usually close to the houses. Like you can see it there. It's in between the big agriculture fields. Between the big fields, it's just in this space in between the big fields and the houses. There's the place for these fields, and there are several other criteria to choose a field. For example, is a good water supply, or possibility to park or stuff like this. So there are several other aspects that are relevant for the selection.
Thank you very much. Great, thank you. Okay, we'll continue with Enchar. Enchar is a market maker for biochar and the associated carbon certificates, and they provide us with the first comprehensive platform for the sale and procurement of biochar as a commodity. Looking forward to hearing more about it from you.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles from Enchar. How many of you here have heard of biochar before? Okay, that's not unusual. Enchar is accelerating the use of biochar by connecting biochar buyers and matching them to the right supply. But what is biochar? Biochar is basically a carbon sponge. It is a carbon negative material derived from waste biomass. And it is going to play a critical role to decarbonize our society going forward. In fact, this has already started and is taking off today. The reason being, biochar is an amazingly cost-effective way we have to turn atmospheric CO2 into a permanent, highly concentrated carbon product. And all of this uses mature technology, so it can be scaled up really quickly. But the benefits of biochar go far beyond carbon sequestration. It can be used in a number of industries, like metal production, like agriculture, construction materials, plastics, you name it. The areas of applications are vast. But biochar properties differ greatly depending on the feedstock and the production process that is used to make it. And that leads to a number of questions being unanswered in the market today. This is where Enchar comes in. For biochar sellers, we provide an efficient route to market where they can market their biochar to the right customers. We support them with CO2 credit certification and credit management, as well as a network of biochar post-processing and transport solutions. To biochar buyers, we facilitate the procurement of the best products for their goals. For industrial players, we help them through our network to develop new projects with the right feedstock, the right technology, and the right partners. All of this is supported by a digital platform. But what do requests from industrial players typically look like? I'm showing you here two examples. One of them from a customer in the metallurgy department that wants a substitute to 30,000 tons of pet coke per year for a non-fossil carbon source. And biochar is a good solution for that. The other one is a customer that wants to replace 500,000 cubic meters of peat for agricultural and horticultural products. And again, biochar can be a really good solution for that. Enchar is a team of 3 co-founders with deep industry expertise in thermal energy and business development for myself, biochar characterization with Christian, and software development with Jenny. Today, we are working with 80 different producers and have supplied biochar to 4 different industries. Here is an example of biochar being applied in the agricultural space by one of our customers earlier this year. If you're interested about what we are doing, get in touch or come visit us at booth A18. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit how you differentiate from other platforms for biochar, since there, I think, are multiple out there?
So I would say platforms for biochar, there are not many of them today. There are some of them that are more focused on retail. So they focus on smaller offtake, and they are basically a reseller for biochar. One thing that really differentiates us is that we spend a lot of resources and use a lot of energy or know-how on the characterization of the biochar. So we have a deep expertise in biochar itself, and we have samples from all the producers we work with, We're able to test them in the lab. We're able to test them for very specific things that customers ask for. And so that's really what sets us apart. And we tend to focus on medium to large scale off-takers.
You said when you first, in the introduction, that you are a market when biochar becomes a commodity. When I hear the word commodity, I always hear small margins and you need a lot of volume. So how do you see this developing? Also the price for biochar and the margin you can take?
So I think looking at the production volumes that are coming up, there is no questions that huge volumes can be done with biochar. Today, we are talking about, in Europe, 100,000 tons maybe of biochar being produced, but it's growing at a 60+% rate per year. So very quickly you reach significant volumes where our margin can also decrease, to be honest, because the market will become more established, and therefore we can also, there will be more off-takers, there will be more need for biochar brokerage.
So one quick question regarding biochar in soil application. Is it a silver bullet, or do you see any risks or downsides?
From which point of view?
Using it on soil.
Yeah, but risk of?
Is there any risk? So sometimes it sounds like that's the silver bullet for everything.
So soil application is probably one of the most regulated one today in the biochar space. You cannot do anything. You can do anything if you are at a very small scale, so really small scale because no one is going to control what you're doing. But the customers we speak to, they care a lot about being in line with European regulations or national regulations where whatever applies. And there you have strict rules as to what biochars, in terms of pollutants and contaminants, can be used in soil application. That doesn't say anything about biochar performance. This is where we come into play. But the rules set by the law are clear for soil application.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And now we come to the last startup for the innovation area, agriculture, biodiversity, and food. That's Nadar. Nadar develops a software as a service platform powered by satellite data to assess nature-based solution more efficiently and transparently and build up trust in nature-based carbon credits. Please give a round of applause to Nadar.
Hi, I'm Caroline, co-founder and CEO of Nadar, and we provide an accurate and scalable monitoring of carbon and deforestation powered by satellite data. The carbon market provides enormous potential not only for nature by storing carbon and also for biodiversity, but it also provides enormous potential for new financing opportunities for landowners. But currently the way of measuring this carbon is very inefficient and it keeps the market from scaling. Currently, carbon measurement is often very costly, very time-consuming, and also often prone to error. This is because often very antiquated methods are applied that include a lot of on-site field visits and a lot of manual data collection. But of course, you cannot measure every single tree in your forest, so at the end, often the carbon is more estimated than actually measured. So what we at Nadar offer is a digital monitoring solution to accurately and scalably measure the carbon that is stored in the trees of the forest. So how do we do it? We combine multiple data sources from satellite data, but also aerial data sources. So for example, optical images, radar data, and also LiDAR data to derive a 3D model of the forest. So our technology is already applied in practice. This is a forest in Switzerland, where we accurately monitored the carbon that is stored there in the trees. And we were able to do this at a single tree level. And this is what you can see here on the platform. So we helped a local forestry company accredit their forest to be able to sell carbon credits from their improvements they're doing in the forest. So we're at NADA, we're protecting forests at multiple fronts. So we're also offering a solution for the new EU deforestation regulation, where operators and traders that import certain commodities into the EU, like cacao or coffee, they need to make sure that their products are not leading to deforestation somewhere else in the world. So we provide a compliance solution where we can help them, first of all, gather their data, geolocate their fields, their plots, then also check the data, perform validity checks, and then also directly monitor these fields to really see continuously where deforestation is going on and if these plots are actually complying with the regulation. So who are we? We're a team of experts in forestry sciences, software development, and remote sensing. And yeah, if you want to hear more about us, come back to our booth. We're in the other hall, so hall 1. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question would be, how are you different from Ocell, Treely, and all the others active in this market?
Yeah, the key point is the accurate and scalable monitoring. So most providers focus on one of each. So either it's scalable or it's accurate, and we combine both. So we don't have to visit the field every time, for example, so we can do it completely remote. So that's the scalable part. And the accurate part is that we actually measure, for example, tree height from the LiDAR data and don't just, more estimate it.
I'm pretty sure I've heard the same pitch, the scalability and not visiting the forest from all of them. Have you benchmarked kind of the accuracy? Have you been able to benchmark your accuracy?
Yeah, so for example, very few actors use LiDAR data. So most of them use drone data, for example, and drone data is just not scalable. So you cannot measure every forest in the world if you have to send someone there who flies a drone first. So I would say, in my opinion, that's not scalable. But of course, it depends on your perspective. So we're coming from the remote sensing perspective. We do satellite-based remote sensing. So for us, it's satellite data first.
So do you have actually proprietary data, or is it something that your competitors can also access? And how do you exactly get the LiDAR data? Because that's not from satellites, right?
There is actually LiDAR data from satellites also. Yeah, there's a lot out there. But no, we're not data providers, we're the monitoring providers. So our, what we develop are these models that can really measure the carbon quite accurately. But maybe at a later stage we will also gather our own data, or even maybe start our own satellite mission. You never know.
You have one last question, or? Okay.
Okay, yeah, thanks. There's a time. So on which price model do you sell it? Is it project-based, or do you have like a regular service, or how do your customers buy your service?
So for the, let's say, proof of concept phase, we're more working on a project level to really collect a lot of data and also validate our models. But we're now moving to a more software as a service recurring revenue model. Because we also, we do the baseline estimation at the beginning, but then we also do a monitoring how the carbon storage improves over time.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that was the end of this innovation area. We'll have a quick break, just about 4 to 5 minutes, and then we'll continue with finance, risk, and regulation. See you in a minute. Okay, we continue with a new innovation area, which is finance, risk, and regulation. So now we'll focus on a deep dive into the intersection of sustainability and finance, risk, and regulation. And to promote sustainable investments, we want to explore essential topics of the area, such as green banking, impact investing, and taxonomies. And we'll, of course, also shed a light on crowd investing, ESG reporting, and impact business design to highlight their crucial role in sustainable business models. So, of course, we'll have another Q&A lead with great questions. We have Anna Trendevic from Future Energy Ventures. Welcome. We have Thomas Spiegel from Trill Impact. Toba. Okay, then we'll continue with Steffen Reinecke from eCapital. Welcome. Thank you. And maybe you two can quickly introduce yourselves with a couple of words, and then we'll wait for Toba to arrive. Does it work? Or you can also take this one if you want to. Just a quick introduction.
Sure, happy to say a few words. So my name is Anna Trendevic, and I'm part of the investment team at Future Energy Ventures. We are a venture capital firm focused on investing in digital innovation that's driving decarbonization, energy transition, and positive impact. We invest globally, but mostly focusing on Europe. So very much looking forward.
Thank you very much. And Steffen? Maybe also a quick introduction from your side.
Yeah, thank you a lot. My name is Steffen Reinecke. I'm principal at eCapital. eCapital is a venture capital fund based out of Münster in Berlin. And we are focusing on a lot of clean tech, climate tech topics, also other deep tech firms in cybersecurity, also advanced materials, so like real technologies on the one hand side, and investing in Series A stages, usually 2 up to 6 million. And focusing on the DACH region as well as Europe. So yeah, nice. Thanks a lot, and looking forward.
Thank you for being here. Please, another round of applause for our Q&A leads. Okay, so let's dive right in. We are starting with uBirch, which is an ESG data management platform that offers verified, standardized, ESG-relevant data. The clients access it digitally, boosting the auditability, eliminating manipulation, and enhancing data trust. So, stage is yours. Here you go.
Thanks a lot, and hello everybody. Yeah, I'm Stefan Holler, CEO and co-founder of uBirch. uBirch is running an ESG data exchange network. And the reason for that is that we found out basically two big findings. When we talk to people, like you that care about sustainability and ESG, one was a big hunger for data, right? So if you talk, especially to big corporates, how they solve their scope 3 and how they collect all this data, one of the big findings, and there's also an IBM study that supports that, is lack of data, right? Accessing data in a standardized format, getting the data at all, is a big thing. And then another for me a bit surprising finding was that sharing is possible, So we asked people even from Goldman Sachs and very competitive firms if they could believe to share their ESG data with others or work on a basis of shared data. And pretty much everyone said yes, There's a couple of reasons, it has to be published anyway, and it's a big ecosystem of people that believe in sustainability and so on. So sharing is possible. And that's what we built this platform on. So the uBirch data exchange network is basically a system where companies can upload their ESG data in a standardized form. It's basically greenhouse gas-based scope 3 data. And corporates, companies that have to report on ESG data can retrieve it. They can upload their supplier list, and then they see a match of 30%, get the data. For the others, we are sending out standardized data requests that can get answered, basically. And the whole idea is to make that data marketplace fluid, if you like, by offering a standardized platform and empowering the principle of sharing for ESG data. And the third thing, that I believe is that this is all going to become operational, So at the moment, we are talking about an annual report, when we talk about ESG. And I think this will all go down to procurement, So we will soon see procurement processes, where people are being asked for the commercial value of your offer, but also the ESG value. And you have to provide it in the same way. It will influence the decision making. And from that moment on, conferences like this will have a completely different energy, because it will be very much about driving business decisions. And also for that, you need a platform where the data is available with an API, where you can ask for new data, publish new data, and that's what the UBERG data exchange platform wants to be. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'll start with the first question. So currently in the ESG reporting space, we see lack of standardization. So everyone has their own list of KPIs. How do you tackle the scalability problem? Do you use, for example, some AI to automate retrieving these KPIs? Like, what's your solution?
It's a good question. Yeah, basically, we focus very much on CSRD and Scope 3. And if you look at the regulatory framework, it's surprisingly straight and easy, because it's basically 15 categories of took from the greenhouse gas protocol, which is nicely documented. It's only CO2 equivalents you have to report, so it's metric data, 15 categories of metric data, and that's it. The complexity in CSRD is above, like Scope 1, 2, social, and all these kind of dimensions are incredibly complex, and I would say less standardized. But Scope 3, for me, is surprisingly standardized, and given the ESRS that just have been published and so on, I would say we have in this subspace a surprisingly standardized chunk, of data, and that's what we focus on at the moment. We embrace also, technical data standards like, a CBOR object, for example, so you can download the data in a technically standardized form, but that's a different story. Basically, it's, greenhouse gas and Scope 3 focus, I would say, is the answer.
Do we have more time, or? Maybe just briefly about how is your go-to-market?
Well, we have we will announce a partnership with the trade association in a few days, where we focus all their members, so vertical through the trade association. Because I think ESG matters will often not be dealt by, your own department or so, but you will outsource it to someone, and the trade association can be a good starting point. And we're partnering a lot, So Verso is on the stage later. We are proud partners of them, Lufthansa Industry, and so on, So partner ecosystem and associations.
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the keynote. Thanks. So next up on stage is Global Changer. Global Changer helps B2B companies to accelerate their CO2 reduction with a database software. I've heard a lot about you at Commerzbank. Now you can tell more to our jury and the guests. Please.
Yeah, hello everyone. Please bear with me. The slides are in German, so like in school we didn't really pay attention, but I'm able to speak English. So yeah, at Global Changer we really help corporates to accelerate the decarbonization efforts. We are based in Berlin. are lucky to be backed also by some really cool VCs and business angels like Neosphere, for example. And we work with leading companies from the B2B space, mainly in the producing side. And what we really focus on is the heavy part around the CO2 reduction. So we really see that this is the value creation in the companies that is heavily missing. So usually you do some CO2 balancing, and then you go straight to offsetting and reporting. So really focus on the operations now. And as said, we work with some great companies from the producing side. And the things that we normally encourage and that we see is that to really have one-stop solution, everything around CO2 reduction in one place, have then really a transparent overview of what is happening, what is going on, and really help with the coordination efforts. If you're wondering how this might look, so we normally have per location an individual CO2 reduction roadmap where you can track on a monthly basis if you're on track or not on track. We help to really identify the right reduction measure projects. So we have over 300 projects in our database, which helps also around the whole calculation from the CapEx, OpEx, ROIs. So you know across the board on your locations what to do first, what to do next, what is basically the whole impact, and can also go further then on the individual side from the measure. Invite your colleagues to it. So individually, normally we have the site managers with the operational engineers. We have the data flow normally going back to business units or holding level. So you normally have the other stakeholders like the CFOs, the head of sustainabilities, who really want to see on a location basis what's happening. And of course, we not only start what is the right reduction measure, but we go also really deep in, okay, what does it cost? How do I get there? What is the CO2 impact? So enabling really the teams locally to make the move forward and not being fully frustrated with, okay, there's a bunch of data. I calculated the emission now 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Nothing has changed, but really help drive the change. And we have done that successfully with large companies, reducing over 8% of the emissions year over year. And yeah, if you want to come talk to us, you can find us. We have a booth over there as well. You can see my lovely colleague there if you want to speak to him as well. And yeah, happy to answer any questions now.
So thank you for the presentation, super interesting and very much needed. My question is, do you also support maybe through network of partners with the implementation? So oftentimes it's easy to identify what to do and there's still this final push to bring companies to action. So how does it look like? And where do you see, in which actions do you see the biggest impact for CO2 reductions?
Yeah, great question. We are building up currently a partner network of consultancies, small, large ones, also energy consulting companies that can help also with the implementation locally. And from the reduction measure, well, there are a bunch of really cool ones. I think we had that shared earlier, and I will also tell that to the public. One company, they installed an ice battery storage system now. So they have the solar, the geothermal, solar thermy, and they all combined it now with an ice battery storage system. So they can heat into winter with ice. We, of course, our database is growing, it's constantly learning, and this is interesting for a lot of other companies as well out there. One is leading the space, others can profit from the whole scenario then.
Yeah, thanks a lot also from my side. So my question would be, what is in your view the biggest challenge in implementing these, this system in the production?
Yeah, great question. I think there's some governance needed internally. So you need someone, at least one person, fully doing sustainability. There's a lot of different things flying from left and right, do this rating, to that. You need someone locally to really push it forward. You need a buy-in from the top management, because otherwise you can completely forget it straight away. And you need the site managers each individually to buy in, because otherwise you have a great central system, but fail locally, and then your balance looks pretty much shit. And each and every year you're wondering why you're not reducing the CO2 emissions. So,
thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay. So we'll continue with Axon Protocol. For many businesses, it can be hesitant to trust compensation or offsetting projects because it's challenging to accurately assess and verify their environmental impact. In addition, the financing process can be cumbersome, and that makes it difficult for forest owners to participate. But there might be a solution, which Axon Protocol is going to talk about. So please come up to the stage. Looking forward to hear from you. Thank you.
So I'm Louis. I'm the co-founder of Axon Protocol. So what we're doing is a platform to finance the protection of forest. If we look at just the environmental compensation landscape, we can see that it's been quite a lot of problem due to lack of transparency. We can't really know what is the actual environmental impact, where is the money going. This is due to a fragmented process. There is different entities working at different points of the value chain, and there is no end-to-end accountability between the 2 points. So this can be solved with the solution we are providing. So there is really good monitoring solutions that are popping up, digital monitoring solution as well. There is, on the other side, I think there is a better understanding that carbon is not the only unit to value, but more taking an holistic approach of what an environmental project is. Now, what's missing is the transparency. And I think from both companies that are financing this project, as well as the general public, there is no way to really get into this project if you don't know what's happening. And so what we're providing is an infrastructure that gives a full transparency about the financial flows. So where is the money going when a company is paying something, how much is going to a broker, how much is going to a marketplace, and how much is going to the actual person doing the work. As well on the automation of the environmental impact. What I mean by that is that generally, environment impact monitoring and reporting can be quite administratively intensive and non-digital, which means there is no transparency. So what we do is we automate this process, so it's less work for landowners and more transparency for the overall market. Where we are right now with our development, we have finished a product, our digital infrastructure. We have registered an increasing amount of interest from landowner, and we are going to enter a piloting phase. We are still looking for companies, asset manager, anyone that is interested in compensating their environmental footprint. We have an holistic approach and something transparent. Unfortunately, I don't have a booth. There's been a problem with the slides, so I don't have a QR code as well. But I'll stay around here. I'm Louis Schwab. You can find me on LinkedIn as well, and in the festival if you're interested. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Louis. So first of all, maybe can you elaborate who is directly your customer and how do you involve the other parties in the supply chain? I understood it's, overarching customer and supply chain.
Yeah, so I think there is one side that's quite clear, is the companies, the asset manager, the person that are willing to compensate their environmental footprint. Then the other side, which is the direct customer, would be forest owners. But what we're seeing right now is that as well there's a lot of different entities working with this forest owner that have this matchmaking approach but don't have the way to prove the environmental impact and the transparency. So to be totally frank, we're still exploring what is the best customer on the other end of the spectrum. It may be not working directly with forest owner, but working with entities that are making this connection, maybe project developer. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thanks.
So I'll add a quick question on the technology side. So what is your secret sauce and what kind of tools do you employ to ensure this transparency and accuracy of the numbers?
Yeah, so on the technology side, I think there's a simple front end that just, a web app where people can go and visualize all the data. But then where the transparency really comes from, we work with a set of smart contracts on the blockchain infrastructure that enable us to have this full traceability over the different data points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And then we go further with just their digital modeling platform is designed for forest risk products. It addresses specific pain points related to EUDR and ESG compliance. So just the stage is yours, please. Yes. Mike, yeah.
Okay, so the bad news is that most of you, us, have consumed or used a product associated with deforestation today. The rubber in your tires, the cacao in your chocolate, coffee in your coffee, et cetera, it's everywhere. Good news is there is growing demand for verifiable information on sustainability from consumers, investors, and regulators. This requires traceability, of course, because if you don't know where it's from, you're never going to know if it's really sustainable, okay? Now, there are a lot of pain points about this. Scaling up is really hard, fraud, and complexity. Scaling up in particular, imagine you have hundreds of thousands of farmers in, say, Indonesia or Ivory Coast, and you are supposed to provide information about each and every one about legality and sustainability. It's really hard. Okay, so GIST is a behavioral modeling platform, and I'm going to use this thing here to show you really what we do. So we take satellite imagery, drones, and radar, and we make a behavioral model of like a forest or a crop or something down to each individual tree level, and we model the behavior of those entities, right? And each node, each thing there is an AI, right? So if you know the behavior of each tree or plant, what can you do? Well, you know how much that tree or plant is going to produce. If you know how much something is going to produce, then you can compare it to what people are reporting. If you can compare what people are reporting to what's possible, well, what do you have? You have scalable traceability that is fraud resistant, which is the missing link into a lot of the sustainable sourcing for these big supply chains. Okay? I should have been on that slide. We can do a lot more in terms of automation, et cetera. We can model outcomes of interventions as well, because again, it's a behavioral model. What will happen if you invest in agroforestry or regenerative farming? Well, let your model tell you. I am out of time. We do have some traction, some pilots, and I'm over in booth A34 if anyone wants to come by and say hi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I didn't quite get, where is your data coming from? Is it satellite data or?
So satellite, radar, drones, combined with information from the businesses, people too.
And how accurate is that data when you run your model?
We're doing pilots right now because that's something that we need to demonstrate more.
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
So who is your target customer, and how does the product or the value for the customer look like?
Okay, so the product is a B2B SaaS ERP platform, and really we can tailor the front end to whatever they need, thanks to our flexible graph end back end. But the ideal customers, Starbucks, Nestle, Cargill, all these big companies that have been saying for a long time it's too hard to be sustainable at scale. Not anymore. Okay.
more questions, or you're good? Great. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue with Freeze Carbon, which is an online B2B marketplace, and it connects sustainable companies which want to balance unavoidable CO2 emissions with project developers to avoid and reduce CO2. More about that from Thorsten.
Thank you very much. Hey, I'm Thorsten, co-founder and CEO of Freeze Carbon. I'll quickly take you through a few of the elements that we're doing, a bit of a mission. Before I go into it, what we want to do as overarching vision is really bringing quality back into this market. There's been a lot of issues with carbon credits. There's been a lot of situations where companies had to face lawsuits around greenwashing. And with our marketplace, we are solving this. So quickly again, thanks for the intro. Exactly, it's very simple B2B online marketplace for carbon credits with a core focus on quality analysis. This is a really important slide, especially because I opened up with greenwashing. I want every company to first track, then reduce, and then come to us afterwards to neutralize the unavoidable sliver that is not possible to get rid of, to then reach net zero as a final goal. What is a little bit the problem in the market? On the left-hand side, we see it. We have round about 23,000 projects in the world that reduce CO2 from the planet, and all of them are in different qualities. They're very fragmented. It's very difficult to find. And on the right-hand side, what we are doing is a quality analysis along 8 criteria to identify the best in class. We aggregate them. We reduce the process of procuring these credits. We reduce the process of doing the payment. And put it all on one single tool. I'll not go into the market a little bit. The market is being estimated to grow significantly. But on the right-hand side, and I think this is a really interesting one, is the quality mix. In the past, companies used to buy credits for €1, €2 a piece. And this is really shifting now. There's a shift also around moving away from climate neutrality to more towards net zero. And there we see a lot of change towards these high-quality credits. This is an interesting one and again explains our position quite well. On the left-hand side we have the project developers, on the right-hand side the sustainable companies, and we directly link you up with these projects. We are not buying them on some other exchange or brokering or anything like that. We really want to have a one-way street and support companies. Of course, these are very big logos on both sides, but our prime focus is on the medium-sized and large companies, somewhat below the Microsoft size. Maybe quickly on this one. So we've been founded now 6 months ago. We have 15 projects under contract that we represent officially. The number is outdated already, or the countries are outdated because we have really projects in the Global South and Africa. We have in South America, but also in Asia, in Europe, in Germany, and in the US. A little bit around team. So we are actually here with my colleague Konstantin, the two of us in the front. And then we're supported by a tech team, coming from consulting backgrounds and tech backgrounds to now build up this tech marketplace, but a focus on quality as mentioned. Perfect. Questions, please.
Thank you for this presentation. Super interesting. So my question is, could you talk a bit more about the approach and methodology, how you go about assessing the quality of the projects? And also about the risks. So right now we are facing a lot of weather events and some of the projects just don't deliver the expected credits. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks for the question. Our perspective is solely focused around the corporate buyer that has unavoidable emissions and wants to neutralize them for whatever purpose. So from that perspective, we are trying to solve this issue by finding projects. And we are not bound to a certain project type. So to mitigate risks, we are excluding a lot of project types by default. For example, forest projects, we don't have any forest projects on the platform at all, but rather focus on direct air capture, biochar potentially, rock weathering, other project types that certify the credit after the CO2 has been taken out of the air, and therefore it can't be reversed in some of the instances. But the quality process, it's a two-step process. First, we do outside-in analysis along 4 criteria. After that, we talk to the project developer themselves, sign an NDA, go into 8 criteria in detail, and have lots of communication either via phone or via email to answer all our questions. And we have currently an approval rate of 16%, and 84 are not approved on our marketplace.
Yeah, my question was going actually in a similar direction regarding the projects. You must see a lot of different kinds. Also probably a shift in the market, what was before and what is maybe coming in the future. So, what is your perspective on where the projects are shifting towards and where you see the most high quality?
Yeah, there is, to be very fair, I think there's high quality in every project type. I think that exists 100%. In some project types, it's more difficult to find the high quality than others. To answer that part of the question. Then to answer where's the market going is some companies need support right now and they want support right now. Others have 2025, 2030 goals and they want to build a pipeline to then achieve the goal at that given time. And therefore, we see a lot of growth into innovative projects like direct air capture, biochar, but a lot of volume is still in the traditional project types. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next on stage is Loom Impact. They enable SDG-focused companies to grow. They structure financial product for them and operate Loompact, an open portal for impact planning, communication, and NFT-based impact asset trading. Please, the stage is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So, everybody, hi. Hope you're well. So, my name is René Wienholz. I'm one of the co-founders of Loom Impact, and today I want to show you something about Loompact NFT, which we also present here at our booth A54. I think it's 54, yes. What is Loompact? Basically, it's the first time that impact of all dimensions has got financial value. We transform impact into a product. How we do this? Basically, using this one, an NFT. What is an NFT? An NFT is a blockchain object sitting on the blockchain, basically mainly connected to 99% to a picture. Why were you using that technology? And what is in there? When you look at that picture here, you see this is earned impact. It's not guessed impact. It's not future impact. It's not something what you can guess. It's impact that is already earned in a past time frame. I mean, you wouldn't go into a, let's say, smartphone shop, put down $500 and say, probably if you produce some phones in the future, I would love to get one and go out. No, you wouldn't do that. So you really need a product in turn that's already realized, and that's realized impact, so no guessing towards future. It's impact that is in all dimensions. We're able not only to monetize on CO2 effects, it might be microplastics, it might be other things like energy access in Africa. We have an example over there. And we can do this with nearly or every aspect of the 17 SDGs. That's what we do. Next thing is, embedded is an end-to-end tracking of what you buy. Every impact effect is assessed by the company themselves. So the company is assessing the data and delivering the data, so they're also liable for the data that is sold there. The second thing is that it's always externally audited. And audited so that the impact model is correct, that the reported numbers are correct. And if this goes together, then we have a certificate chain that you can check, and in a way that everybody understands. The next thing is, it's always a limited piece. So the amount of NFTs that are issued is dependent on the impact that was created. For instance, here it's, let's say, 300 tons of filtered microplastics from 3,000 in the past. So it's a 1 of 10. We can do this with nearly every dimension and in every part. And we're using blockchain technology because it is a transparent transaction system. So if you, for instance, want to compensate against plastics, it would be bad if you sell it next day at a higher price, because then you did not compensate anymore. I can research this. I know your wallet, and I know if the assets went out or not. This is the first thing. The second thing, as I said, it is connected pictures. So you know definitely what you buy at a single glance. That's very easy to understand, and even easy to understand when it comes to tracking. And there's many, many more aspects to this. I think we can elaborate this a little bit more at our booth A54, as I said, over there at Loompact. And there you can see all of the live projects we have out there to transform impact as a product directly into financial value. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting. And I think it also is a broad area you are targeting. You mentioned you are focusing on many SDGs. You have, the technology is infinitely scalable. So first of all, as a startup, where is your focus right now? What customer segments do you target?
It's basically CSR departments, of course, and in various dimensions. I mean, we got the new initiatives, so the extended CSRD, for instance, the extended taxonomy, social taxonomy, etc. So there's more and more KPIs to be published by the larger corporates, and they are getting questions more and more. So they need answers to this. And of course, insetting is something which is definitely relevant. I think that's the basis. But to be faster, to compensate against, it's something what we could address here. If you're asking me what is the focus point is, controversially, it's not CO2, because there is many CO2 certificate providers out there. But especially, we got many projects in other environmental parts like plastics. Here, for instance, that microplastics is a sample. We have another example from Plastic Fischer. And water sanitation and access. And then there comes the more social parts like education and so, where we're also targeting trusts and foundations and CSR departments in the programmatic work.
Very interesting. I have a question, like how do you quantify the other types of impact? So for example, education, social aspects, and related to this, how do you assign value or price to it?
Basically, the idea to this one comes from a hybrid from what is technologically possible, how can we measure impact and assess impact, and from a financial perspective. Because what you, for instance, ask, what is the price point, for instance, for a person educated, let's say, in parts of Africa with higher education? I don't know. But what we do is, what we all know from investment banking is market sounding. So you go out and say, we've got this kind of project. Would this appeal to you? And what do you feel would it cost? And then we talk to the customer or to the issuer and say, is this, I think, the amount of money that would cater your needs to get from the project as a kind of value for your impact that you created to keep your business or your operation sustainable? So that's definitely one part. And how to measure that? I probably think I could elaborate on this one for an hour. But I really invite you to come over to our booth, then we explain everything, and I think we got good answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, René. Okay. We'll continue with Calirius. They solve the problem of lack of trust, transparency, and accessibility to effective high-integrity only NBS, which is required to scale up climate mitigation to preserve our planet as a livable place. And in addition, they also open up the market to institutional investors. More from you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Tim, one of the co-founders of Calirius, and you've heard lots of buzzwords now, and now let me try to put this into perspective maybe. When we founded Calirius early last year, we were a bunch of bankers actually, and we had the idea, the overarching idea of our company is actually we need to bring private capital into climate projects because there is an utter need for private capital. We are facing a funding gap of about $500 to $800 billion per year. So there's huge amounts of capital. And we thought we come from a regulated basis, professional markets, we know markets, so let's tackle this problem. And we have done this by developing actually two products. One is, I would call it a curated marketplace. One of the earlier speakers talked about something similar. But the specialty for us is really that we have a marketplace where we guarantee that there's only high quality projects. So we have a due diligence process before any project enters this marketplace. We have climate expert, geologists, so people really that know their stuff, and they look at the projects, and if there is something shady with it, if there's something that doesn't meet our criteria, we will not allow it to the marketplace. The second product that we're developing is actually a fund solution. So it will be a closed-end fund in which especially corporate customers can invest to today secure their sourcing needs for carbon credits in a couple of years' time. Because there's actually lots of companies that have SBTI targets. For those of you who don't know that, these are targets that they have given themselves to be climate neutral in the future. And they are basically pledging that firstly, they do everything they can to reduce their own emissions. And once that is done and it's not possible to reduce it any further, only then they will use carbon credits to offset that. The problem is they know already today that they will have a need for carbon credits maybe in 5 years or 7 years, but they don't know what that will cost. And it's impossible for those companies to invest in single products today. So what we are offering them is a fund of a diversified portfolio of high-quality carbon projects, which will deliver their carbon credits over time so that it fits their needs and also the standards of the Science-Based Target Initiative, SBTI. And this is what we're working on right now. And let's say the scandals of the last year or so, and the market has been difficult for sure, but we're seeing that there's actually a very high interest, especially in these high-quality products that we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, super interesting. I have a question about the price of the project. So you've mentioned that the customers, they know that they will have the need and they don't know the price of the offsets in the future. So you're taking the price risk, and how do you manage this risk? How do you know the price of the future credits?
Yeah, no, we are not actually taking the price risk. So actually, these companies, they're investing into a fund. So basically, they're investing the money today. And with this money, new projects will be done. And based on the experience, what it costs to do such a project, we do the Science-Based Target Initiative allows only removal products, by the way. So there is a lot of, for example, afforestation projects. So all of the costs are initial in the first years, or at least the majority. And therefore, we know pretty well, because we signed contracts as a fund with these project developers or project owners, what we pay and what we get. What is important, obviously, is that we manage the risks, because and this is why we are needed. And I'm always confused, actually, coming from a regulated environment, when you speak to some people and they say, okay, we have this great product here, and then you ask, okay, now we need some more clarity on the financials, because you are having a liability for 20 years to deliver us carbon credits. And if this company is bankrupt, there will be no more carbon credits. And then very often a lot of these projects cannot deliver the standards that we need. And that shows me, at least, that somebody with our expertise is very much needed to really bring the standards to this market that are needed for such long-running projects.
Yeah, my question would go in a similar direction. Is there enough trust in the market for such a fund solution from a startup, say, to deliver this kind of impact over the next 10 years?
Yeah, so basically the fund is regulated, so we cannot simply use the money, and it's not our money. They don't have to trust us that we don't go bankrupt. It's a SPV structure, so that is the case. And then maybe just talking a little, we are a startup, yes, that's true, but we are very experienced founders. So our founding team, my colleague Abby has actually been CEO of an investment bank, of a European investment bank before. So I think we have a little advantage, at least, and a little more trust than maybe some others might have. Obviously, that doesn't mean that other people are not trustworthy, but at least we have shown in the past that we are trustworthy counterparties.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll now have a quick switch to another innovation area, to people, services, and organization due to a free slot. So the next pitch will be about that innovation area. And it is the startup Werner, which is an impact recruitment agency. And they help impact companies to find the right staff to achieve their goals in the fight against the climate crisis. So please give a warm applause to Werner.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Volker. I'm the founder of Werner, and I want to talk with you about the problem we found out, which we want to tackle. And it's more or less pretty simple. We all know the climate crisis evolves really quick, and the politics really slow. So that's not the solution to solve the climate crisis. And that's how it looks around the world at the moment. And therefore, we want to make a difference to help fight the climate crisis. I stole a quote from Luisa Neubauer at the OMR Festival because I think it puts it on the spot. Quit if you can. Because I think there lies the difference. Because the economy has to solve the problem, not the politics. And what is the economy? The economy is the sum of all companies, and within the companies, we have people working there. So the solution is the people within the companies. In Germany, we have almost 35 million people employed, so it seems like there's no problem. But I guess we have an allocation problem. Do these people work in the right companies? That's our aim, to make as many people as possible, to climate activists, to work in the impact industry to solve the problem. But we have a new problem there. We all know the baby boomers retire. We have skilled labor shortage already. And a lot of the companies all around here, they are hidden champions. Outside the green bubble, nobody knows them. So our job is to find the right talent, the best talent for these companies, to market them, to speak to the people who are maybe outside of the bubble yet, to make sure slightly more and more people will go from the old economy to the green tech, clean tech companies to help fight the climate crisis. And we believe that's how we can make, as a recruitment company, our impact, by helping the impact companies be successful, find the right people, and get their targets done. And that's how we be part of the bubble. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting, albeit different topic.
Yeah, I know. I squeezed in because the slot got free, and I said, okay, if I have the chance to talk to the audience, let's do it.
For sure. So my question is, how do you actually find and connect and maybe empower these people looking to be potential climate activists? Since as a young company, again, you have to focus and have only limited resources.
Yeah. You said it already, it's all about focus. In recruitment is no rocket science. We don't have high-tech IT. It's more about the people, and you have to be in the bubble. You have to build a network. You have to understand actually what the people are looking for and what the clients are aiming for, and bring that together. So it's more the focus you have. Like a lot of recruitment companies focus, for example, on Java or on SAP. And then they're good at that because they just speak with Java people and Java companies. But that's no impact. So we say, okay, let's just talk to impact people and talk to people who want to make an impact but maybe don't know which company to go to, or if they even find one, how can they be sure that they mean it serious? And that's the answer we want to give them, by just having a better market overview and can give them the answer of, is this company I want to go to actually greenwashing, or is it actually mean it serious?
Thank you. And what are the reasons for which people are still staying in the old economy? What's keeping them, and how are you planning to overcome this?
I think we see a trend that more and more people want to do impact, but they don't know how. So like in the past, you had like the NGOs, and then you had like the old economy. And if you wanted to go like do something good, you had to go to an NGO, but that meant less salary, no career. And now we have like this social business, like a new whole economy, but not a lot of people know of. So we have to just talk for like, take a bank and talk to the software developer there and tell them there are options with your skills. You can work at better companies and have an impact just doing the same job. So we want to target them. And also like the whole Friday for Future generation, I name them, which will come into the job market. They will ask these questions to all of the companies. And then we think we are positioned really well because we understand the market better than the others.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. And then we welcome on stage the next startup. It's Verso. It is a B2B software as a service solution with integrated consulting for an holistic CSR management. Please, the stage is yours. And a round of applause to our...
Thank you. Hi, I'm Flo. I'm one of the co-founders from Verso, and due to a recent rebranding, as you see here, it's a little bit different than there. I don't have any slides for you today, but we are working in the sustainability field since 2010. We are offering software, consulting, and educational services, mostly for mid-sized companies in Germany. So I would say between 250 and like 10,000 employees or something. So what we really do is we offer full service sustainability. So that means mostly focused on the CSRD, on the whole supply chain law, Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz. So this is our main driver. So we are kind of an outsourced, or we can be like an outsourced sustainability department for our customers. And so we really take them take them at the hand. So because of our like over 12 years of experience, we understand like what are their day-to-day challenges, what they have. We try to set up solution-ready software solutions, so all the auditors can check the reports and can check the whole processes there for the CSRD. So this is what we are doing, but we also help to educate all the employees. We help to bring transparency into the supply chain. So to have like, okay, what is my climate impact in the supply chain? What are my human rights risks in the supply chain? So we support with that. So we are, at the moment, we are like 90 plus people working in Munich, Cologne, and Hamburg. We have over 200 customers in Germany, Italy, in the Nordics, Netherlands, and so on. So we are growing quickly. So if you want to work with us, we are welcome. If you want to invest, we can talk. And if you want to be our customers, of course, we are here to help you with sustainability, software education, and consulting services. And so, thank you.
Thank you for the pitch, very interesting. My question is about to what extent are you able to leverage AI and automate sustainability tasks, and what part of it is done by people, and how do you see this moving forward?
Is this, now it's on. Good question. AI is a big word. AI is a big word. I would say we are experiencing with that, with the whole machine learning and so on. But the reality in the organizations is that most of the topics are completely new. So there is no real data. For example, with, I don't know, a gender pay gap or diversity. And it's not only enough to tell like, okay, how many men, how many women are working in my company. it's very interesting. What am I doing as an organization to make sure we support diversity in our organization? So it's a lot of strategy work, target setting, action planning. So this is where we go deep with our customers to develop all these strategies. And then when we have this set, we build the whole landscape in our software. And then when we get the data, then we can talk about AI, machine learning, and all that stuff. Or also we are working with like huge networks. And then it could be good for giving companies orientation and benchmarking. We can use it there, but the basic work there is to do the basic work with the companies, and this is at the moment not in our customer base, not AI.
So I want to focus on the customer value, and congratulations to your great achievements so far. Sounds very promising, and since it's a competitive field, I wonder what are your learnings regarding what customer values and what arguments you can bring in the sales that get your solution through the door and not the competitors.
Yeah, it's a very dynamic market, obviously. And the market has changed over the years. It was a lot friendlier a couple of years ago, I would say. But anyways. So what we have learned from our customers, and this is kind of the reason why we build our solutions the way we are building, is that we offer the full package. So we can go into the ESG strategy. We can do climate accounting. We can do the supply chain transparency. And we offer software and consulting for all of that in combination with educational services. So you don't have like 5, 6, 7 different players helping you there. You have like one go-to partner who helps you through this channel and journey with your ESG management. So this is the thing, and the empathy with all we call them future makers in the companies as sustainability managers.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are finishing off this innovation area with our last startup, with this open ESG. As we all know, new ESG regulations require financial institutions to collect ESG data from their customers. And Open ESG manages your entire data collection process, digitally, user-oriented, and audit-proof. More from you. Stage is yours.
So thank you very much. My name is Michael, and today I want to introduce you to the one-stop solution to collect ESG data for financial institutions. So you might have heard about the EU Green Deal and all the different regulations that were set in place by the EU to force not only but also financial institutions to cover ESG risks and to collect ESG data. And basically, ESG data is the new gold, not because it's such a valuable resource, but it's such a scarce resource, because high quality, comparable ESG data is really a scarce topic. So some say about 50,000 companies in Europe are affected by the new EU regulations. What is correct if you just cover the companies that are directly affected? But indirectly affected are more than 1.2 million companies, what is a very conservative estimate. Because of financing relationships, because of supply chain relationships, by far more companies are affected and are forced to provide ESG data for their financing partners or for their customers that are obliged to cover ESG regulations. And how does this process typically work? It's typically a paper-based, manual, high resource-driven and time-consuming process based on a paper-based questionnaire. And to change that and to make this process digital, lean, and smooth, we founded OpenESG, what is basically a data hub between the data provider, so typically the company, and the data user, what is typically the financial institution. And OpenESG is a very user-friendly, intuitive intuitive solution to collect ESG data with integrated videos, integrated user guidance, help text. So it gets so easy to provide ESG data that even, sorry for that joke, my mom would understand what data she needs to provide for the bank. Thank you very much. Any questions?
So is it an open platform in the sense of like open source, or where does the open come from?
Yeah, it's exactly the right topic. It's an open platform. So 2 topics on that one. First of all, we only collect data. We don't generate data and we don't use the data, so we don't market the data. So it's simply a one-on-one topic. A bank needs ESG data. We collect it from the user or the provider needs to provide us a consent to provide the data to the bank, and we don't market the data. But we are open to any kind of users of the data, for example, ESG ratings, for example, ESG consultancies. If the provider of the data as the owner of the data gives the user consent, then also the data can be provided to other servicing companies like ratings, like ESG consultancies. But always based on a consent, so no marketing of the data.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll have another quick break from 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll continue with our 2 last innovation areas. Okay. We'll continue with our last remaining 2 innovation areas, which are energy, pollution and water, and mobility, cities and logistics. Regarding energy, pollution and water, we'll focus on the impact of energy generation on our environment and natural resources. We'll find out how innovative solutions of clean energy and energy as a service can help to reduce the problems in this innovation area. We'll check out their ability to promote environmental sustainability and the conservation of water resources while reducing pollution. And in our 6th innovation area, which is mobility, cities and logistics, we'll dive into the future of transportation as we explore the intersection of mobility, cities and logistics. We'll discuss the exciting potential of electromobility, AI and data management to create sustainable and efficient transportation solutions for the future. And again, we'll have a Q&A lead, which are Tim and Mark. Tim Schumacher from World Fund and Mark Werner from Rethink Ventures. Please give them a nice applause. Tim? Great, thank you very much. And we'll dive right into our first startup, with this Jolene.io. And the startup helps companies to develop energy-efficient AI and data applications with ease. They specialize in machine learning, big data, and real-time pipelines, and they support for Python, R, and Julia. So, stage is yours. Have fun.
Thank you very much. I'm Stefan Sam, and I'm going to present to you your data science solution. There will be some hiccups because I thought I have a mouse and I can show some videos, but it's only a PDF and I have no way to click on the play button. So you have to follow my voice and imagine how awesome it is. I founded Jolene.io with a focus on green AI for green business, and it's still only myself, and I'm really looking for co-founders, early adopters, pilot clients, and just to get started and scaled. And I hope I can convince you that this is just a lovely thing to do. So here would be the slide where I click on the videos, and you see 2 buttons, and this is a notebook. So the key thing which is the basis of this data science, is that you really want to enable data scientists to do their job. They come from university, as I did. They have the knowledge of the model. And now a notebook environment where you just have kind of interactivity, they can apply their models, they get the output directly. This is the perfect thing to do. And usually then this is just experimentation, and to get this into production they need to interact with another team, wait months, and this is a really tedious process I experienced myself. And this is now on the stage that you can just take the notebook where the data scientists feel friendly and directly deploy it and have a dashboard solution, a real-time process, and so forth. And this is really simplifying everything. And I hope to find kind of early adopters to try this out. And finally, kind of this overview slide I have, this works. So how this works is you need to think about it like Excel. So you all know Excel, and the power is that if you change something, the rest is automatically self-updating. And the same idea is applied here, and it enables to have kind of the same environment for experimentation, but then also to make a dashboard out of it. So it's like Excel, but really built for enterprise data science. And the main focus is really to enable the data scientists get their ideas into products as fast as possible. So the background idea, or the back thing which is really unique, is the Julia programming language. And this gives us unique advantages in terms of speed. And this is also why we are here in terms of resource usage. So you get a factor of 10 at least, 40 it's here in this paper. So you save 90% of your resources just by using this programming language. And it has also other advantages in the data science field. We are focusing on it, and doing also other consultancy. So data science, engineering, helping you from ideation to final product. If you need workshops, performance evaluations, we are there to help you. We do migrations, but also full development. And yeah, thank you for your attention. And I hope, so come there to N30 and check out the notebook in real. I'm so sorry that I couldn't show you the video, but visit me over there at booth N30, and I'll show you the notebook in live, and you see how awesome it is and simplifies everything. Thank you.
So how exactly do you get to lower energy usage?
Yeah, so the current landscape uses the Python programming language a lot. And this is just by design a very slow language because it dynamically interprets everything on the fly. And the Julia solves this problem explicitly. It was built for this purpose, to stay dynamic but compile machine code directly. And technically, it's called just-in-time compilation. And this solves the gap of being both dynamic and having optimized machine code. But yeah, you get it just not with Python, but you need to use this new language.
Is it an open source framework or?
Yes, this is open source. Yeah.
So I could just go on GitHub and find it and check it out.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yeah. So the language is open source and ready to use.
So then your main revenue source is actually the consulting part. The open source framework is basically how to demonstrate your competence, but as a business model, you would be a consultancy.
Yeah, so especially in the beginning, main part is consultancy, and the second part is the deployment of these open source tools, so that companies can easily use them. And this is already ready. You go to cloud.jolin.io and can test it. And there it's integrated with version control, user authentication, all these things which you need in a company setup, which is not there in the standard open source field. So this is the second revenue stream of having the deployment, the hosting ready for the companies. Thank you for the questions. Really good. Yeah.
Another question? Perfect. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
They look interested for sure. Then next startup on stage is Everwave. They collect waste out of rivers to save the ocean. To close the loop, Everwave takes care of the co-processing and builds up long-lasting infrastructure for waste management. Please, the stage is yours.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Let's imagine we have 21,000 pieces of plastic in the ocean for every person that is sitting here and for every person that lives on this planet. So let's say it like that, this is not a very good situation that we are having right now. So in a perfect world, Everwave should not exist. Because in a perfect world, we would have a circular economy. Luckily, we have a lot of solutions that take care of this. And in a perfect world, we would not have waste in our rivers and in our oceans. Unluckily, we are not in a perfect world right now. Meaning, we need a solution for the waste that ends up in our waters. So that's why we step in. We are collecting waste from rivers to prevent the ocean and to make the planet waste-free. What we do? We are organizing worldwide cleanups. We work in Southeast Asia, in the Balkan region, and we collect tons and tons of waste. But we don't stop there, because this would be too easy. If we only collect it, then it ends up in the next landfill again, and then next year I can collect the exact same waste in the same region where I worked before. So that's why we say, okay, we collect the waste, we build up infrastructures. For example, we build up sorting facilities, and we take care of what is really happening with our waste. What we also do is that we take care of recycling. So what we do is we sort out the plastic and the textiles and everything that is recyclable and give it to companies who can use it in the areas where we're working. For example, in Cambodia, we give it to local companies so that they can reuse the materials that we collected out of Mekong River. We have artificial intelligence that also collects data with us, and what we also do, we co-process it and build up the structures. So today we collected more than 1 kilo of waste, which is amazing, and as I had to submit the slides 4 weeks before, we're right now at 1.2 million kilos of waste that we collected, and this is how our work looks like, actually. And yes, give you a short insight. So, because we always say holistic solutions need to tackle all these things, that's why we do this. And yeah, unluckily, our market potential is growing. So every year, around 11 million tons ends up in our waters. And every year, Germany exports 18 million tons to other countries. So we are responsible, and that's why we need to take action from Germany into other countries together with local experts. And yes, I skipped this because the time is running. And how we do it is we collaborate with companies. And yeah, together we can take responsibility for waste in our waters. And together we can solve the problem. And I'm happy to answer your questions. And I'm sorry I need to skip these slides. Okay, questions?
Hi, can you hear me? Why did you opt for boats instead of other solutions maybe? I feel like that there are also rivers in large cities where boats are not the optimal mode of collecting the waste.
Absolutely agreed. So we don't focus only on these boats. We are open to all technologies. Right now, we are we are experts with these garbage boats, and we realize that they are very efficient. We can collect up to 5 tons, for example, in Phnom Penh in Cambodia or in Bangkok in Thailand. And in countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, where waste gets stuck at dams. But we definitely are open for all solutions. So right now, for example, we are researching in the area of barriers. In Cambodia, we already set some barriers. And yeah, and actually we are right now in a project researching some new technologies, but yeah, that's another thing.
So are you a for-profit or a non-profit? And how could people help here with either funding or other things? What are you looking for?
Yeah, we are for-profit, so our business model is what I shortly showed. I can maybe skip back. Is this actually, so companies can buy plastic credits. For example, your company can buy 10,000 plastic credits with us. In that way, we can collect the waste, and you get a certificate in the end of that. And for example, we collected your 10,000 kilos in the Mekong River in an amount of time, and this is how we finance our projects. And we already have some investments. We actually have several investors already on board. We are right now in the 3rd round and want to close next year in January. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll now continue with Apex. Apex is a core, or in its core business, Apex develops, builds and sells or operates green hydrogen electrolysis plants with an electrolysis capacity below 1 gigawatt. These are used to decarbonize industrial value chains and to produce green hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. That was a lot of tough questions for me, I'm sorry. So I think you'll pronounce them better than I did. Have fun on the stage.
Yeah, so hi. I brought 2 salts. This is our hydrogen storage technology, so don't get me wrong when bringing some white powder onto stage. So I was asked from the guys before what is in there, but it's nothing, I mean, comparable to drugs or something. Anyway, I'm presenting more or less 2 companies at once. The first company is the Apex Group itself. There we are kind of a project developers for large hydrogen projects working on 100, 400 megawatt systems that we are kind of building up, build and operate. Plus we're also EPCM players in the world, meaning that we are building hydrogen system for customers like ArcelorMittal and a steel company. But what I'm showing today is one of our spin-offs. It's the Across Energy. And what we are doing, I'm trying to explain as soon as possible. So, you know, we have to shift the entire energy system from a fossil fuel-based into a renewable-based system. What does that mean? We have to kind of rely on electricity from renewables, meaning wind and PV, but relying on those energies, also challenges come with that one. Meaning we have to store and we have to transport energy. And when talking about wind and PV, usually you end up with electricity. And electricity is not that easily to store and to transportate. That's why one option is always to convert the electricity, these green electrodes, into hydrogen. But then, I mean, you're facing the next challenge, and that means how to store hydrogen. And this is something that we have found out, to store hydrogen in a very practical and in a safe way, meaning that we can use this kind of salt, we dissolve it in water, and then we're just releasing the hydrogen from it. So this is kind of the storage technology, switching from one salt to the other in a dissolved way, or we also distract the hydrogen or the salt from the solution afterwards. And with that we can very easily and very efficiently store the hydrogen. And this is what we are doing. And let's say the huge mission is really to target 2 big markets. This is, on the one hand, the stationary storage of hydrogen, so how to really focus on, let's say, not caverns, where you have massive, let's say, possibilities and potential of storing huge amounts, but also this is limited to some geographical purposes, and our technology is kind of free from that. And the other one is also, let's say, the hydrogen transport, how to bring energy from places where renewable energy is very cheap to places where it is desperately needed. And this is something we are doing with our technology.
Maybe one quick question: Is this also, could this also be in the future a B2C case?
What?
A B2C case?
No, not from our side. I mean, you definitely need high quantities of hydrogen storage, so it will not be working for residential housings or something. I mean, it could technically, yes, but I mean the business case is not made for it. Even generally, hydrogen will not. I mean, right now, maybe in the next 10, 20 years, I don't see a potential application for households if it's not, let's say, wanted. I mean, I think we have to rely on an energy grid in there.
So I got a little confused. Are you a startup? Are you a department of a bigger group? Yeah. And why are you pitching here? And what can this audience help? Is it funding, again, other things?
Yeah, good point. I mean, on the one hand, as mentioned, we are part of the Apex group, kind of a spin-off, and with the spin-off of the Across Energy, we are also looking for partners who giving us the expertise for catalysts, because that technology is running with catalytic reactions. So we need catalyst research, catalyst suppliers, and we also, I mean, you find us on the stand N28, so we have a little kind of system built up there, but this is like in the chemical lessons, you know, from school, and we have to build it up in a bigger application, and for that we also need some engineering and process engineering experiences. So this is something we are looking for.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So next up on stage is is Evie. Evie, do we have Evie? Perfect. Then next up on stage is Evie. They are a B2B employee climate engagement platform that helps companies accelerate their ESG transition. The stage is yours. Good luck. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Back, thank you. So there are many more slides than I can go through in this 2 minutes. Hello, my name is Tono. I'm one of the 2 co-founders of EV, and we help companies turn their strategy into climate action. So as Paul Pullman believes, we do too. Sustainability is everyone's job. Every decision we take at work has an impact on the carbon accounts of the company. Some smaller, some massive. And so does the European Union. With the new CSDR, it believes that we have to actually have all of our companies set their goals and show what we are doing to actually reduce our carbon emissions. The problem is engaging sometimes tens of thousands of employees and helping them understand what the impact of their daily work has on the carbon accounts of the company is a really complex and challenging topic. And therefore, we have built a climate engagement software which helps companies do exactly that, translate their strategy into programs which are which are made to help engage the employees into working more sustainably. So how does that work? Companies have their strategy. These are informational pieces of paper that are not very accessible. So they use our software to build campaigns which employees then are engaged with on a daily basis to understand what they are supposed to be doing in their daily work in order to help reduce their carbon emissions. As a result, they get lots of important KPIs to measure for their reporting. So how does it work? This is just one example, one use case of potentially thousands, because there's 1,000 different jobs out there, where one of our customers identified that per each employee, there were 25,000 files just sitting there, consuming energy on the cloud, creating carbon emissions. They couldn't just go in and delete all of these files because some of them were very important. So they used our tool to build a campaign to help the employees understand that their digital footprint exists and what they can do to reduce that. And after a couple of weeks, normally they run 4 to 6 weeks, we managed to reduce 200 kilograms of CO2 per employee per year. So I'm going to quickly skip through that. So our current obtainable market is the 2.5 million employees that we have either signed or are in our sales pipeline right now, with more than 1.3 million employees working for companies that we have signed, and our business model is yearly licenses, software licenses, based on the amount of employees that are using our software. So we're working with lots of really exciting companies, some of them in the proof of concept stage, many of them starting to roll up on multi-year deals because we're helping them drive a lot of really impactful change in their companies. And the really, really cool thing is that we're all working together on this problem. So each of our customers that builds a campaign, that campaign becomes accessible to other customers that might be building their campaign. So we're realizing some amazing network effects because we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And what we've calculated from our impact savings from last year is that on average we're seeing 1 ton saving per employee realized, but this is only scratching the surface because we're not yet calculating all of the ripple effects that these decisions actually have. So potentially that could be even more. So Lenny and myself founded this a couple years ago and realized enterprise business, software business is hard. So we tried to find ourselves some really amazing supporters who are working with us to really address this enterprise software problem. So yeah, we're here to look for a 1.5 million seed round to achieve many, many awesome milestones, which I'm happy to tell you more about in detail afterwards. And yeah, so that is us. Thank you for your time.
So one question from my side. How complicated is onboarding new customers?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
How complicated is onboarding new customers? I feel like to improve on a company scale, you have to know what the as is.
Absolutely.
Right.
So that's a great problem that we're working on. It's becoming much, much easier because the way that they're essentially addressing, we're using basically LLMs to help solve that issue. So now we have set up the way for them to build that campaigns that they can either auto-generate them according to prompts like I need my marketing team to improve, and then we create a template which they can then configure themselves, launch that to their employees. So we integrate with HR systems, or they roll that out to the different functions that is relevant for. In other cases, we're now working on actually being able to use much more information that they have to train these LLMs to pre-produce all of the campaigns that are aligned with their sustainability strategy. And then they go and fine-tune and configure it to fit their actual needs.
Yeah. So, simple question: how much revenue do you make at the moment?
So this year we're right now at 200,000 ARR. Last year we were at 80,000 ARR, and our goal is to do a bit more this year for sure.
Okay. And then how do you prevent greenwashing of companies? And I do want to challenge you because that's kind of how I came up with that. The 200 kilograms for the unused files does not sound right. Like that's 2% of the digital footprint of 2% of the footprint of an average European. That's pretty much the entire digital footprint. Files sitting there don't use that much, and that prompted me to kind of Because that's a number I just don't believe. And it prompted me to ask the question is like, how do you avoid that the companies who are part of your solution just want to look good and inflate those sort of numbers to kind of quote unquote meet their net zero goals?
That's an excellent question. So these numbers were right now based on estimates that we, together with our customers, calculate based on the energy use per data removed as a process of these things, extrapolated to the entire year that they would be working on that. So that is not a satisfying carbon measurement reduction. So we have actually departed from actually calculating the carbon emissions ourselves and are now integrating with carbon accounting tools that are measuring that. Google, for example, is using our platform to help their cloud teams use the cloud operations of in a more sustainable way. And there, Google is already calculating the carbon emissions so we can see exactly how those are reducing. So long story short, the answer is we need reliable, energy-based reduction measurements that come from the company, which are in their carbon accounts, and not, as we're doing it so far, with our own estimates. So that's why we're moving in a different direction.
So you trust them?
Well, we have to trust the carbon accounting systems that they're using right now as a baseline, and I think we're all working on this problem together to ensure that these are better. Plus, we're looking into a world where these are being regulated and accounted for, so I have some hopes for the future, yes.
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue with Revive Battery, which is also a finalist of this year's Impact Award. They regenerate used lead-acid batteries to 95% of their original capacity. And this, of course, helps to reduce the burden on our resources and makes the battery industry carbon efficient. More from you. The stage is yours.
Hello, good evening. So I'm Ananta. I'm the CEO of Revive Battery. When people ask me what do, I like to show them this picture. And it reminds me of the time when I was inspired to pick up this idea. I was on an island in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. I was working with a member of parliament. We were writing a book on how to make the island more sustainable and green. We had a transshipment hub, which was supposed to be built at the bottom tip of the island colony. And no matter what we told him, sustainable development was not as important as economic development. And that's when I realized that I need to put my attention in finding solutions to reducing carbon emissions rather than going around convincing people to change their minds. So what happens is that, okay, let's start with Europe is transitioning to renewable energy. And what happens when the sun isn't shining, the wind isn't blowing? Where do we store the energy? We store it in lead-acid batteries. And what happens if every household, every industry, every company starts using lead-acid batteries? We end up with 100,000 lead-acid batteries trashed every year, which means roughly 16 billion or 3 million batteries, which are worth 16 billion batteries that are trashed. And the assumption that we have is we can regenerate 80% of these batteries. Now, regeneration is different from recycling and refurbishing. It's basically bringing a dead battery back to life. And that's what we do. We use a very proprietary technology that uses algorithms to make the regeneration process 3 times more effective. And with our technology, we can close the loop for circular economy for the batteries. And we basically operate in 2 levels. We collect batteries, regenerate them, and prepare them for second use cases. But then we also offer B2B solutions where we take care of the maintenance of the batteries over 5 or 10-year annual maintenance cycles. So this is me. I'm Ananta. I'm with my CTO, the mastermind behind the technology. And together we're on a mission to regenerate 1 million batteries by 2030. So far, we've done 10,500 batteries, now closing to 11,000 batteries. We've worked with big names like Tata, General Electric, the Indian Army. We've worked in climates minus 15 degrees centigrade, up in the Himalayas to the Sahara, sub-Saharan Africa, at plus 50 degrees. We've tested our technology in very, very extreme climates. And just to put things a bit simple, regenerating 1 million batteries, which is our target by 2030, we are offsetting roughly 52 million, planting 52 million trees. So in terms of market size, people think that lead is dead, but the lead acid battery industry is on the rise. Right now, we're talking about 34 billion as a total market share. By 2030, this is going to become 80 billion. So this is us. We're on a mission to save the planet, one battery at a time. Thank you.
So, thank you. Got a bit of a head start because we already chatted for a while earlier today. But it sounds very convincing, but why, if it's so simple and clear and economic benefit, why isn't it done today?
So the economic benefit is seen in scale. And from the competitor analysis that we've done so far, lots of companies are offering it as an add-on. Nobody's focusing specifically on it. And what we've done is we've gone from one use case to the other. We've tried telecom companies, batteries, we've tried solar, we've tried car, to then find out the best way to optimize the technology and regenerate in larger scales. So that's our focus point. And also, like I said, lead is dead. Nobody believes in the lead industry, but we're pushing on with it.
We also chatted. So my final question would be, earlier you told me that lead batteries don't have battery management systems, unlike lithium-based batteries. Why do you think that is?
It's because lithium batteries are a newer technology. Lead has been around for 180 years. Also, lead was always considered disposable. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can trash it, you can get another one. But that's something that we need to change because lead in itself is a polluting, not as polluting as lithium, but it still is polluting. And it's something that we need to optimize further. And we can only do this when we use AI-regulated, BMS systems.
So on lithium, there is this regulation coming. What about the regulation and therefore potentially the regulatory backwind for your technology in the European Union? Is the same type of regulation to be expected?
There's already a lot of regulation on lead batteries. I don't think there's going to be any more development on that because lead batteries as itself, they're not changing. The risk isn't changing. The only thing that we are hoping to see is positive regulations that allow us to either sell more or recycle in a more efficient way or even hold and store them in larger formats.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So next up on stage is Zählerfreunde. Zählerfreunde is an independent energy management platform for users of smart electricity meters and other smart energy products. The stage is yours.
Hi and welcome everyone. My name is Toby and I'm one of the 5 co-founders of Zählerfreunde, and together we want to shape the energy transition in Germany. But first, let me give you a little bit of context, what this is all about. So basically, I think every one of you kind of felt the energy crisis that we just opted out one way or another. Also, the German government basically realized that they have no clue about our energy grid. So they came up with a law which basically dictates the mandatory installation of so-called smart meters. So what is a smart meter? Basically, it will replace your old electricity meter in the basement with an intelligent one, which then is able to send data out through the internet to optimize the grid, which is a great infrastructure movement. However, they forgot about the added value for the end customer, which has to play a huge part in the energy transition in general. So there's huge data potential which is untapped so far, and this is exactly where we come in with a energy management platform for every household and every company, where we provide the users with a nice, transparent visualization of the energy consumption, associated costs and CO2 exposure, and also provide them with data-driven analysis and functions on how they can reduce energy level, CO2 levels, and associated costs. Basically, we don't only stop there, but our goal and what we are currently doing is that we leverage the smart meter data and combine them with existing IoT data, which is already out there, in order to then analyze both of the data streams and provide automated functions on, for instance, I see there's solar being produced on my roof, now I want to switch on my wall box, or combine it with dynamic tariffs, which is also a huge thing as of 2025. We're now currently offering both sides, the B2C platform and the B2B platform, which we offer as a white label offering for utility providers, meter operators, and also energy management firms. So here you can see both the options, a little bit about our competition. I don't think we have too much time to tap into that. We have a lot of traction already. We already closed our pre-seed round, and we are now looking for our next funding round. We want to close that early in summer 2024, and we're happy to chat. Our booth is right there in the corner. Feel free to ask us anything. And now I was even a little bit before time, but thank you so much. Questions?
So obviously, solution makes sense. On the go-to-market, though, isn't it like super different to go both with a B2B solution and the end customer solution? And what do you think will have more potential in the long run?
Yeah, excellent question. I think in the long run, the B2C application has a lot of potential, but the smart meter rollout as such is quite slow. And the better multiplier is going through those who actually install it and have to have a visualization by law for the end customers, but they forgot about it, simply as that. And now they are seeking for a solution for the end customers in order to give them a little bit more, which they become for the smart meters. And why both works is that basically it's a B2B to C application, right? So everything that we are testing on the B2C platform, we receive like very, very close feedback. We can then apply and offer it to our B2B customers.
Okay, so B2C is more the showcase and testing ground, but the real business is in the B2B area.
In the short time, for sure. Okay. In the long time, we will see.
I mean, in your pitch, you rightfully skipped the competition slide. Now we have 50 seconds. What's your secret sauce?
Our secret sauce, I think.
Secret sauce, like what makes you special?
Yeah, I think it's the functionality within our platform, and also what really makes us on the B2C side unique is the independence. So we can operate independent of the meter operator, independent of the utility provider, and independent of any hardware which is out there, because we tap into the APIs of existing hardware and combine the data on one platform. So this is our huge USP, which at the same time in the B2B context is also a USP, because we not only visualize the data, but we combine it with existing IoT data in the field.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue with Solnet. Solnet develops and constructs renewable energy plans for investors and institutional investors. Stage is yours. Have fun.
Thank you. Not sure, is the slide deck working here? So we are actually a leading provider of solar energy and providing EPC solutions for real estate customers, like C&I customers, and having a strong focus on really understanding our customer base, which is mainly real estate customer, logistic companies, like every customer who has like larger real estates. Either they own them or they really want to look in their sustainable goals, and having a core focus. Not sure why the slide is corrupted, but you see a few of these customers here, don't really mind, but really the core focus is on understanding our customers and giving them a good energy solution, mainly with solar energy. And this is also the focus on the short pitch here, is really just understanding real estate customers and where's the impact for them. I think it's important to understand that there's like different causes why customers would invest into solar energy, especially in the C&I market. And there's the two big drivers, which is obviously the business case, and the other one is to reduce emissions with the sustainability goals. Looking into these in more detail, I think it's very important to understand that there's like crucial drivers for customers, and understanding that if they can have an impact or not. There's obviously a few have like no impact just by CO2 certificates. just trying to buy renewable energy, but there's more and more of these customers really looking into this, want to be in the driver's seat and understanding and having an impact, owning assets, and also wind parks, and bringing the solar energy really into their assets. And then there's on top of these, there's the bigger companies, which is actually spearheaded by the US tech companies. Companies are really looking into making an impact, really making sure that their supply base is also going to do the same, so that everything, they have a clean supply chain driven by renewable energies. And we are helping these customers to make that happen, to really go through all these stages and make sure that their assets are going to be more valuable in the future. Also, like not having stranded assets and stuff like that. So really looking into working with these customers to improve their assets. I think that's basically it. Any questions from you guys?
So what are you looking for here at this conference? Like, how can people help?
I think for the conference, it's like it was good for us to. So we're a Finnish company, and we're trying to touch base here in Germany now. So we opened our office last year in Frankfurt, and now we're looking into getting more into the scene, more into the local sustainability sector, and just getting good contacts and partner networks here on the fair. And then obviously looking into new customer base, new connections here. That's basically what we do here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next startup on stage is Wamala Energy. They invented a farm-based solar milk cooling system called WeCooler, which helps rural dairy farmers who have no access to electricity to preserve their milk and the farm and reduce post-harvest losses, hence increasing revenue. But you can tell them more for sure.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Greetings from Uganda, Africa. My name is Bernard Mbaine. I'm a co-founder and managing director of Wamala Energy Company Limited. Basically, we are a startup company in Uganda, and our dream basically is to change the lives of dairy farmers in the rural areas in Uganda. So in Uganda, we produce over 2.2 billion liters of milk every year, but farmers lose quite a lot of revenues in form of post-harvest losses, and this is basically because of lack of access to electricity. In Uganda, over 80% of the population, especially in the rural areas, have no access to electricity. So you can imagine, because of this, they have no access to reliable cooling solutions for their milk. And they, in the end, lose revenues because the milk goes bad just in a short time after milking. And also because of this, most of these farmers use diesel generators to be able to power their milk coolers, and the diesel generators come with quite a lot of problems, emissions, and with the current fuel prices, it becomes very hard for the farmers to operate these diesel generators. So what are we providing? Wamala Energy Company Limited is providing solar-powered milk cooling systems. We have solar-powered bulk milk cooling systems for farmer groups, and these are targeting 50 to 100 or more groups of farmers who collect their milk together, and they're able to have a reliable cooling solution for their milk. The advantage is that we don't only sell the equipment and the technology, but we rather install the equipment, but also operate the equipment. So in this case, we are not only providing the system, but we are providing milk cooling as a service. So the farmer doesn't have to worry about the initial costs of installation. They don't have to worry about the risk of operating the system. They just deliver their milk. We cool the milk, and they pay a small charge for cooling the milk for every liter of milk that they deliver. So then, this is a bit easier for them. And what we do is that we've been engaging with the farmers, and for the systems that we've installed, we see quite a lot of environmental impact in terms of reducing carbon emissions. We see, noise pollution reduction because the system have no noise compared to the generators which produce a lot of noise. We see a lot of reduction in post-harvest losses, but we also see a bigger community impact in terms of creating jobs for the local people who are responsible to operate these systems. This is what we're looking for. We want to build more systems for the farmers. We already have farmer groups that need these systems. So we're looking for, in this phase, 250,000 euros to be able to build more systems for the farmers. But in the long run, we're also looking for up to 3 million euros to be able to scale up the operations within Uganda, but also in other African countries. We have quite a very big team. I have around 10 years of experience in developing energy projects in Uganda. My colleague Fabian is experienced in innovation and managing startups, and the other colleagues with also experience in finance and the others. So basically, I call upon all of you so that we can build a clean energy solution for a clean Africa. Thank you.
This is very cool.
Thank you.
Obvious solution to an obvious problem. Two quick questions. One, just a simple one, is like, how do you cool during the night? Or do you cool down enough so that it covers the night?
Basically, we have two cooling phases. So in the morning, once the milk is delivered, we cool it down to very low temperatures.
And
then we switch off the cooling until sometime in the afternoon. We cool again. So then this is able to move across the night.
And you get it across the
night. And then
night.
after that, the milk is taken by the milk processors. And then we repeat again the next day.
And then economically, what is the economic benefit for the farmers? The 18 cents, to me, I'm not a milk expert, but it seems crazy high.
No.
Is it like, what do they pay with the comparable diesel systems?
There's a mistake with the figure. The actual figure is 0.018 cents.
Okay,
euros,
that makes a big difference.
Yes, 0.018, which is about 5% of the actual cost per liter of the milk. Sorry, Evan.
This is quite literally a cool idea.
Thank you.
One quick question from my side is, what's the payback time for you as a company for one cooling system?
6 years. But it could be less. If we're installing more systems, the cost goes down. Because of the fixed costs, it could come down.
Okay.
But 6 years is the payback time for the system.
And concerning your technology, is it possible to not only store milk, but in the near future, for example, other vegetable and
Yeah, because there's a very huge market, because of the 80% percentage of the population that have no access to electricity. So there's quite a big potential in cooling other, preservation of fish, preservation of vegetables. So our market is, entry market is the milk cooling, but we see a lot of potential to expand to the other areas in the near future. So we are open to partner with companies, technology suppliers in this area to be able to, change the lives of the people in the rural areas.
Okay, with such an obvious business case, if you be a European company, you'd get the 250,000 like right away. Just out of curiosity, how hard is it for you to get capital with a business from Uganda? Do you think is it easy? Is it hard?
Getting it locally?
Yeah.
Because some of the local available investors are not looking at the impact side. Most of them are looking at the other businesses, real estate and the others. So it becomes hard to mobilize some of these resources locally. But yeah, we are trying to see how to raise. We already have installed some systems. This year we also won a grant of around 60,000, which we're going to install another system. And now we're looking at to install more systems and expand our work. Thank you.
Okay, we're now continuing with Enbrix, which is a young, innovative German firm aiding businesses in their energy transition. And they connect clients with experts and solutions through their Green Experts platform. Stage is yours.
Hi. First of all, I'm sorry for the information. I will pitch in German, mainly because we are looking for German-speaking investors, and we're aiming the German market. So sorry for all the non-German speaking people, but you can don't hesitate to speak to me or my great team and at stand N32. So, my name is Philipp Ballhausen. Jetzt spreche ich doch auf Englisch. Ich bin Philipp Ballhausen. Ich bin Gründer der Enbrix AG und wir haben die Vision, die Energiewende zu beschleunigen. Wir haben uns überlegt, oder nicht nur überlegt, sondern haben das auch recherchiert, die größten Hebel haben wir, wenn wir uns auf die Industrie konzentrieren. Und letztendlich nicht nur die größten Hebel, sondern, Achtung Wortwitz, auch den größten Impact. In der Industrie laufen momentan die ganzen Nachhaltigkeits- und Energieeffizienzprojekte noch nicht so, wie sie sollen. Wir haben uns überlegt, warum. Das sind die verschiedenen Gründe. Es gibt unterschiedlichste Gründe, was gerade noch nicht funktioniert. Ein großer Grund ist, dass es im Moment noch nicht das operative Tagesgeschäft für Unternehmen ist, sich mit Nachhaltigkeit und Energieeffizienz zu beschäftigen. Und das sind unter anderem auch die Probleme, weshalb die Projekte momentan noch nicht umgesetzt werden. Unterschiedliche Parteien, fehlende Verantwortung, fehlende Planungssicherheit, Kommunikation, unterschiedlichste beteiligte Experten. Das heißt, das ist der Stand jetzt. Wie sollte es aussehen? Individuelle, neutrale, herstellerneutrale und ganzheitliche Beratung und individuelle, passgenaue Lösungen und Umsetzung. Und was hat das jetzt mit Enbrix zu tun, beziehungsweise der Green Experts Plattform? Wir kombinieren das. Wir bieten eben genau diese individuelle Beratung, passgenaue Lösungen und diese Lösungen eben auch noch durch eine Umsetzungsbegleitung durch unsere neutralen Partner begleitet. Das heißt, wir bieten unseren Kunden über die Green Experts Plattform die idealen Projekte im Bereich Nachhaltigkeit und im Bereich Energieeffizienz. Wir verbinden an der Stelle also die Experten, die Lösungsanbieter mit den Unternehmen und reichern diese Projekte noch mit Projektmanagement, Vertrieb, Marketing, Software, Netzwerk, einer Weiterbildung und so weiter an. Was hat das Ganze jetzt mit einer Plattform zu tun? Unser Geschäftsmodell. Wir haben momentan 3 Revenue Streams, das heißt, wir verkaufen Mitgliedschaften für die Lösungsanbieter und die Partner. Da gibt es einen Jahresbeitrag, das heißt, wir haben einen wiederkehrenden Einnahmen. Wir verkaufen die Tagessätze unserer Experten und haben dort eine Marge von 15 bis 30% und wir haben Provisionen auf die Vermittlung von Lösungen. Wo stehen wir? Wir haben jetzt in diesem Jahr bisher über 200 Projekttage verkauft. Wir haben bisher 15, das ist nicht mehr ganz aktuell, wir haben 15 zahlende Mitglieder und wir treiben die Energiewende voran. Wenn ihr Interesse habt an einer Investition, sagt mir gerne Bescheid oder wendet euch an mein Team an Stand N32. Habt ihr Fragen? Ich antworte auch auf Englisch.
Yeah, well, maybe switch back to English. Thanks for the pitch. One quick question. So, first one is, do you help clients prioritize the low-hanging fruits in sustainability efforts? And second question is, for what do you need capital?
Second question first. We need capital mainly for rolling out the system to complete nationwide German market. We started in Thüringen, and we need the capital for sales and marketing efforts, and yeah, mainly this. We've got 4 software engineers in our team, so we don't need capital for software. And the first question was.
Yeah, what was the first question? The first question was, are those experts you serve with, are they external?
Yes.
Okay.
All the experts are external. So we pick the great experts in light and the great experts in Druckluft, pressure. And we merge them to one project team, and so we can tell the customer the perfect experts for their special needs.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next up on stage is Nextlog. They help companies and organizations make their transportation operation more sustainable and eco-friendly as well, while understanding the impact on their finances and door-to-door lead time. Please welcome on stage Nextlog. Stage is yours. There is the mic.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Thanks. You have a question? Now, if there are any questions in between my pitch, just let me know, and I'm happy to answer your questions either while I pitch or afterwards, always reachable. So thanks a lot for the time to present Nextlog. My name is Tobias. I'm the co-founder of Nextlog. Worked a couple of years in logistics and now happy to document the solution to you. So what's obviously the overarching problem? Around 12% of global emissions are transport related, so shipping from A to B, flying from A to B, and that's obviously a sizable problem which we are tackling. And our solution is there to reduce this and obviously to understand whether it's actually 12% or 14 or 15, and that's basically have a meaningful impact of our society. Now imagine you're a consumer company and maybe you launched a new iPhone yesterday, and obviously you have a global complex supply chain. So you produce your phones in Asia, you ship them to Europe, to North America, you use air freight, ocean freight, truck and rail transportation. You use a variety of different logistics providers, DHL, Fiege, Maersk, and that's obviously have a vast and complex supply chain. So you obviously use all the different transportation modes, all different logistics providers. So the big issue is that you basically receive the data from your suppliers in different forms, sizes, and shapes. So sometimes they arrive in an Excel list, sometimes you have an integration to a TMS system or to an ERP system. So the data you receive from your logistics suppliers varies quite significantly, and thus obviously it's a bit difficult for you to understand first what are your supply chain looks like, as well as what are the impact of your supply chain throughout the globe. That's basically where we come in. We have built kind of a beautiful solution which offers basically three main services. So first we integrate within the systems you're using, whether it's a TMS system, ERP system, or your ERP system is a classical Excel list. We can connect to it and basically then harmonize the data, clear the data for your supply chain, origin, destination, transport mode, and basically have a harmonized data foundation for your overarching logistics. Afterwards, we measure the emissions, carrier agnostic, so across all carriers, we measure the emissions on a very granular level for pre-carriage, main carriage, post-carriage, for all transportation modes. If you have kind of the flight number of an air freight shipment or the vessel number of an ocean freight shipment, we actually take the flight type into, or the airplane type into account, take into account the actual emissions of this respective airplane type. Same for ocean freight. For trucking, obviously, it's a bit more challenging since it's more difficult to connect kind of to the truck type. But here again, we can connect to different vehicle types, different vehicle classes, and then have kind of a very granular emissions calculation for your emissions throughout the entire globe. And then thirdly, we can document everything in nice and shiny reports, which you can use to show to your investors, to your suppliers, to your workforce, or obviously in future to the regulator. CSRD is around the corner, where you basically have to document your emissions in 2024 in France, as well as 2025 in the rest of the European Union. And with us, you basically have a bulletproof solution to document your entire emissions across your entire supply chain. But as our friends from Cupertino, there's one more thing which I would like to show to you, and that's basically our recommendation engine. So based on your global supply chain, we not only help you to measure the emissions as well as document the emissions, but we also show you and help you to reduce the emissions. So we have a variety of logistics providers partnering with us. We know their product portfolio. Let's say if you have recurring truck transportations from Offenbach to Frankfurt Airport, we obviously can show you, okay, the emissions are today with a Euro 6 diesel truck, for example, and then we can show what are alternative options to use this kind of recurring truck transportation, whether you use a different vehicle type, kind of a larger vehicle, or vehicle with hydrogen, or vehicle with electric powering. We then show what would be the impact on lead time, on cost, as well as on emissions. So basically, you can have your most 3 important KPIs for logistics into mind and understand what will be the impact of any shift in your supply chain. We can do that across the entire globe. So for any transportation lane you're using,
With the questions now.
I thought it would be a bit longer. So as you can see, I'm very passionate about the topic and I can talk for 2 hours. So if you have further questions afterwards, happy to answer them. But now, happy to answer your questions on the stage.
Maybe for the last solution, for the integratable recommendations, what are realistic goals that large companies, for example OEMs, can achieve with this recommendation?
I mean, obviously, realistic can be anything. We, for example, now have a customer that uses quite a lot of air freight transportation. And with our solution, we just showed that air freight for recurring shipments doesn't make too much sense if you have kind of a good planning system in place. So we help them to shift from air to ocean. And then they reduced emissions by 90% plus and reduced cost and emissions. So just lead time increased a bit. So anything from 90% can be doable if you switch from, I don't know, a Euro 6 diesel truck to an electric truck, obviously a bit lower, but from 2, I would say.
No more questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Okay, we'll now continue with CycleCure, which is a circular after-sales service provider for micromobility companies and their end users. So that includes retailers, producers, and last-mile delivery of e-bikes and e-scooters. Have fun.
Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Evrim, the CEO and founder of CycleCure. Our mission is to reduce electronic waste by repairing as many as possible light electric vehicles. We believe that micromobility plays a significant role in the transition towards reducing emissions and promoting sustainable transportation. And fortunately, we are seeing an unprecedented increase in the sales of light electric vehicles, such as e-bikes, e-scooters, and e-mopeds. However, the after-sales services currently cannot catch up with the same speed. There is a significant scarcity in the market for reliable and timely and sustainable repair options. And this leaves some traditional solutions being unable to catch up with the whole diversity of new electronic components coming into the market, while some other players making clients wait for days, weeks, even sometimes months to get their device repaired back on a timely basis, causing a massive dissatisfaction. And we are also creating a massive mountain of electronic waste that must be addressed. And the picture I used here is an underestimation, and you can come to my stand and I can show you how big the problem really is in the tens of thousands of units that are waiting for repairs for some fleets. Therefore, CycleCure provides a complete after-sales service for micromobility players and their end users. We are trying to make it as convenient as possible so that the clients actually remove the pain of repairs and we reduce the chances of them going back to the polluting modes of transportation like cars and others. What is unique about us is that we put our customers at the center of everything we do and we let them focus on what really matters, which is enjoying their ride. We try to create customized, tailored solutions regardless of the problem of these players, and I will show you what those players actually are. But the core differentiation, in our opinion, comes from our commitment to sustainability and circularity, where we go beyond the buzzword and we really integrate reusing, refurbishing, and recycling in every stage of our processes. Through our set of offerings, we try to give those options to the client so that they can choose what works best for them. From drop-off to collect and repair to repair at home. By combining all these models, we actually can allocate our resources more efficiently, thereby reduce our costs and scale in a faster and easier way. On the go-to-market strategy, we combine B2C device owners with B2B partnerships to boost our growth. We have identified several key categories varying from retailers to bike brands, scooter brands, to fleet operators and owners, and also insurance companies. And we have already onboarded several large players on our solution so that, and we are hoping to grow through each of these categories, our portfolio. With the first fundraising last year, we were able to build our core team to realize these ambitions. And the goal, we are bringing years of experience in the mobility, supply chain, logistics, and growth marketing onto the table. On our roadmap, the next target is expansion. And therefore, we are fundraising right now. And we have already onboarded several corporate ventures to make that happen. That will be used in our expansion of our operational capacities, our sales growth, investing into our tech infrastructure, and start with the neighboring countries, starting with Germany, Netherlands, and France. Thank you very much for your attention. And any questions, either now or later, I am always available.
How do you solve the main problem in this industry of qualified labor, of people actually being able to repair the things and knowing about the stuff?
That's a very valid question, and that's indeed one of our biggest challenges. That's how we work in Belgium. We are from Belgium, and we have several partnerships with governmental institutes that find unemployed people and lesser educated people, and we focus on the training and employment opportunities to them. We have social sheltered workplaces where people with difficulties into the job market can actually be trained. And how do we solve this is actually when you find someone by not losing that person. So we don't believe in the independent freelancer model, but we make all mechanics our team member with even share options so that they stay as long as we want or as they can to keep them happy and retain them. And it's really hard to find them.
Two questions. Sure. In terms of traction, do you have any large micromobility service provider as your customer? And second question, why did you opt for a go-to-market via B2C first?
Yes. Actually, we started 4 years ago, and the repair business was a pivot after 2 years of operating that. It was a product as a service, so we were renting some kick scooters to some B2C clients. And that was our easy choice after the pivot to start with B2C channels, which were already in place. But going through a winter period made us aware that the seasonality plays a significant role in the B2C market. And we believe that B2B partnerships would stabilize and grow the total volumes. Fleet operators is not our core business, which everybody thinks that we repair Lime scooters, but most of these players already have their in-house operations, where the biggest potential, in our opinion, is the combination of retail and brands. In retail, we cover, for instance, the entire after-sales services for several retail chains, and ongoing discussions with Decathlon and MediaMarkt to actually do that for them, which is huge volume. And the same for brands that are either online sales that don't have a dealer network, so they need additional service providers to do that. And those two together make quite some volumes. And now we are entering the insurance and the last mile delivery players that also represent a big market. But sharing operators, in my opinion, is the most cost conscious part that have very low margins, so they focus on reducing their internal operations. That's why we have less chance to work with them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No problem. So now we have the next startup is Electron Aerospace. They are an integrated battery electric aircraft manufacturer and regional air mobility operator. The stage is yours.
Yeah, hi. So I'll have to wing it slightly because unfortunately we don't have the right slides. But let me talk about what we're actually doing. So all of us probably have traveled and we all traveled here. So in my view, excuse my French, regional travel really sucks. Whether you travel by train, by car, or by plane, there's always delays. It costs a lot of money and it's usually very time consuming. But there is an alternative. I mean, if you look at this plane, it looks like a private plane. So if you are wealthy enough or famous enough, that's actually the most convenient mode of travel. The problem is flying private is not just very costly, it's also the most polluting mode of travel that you can imagine. But at Electron, we actually want to turn this on the head because with battery electrification of aviation, one of the big cost pillars comes down, which is actually the maintenance cost of your drive systems. So actually, suddenly it becomes viable to offer these type of flights at a relatively affordable price. So what we want to do is actually think of us kind of like the Uber of the skies. But the difference is we also will be building the aircraft ourselves because we have established nobody is really building a suitable aircraft that can fly meaningful distances with today's batteries. Regional mobility starts somewhere around 250 to 600 kilometers. This aircraft that you see here is very ergonomically designed. It can fly with today's batteries 750 kilometers. If you take away reserves, because unlike with a car, you can't just stop on the roadside, you need a bit of power left in the battery to land, we can achieve an operational range of 500 kilometers. It doesn't sound a lot, but actually in Europe, the peak of short-haul flying is as low as 370, and 50% of all European private flights today are less than 500 kilometers. So actually with this aircraft, when it comes into service in 2027, we can actually already offer a meaningful service. In terms of costs, we really want to get this down from today's cost of private flying to, let's say, on a seat basis to a business class ticket when we launch. But then within 5 years of operation, taking advantage of the scale-up effects, we want to bring this down to an economy class price ticket on a per seat basis. We're a Dutch company. We have two parts to ourselves. One is the aircraft manufacturing side, where we're working on the design and certification of this aircraft. And then we also have a second operating company that is preparing the launch of the company in 2027. Any questions?
So when can I sign up as a customer?
Sorry, when can you?
When can I sign up as a customer?
We're actually already pre-selling kilometers. So we have a logistics investor who already took an option for 25% of our available kilometers. And we're also selling at the moment initially as a go-to-market kilometers to corporate customers. And then the idea is we will start launching shorter to the launch, let's say in 2026. We plan to do a crowdfunding campaign where we will give away kilometers at a very discounted price because we believe once you have experienced the service, you will become a loyal customer.
What about security?
Security.
Yeah.
So one of the big advantages is this is like flying private. So that's where a lot of the time savings come from. You fly from an airfield that you might not know exists. In the US, every American on average lives 15 minutes away from a runway. Here in Europe, it's about 20-25 minutes. And you fly much closer to where you need to go. There's no security lanes, no security checks.
No, I meant security of the flight.
Sorry?
I meant security of the flight. Of course, there's no security needed.
So it is an EASA certified aircraft. So it's like flying in a big aircraft, and you obviously have a commercial pilot on board. So before we start offering autonomous flights, that will take a while.
What is the maximum seat?
So we have technically space for 6 seats, but the limiting factor is battery energy density. So we will start with 1 pilot and up to 4 seats on board. But we also still have enough capacity to take luggage with us.
So to be honest, there's an existing and expanding graveyard from companies that do more or less the similar thing. What do you do different?
So the big difference is we're boring. This aircraft has fixed wings, so we need a runway. We're not one of those fancy vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. We are a professional aerospace company from day one. Our head of engineering has 25 years industry experience. We have only recruited experienced engineers, and the beauty is because it is a boring fixed-wing aircraft, you can reuse that knowledge. And basically, we keep it simple. So the first iteration of the aircraft is a non-pressurized version of the aircraft, which the downside is we have to stay between 10,000 feet. But on these short hops, that is really not an issue.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now it's the time for the last startup on stage. It's Modular One. Modular One transforms real estate with digital building models and ESG-compliant data into valuable, future-proof asset that facilitate and optimize reporting compliance. Please, the stage is yours, and give a round of applause to our last startup on stage.
Thank you.
Good luck.
So, warmly welcome from my side. I'm Moritz Hofmann, one of the founders of Modular One. We are the partner for digital transformation of the real estate. At my side, my co-founder, David, he stands there and makes a beautiful picture for me, I think. We both came from the university. I studied civil engineering in the specification of information and sustainable buildings. And he's from the business side, more from the getting money tools. And also we need some experts in our rounds. Our advisory board is Professor Dr. Diaz, Dekan of the building sector of Technische Hochschule Mittelhessen. Also Professor Markus Platt for solid construction and building materials technology, also from the Technische Hochschule Mittelhessen. And the third one is Dr. Till Kemper, our partner for all the aspects from the law side. So what are the challenges we are facing? We are facing all, I think, nearly the same challenges from the EU taxonomy, from ESG. And we got in the building sector, I would say, some specific problems. We got a really lack of scalability. We got a lack of transparency. And at the biggest points, we got a really big lack of digitization. In the construction sector, we still use 2D plans and we still use paper-based processes. So we are really far from digital processes. But at the last 3, 4, 5 years in Germany, the methodic building information modeling got a huge step in front of us. So other challenges for the real estate sector are stranded assets. I think a lot of people here in our rounds heard from stranded assets. So if a building falls over a CO2 path, you will lose all the money from this building. You can't sell this building after you go over this path. So all the other sectors are, is this my time? All the other sectors got digital transfusions, but in the real estate sector, we missed this. But in the future, there is no alternative for digitization, also the real estate sector. So what are we doing? We use basic geometric information like 2D plans or scans live in the building and bring them in standardized data models. These data models we fill with test reports like due diligence, like schedules, budgeting, and construction process documents through automation processes. So what are we doing? All of us know these 2D plans. We take these 2D plans and bring them into 3D models with also combined other data to make simulations and optimizations. So where can we go with all these digitizations or digitized models? And at the final conclusion is we improve the handleability of these buildings. And also we got some nice side effects like improved marketing, risk mitigation, better basis for decision making, and also a comprehensive insight in every phase of the building. I'm going to the last slide. What is our path to sustainable buildings? At the beginning, we do data preparation and begin to develop the digital models. Then we go in a pre-check, what can we do in the building for a small price? If we find out what we can do for a sustainable building, we go the next step to consulting and audits, and at the end, we come to a certificate for sustainability, for example, like DGNB, BREEAM, or LEED, or stuff like this. And so we go to the final point, make your real estate fit for the future with us. Thank you.
It makes sense, but where's the impact for Impact Festival?
Yeah, the impact is that we use the data models to bring clean energy to the buildings, to simulate where we can maybe produce energy off-site. Not only on-site on the roofs, also on the off-site in the nature. Maybe we can do PV parks and bring the clean energy into the buildings. So we combine building simulations where we can get how much energy this building will need. And then we search for points where we can produce this clean energy like photovoltaic if the roof is not enough. Also eco-balance and life cycle cost analysis, all these things you can do with digital models and bring them sustainable certificates to reporting tools.
Shouldn't you then much rather work with architects?
Yeah, we also can use the data from architects if they want to share the data, but at this point...
No, I mean before the building is built.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. And for the future, maybe in the new buildings, this is exactly the best. But we got a huge challenge, and 75% of the buildings in year 2050 is existing now. So we have to find a way how we can bring these buildings to better buildings. So this challenge is really big, besides to the new buildings that are coming until 2050. So we have to do both. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this was the last startup here on the innovation stage. Thank you very much to all of you for being here. Thanks to our jury, Tim and Mark. Mark, you can see him again, like if you go to the impact stage for the Impact Award. And then have a good evening. Enjoy. Thank you.